Audiobook title Undervalued Legend Part 0 for original title. I was sold at the lowest price in my class. However, my personal parameter is the most powerful. Chapter 01 to 445. Kion was the closest in terms of voice quality, but she was definitely a different person, and I agree that it doesn't match anyone else on Mirai. Whose voice was it then? I definitely heard it. I could tell that Nagisa was scared and impatient. She seems to be hoping that someone will somehow give her a satisfactory answer, but no one seems to know what that voice is. I don't know who the voice is or what it means. Isn't it a little strange? Jean suddenly asked. What's strange? That voice didn't come from a spirit box, did it? That's true. It sounded more like a whisper in my ear. Right. If it was a real voice, all the people on board each Magicraft and us in Mirai could hear it. How loud could it be? It's certainly a strange thing, as Jean said. There is no way we can all hear each other the same thing unless we are all using comms. Stop it. You're starting to scare me. Nagisa's fear level rises. By the way, did anyone find out what that voice was saying earlier? I could tell it was a woman's voice, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. Oh, that's true. I couldn't hear what she said either. It sounded like "save me" or "I'll curse you" to me. Don't say random things like that, Linacarlo. Linacarlo understood that Nagisa was scared and said it in a mean way. If that's the case, it seems that she didn't hear the real content either. It was a voice that could be heard clearly, but with so many people listening, is it possible that all of them can't hear it? I'm getting a little scared too. Chapter 376. Magicraft Graveyard. Speaking of which, I wondered how Fairy felt about the voice. When I thought about it, she expressed her view. I've been looking into that audio, and it seems to be coming from a special directional loudspeaker. There are signs that the voice was sent from a certain direction with pinpoint accuracy. I don't know what kind of directional loudspeaker Fairy is referring to, but there seems to be such a technology. Can you tell which direction was sent from? Jean's question was answered immediately by Fairy. Yes, it seems to have been sent from about 500 meters to the southeast. Okay, Mirai can't move, so Yura, Kion, you two go out and check it out. In response to this instruction, Linacarlo, whose name was not mentioned, raised her voice in protest. Jean, it would be better for me to go with them. It is possible that the voice itself is a trap. That's true, but Linacarlo didn't seem convinced. But she fell silent as if she had no reason to say anything back. Jean left Linacarlo alone and reminded us. Yura, Kion, let me know immediately if anything happens. I know. Kion and I set out from Mirai to investigate the direction of the voice. However, as Linacarlo had mentioned earlier, the reduced power output of the Magicrafts seemed to be affecting Arleo 2 as well, and it was in bad shape. Kion, something's wrong with Arleo 2. Are you okay? I'm not all right. It feels as if I'm moving in water. I knew it was some kind of force that was stopping Mirai. I'll ask Fairy if he can tell me what it is. Fairy, do you have any idea what's causing the malfunction in the Magicrafts? I've detected a special field being deployed, but I'm still trying to figure out what it is. I think it's probably some kind of power that affects the Ludia core, but I don't have any examples of it in my database. The fact that there are unknown forces at work that even Fairy doesn't understand could be dangerous. But whatever it is, it seems to be certain that it's not a ghost or a wraith or anything of the sort. Nagisa will be relieved when she hears this. I arrived at the place where the voice was sent from. I'm sure it's partly because this whole floor has an uncanny atmosphere, but seeing what I found there sent a chill down my spine. It's a creepy place. Even the calm Kion felt uncomfortable and said so in a quiet tone. There were countless remnants of Magicrafts there. In addition, it was not like the Magicrafts that had been destroyed on the battlefield, but a bizarre sight, as if massacred people had been haphazardly piled up. If Pharma and Lisa, who love magic machines, were to see it, they would feel more anger than fear. It doesn't look like these old Magicrafts were simply destroyed. Yes, if anything, it looks like something or someone released their anger on them. Rather than a graveyard for Magicrafts, it would be more appropriate to call it an execution site. The one who sent the voice might be lurking in here. Kion and I, eerily aware of this, began to examine the piles of Magicrafts that had been left lying around. Yura, didn't you see any movement in that area just now? Keon, who was investigating, tells me so in a loud voice. I'm not sure what to make of this. Are you sure it wasn't your imagination? No, it definitely looked like it moved. I'll check with Fairy just to be sure. Fairy, are there any other active magicrafts in the vicinity besides ours? No, I can't confirm the activation frequency of the Ludia core. I knew it was Keon's imagination. When I thought that, I could clearly see a corner of the pile of magicrafts moving. There was no reaction from the Ludia core, so I assumed it was some kind of animal or something. But then I noticed that the fallen magicrafts were slowly getting up. And it wasn't just one, there were countless magicrafts trying to get up one after another. Chapter 377. The ghosts of the graveyard. One by one, the magicrafts rise up and approach us, wavering like zombies. Keon seemed confused by the odd movement. Jean, we're going to fight. What's going on? Are you under attack? The enemy is too creepy to be described in one word. However, no matter how creepy or unpleasant they are, we have no choice but to fight them. Moreover, it didn't look like we could communicate with them. Keon seemed to have made the same decision, and she readied her sword for the enemy's attack. I did the same and drew my sword. The zombie-like magicrafts were coming at us from all around. As I stood in Keon's blind spot and prepared to attack, I naturally found myself back to back with Kiku Ikemonji. They don't look very strong individually, but there are so many of them, you can't let your guard down. I know, after that exchange we moved quickly. I took a large step forward and swung my sword in a horizontal line. With a single blow, I crushed 3 of the zombie magicrafts that had been approaching us unsteadily. Keon swung her sword from below and cut down one of them, then destroyed 3 of them with a thrust of divine speed. In addition, she spun her body and stepped forward, swinging her sword twice diagonally to clear away the 2 zombie magicrafts that were approaching. I charged into the enemy while firing a series of magic bullets, and then swung my sword around to destroy the approaching enemy machines. Keon and I destroyed them at a very fast rate, but their numbers were endless. Damn, are these things all going to start working? There are countless magic machines piled up, and I shudder at the thought of them all rising up. Are you all right, Yura? Keons? What's going on? Jean asked me as he was curious about the situation. I'm fighting zombies. I'm okay, but I'm starving. Zombies? What the hell is that? This world didn't seem to have the concept of zombies, so Jean couldn't understand what I was saying, but there was no time to explain in detail. I turned to Nagisa and told her to explain about zombies. Sorry, Nagisa. Please explain zombies to Jean. Okay, but I don't know that much about zombies. Just do it. Nagisa mumbled and complained, but had no choice but to start explaining zombies with her little knowledge. When she said that the corpses eat people, Linacarlo screamed. Yuda, these magicrafts have no awareness. It's like Thea not running independently. Keon, what does this mean? I can't explain it because I've never seen anything like this before, but I feel as if they are being controlled by some kind of consciousness. It's true that they have few patterns of movement and are easy to read. What Keon is saying seems to be correct. These magicrafts seem to be powered by an external force. I've caught a special telekinetic wave. The magicrafts that are moving are nothing more than puppets that are being manipulated. There is another person operating them. That's what I'm talking about, Fairy. Do you know where that telekinetic wave is coming from? It's not far. It seems to be coming from the pile of magicrafts in front of us. I'll blow up that hill. Fairy, fire the 4-element cannon. I understand. However, considering the damage to the surrounding area, I will limit the output to about 60%. Okay then, get ready. Keon, stay back, it will be dangerous. I made sure Keon was behind me and fired my 4-element cannon at the pile of magicrafts. Chapter 378. Necromancer. Intense flashes of light and destructive heat rays were shot towards the pile of magicrafts. The entire pile of magicrafts swelled up like a large organism and dispersed. Many of them were destroyed, but the absolute number was too large, and there were still many discarded magicrafts left. Yura, There's something here. Kaon was the first to notice its existence. It was a jet-black four-arm magicrafts that was clearly different from the other abandoned machines. It was left in the middle of the pile of magicrafts, but it seemed to be alive. He's the master. Perhaps he is. I sense a powerful energy. I felt something strange coming from the four-armed magicraft. I heard a sound like a heartbeat, and the machine moved as if it was trembling. I've confirmed the activation of the Ludia core. Yuta, that magicrafts is starting to move. I'm going to take it down before it makes its move. I pointed my left arm at the four-arms machine and fired a series of magic light bullets. I was convinced that all the bullets would hit it, but its arms moved, and the zombie magicrafts formed a wall in front of it. What? I moved to avoid the wall formed by zombie machines and fired magic bullets again. However, as I move, the surrounding magicrafts move as well and block them. Then I'll get close and beat it with my sword. Kaon, let's go. Okay. Kaon and I ducked through a wall of magicrafts and approached a four-armed machine. When we caught it in range of our swords, the nearby magicrafts interfered with us. Damn it. They're annoying. In one fell swoop, I concentrated my Ludia and unleashed my full power. I forcibly dispatched the magicrafts that were clinging to me. Yuta, I'll take care of this. You take that one down. Okay. I got it. Leaving Kaon to deal with the zombie-like magicrafts, I approached the four-arms machine. I raised my sword and tried to cut it in two, however. I received a strong impact and was repelled back. Whoa, when I looked, I saw that the four-armed magicraft was fully activated. It had a red aura around it and was pointing a staff-like weapon at me. The weapon glowed eerily, and in the next moment, I felt a shock run through my body. Ugh, what kind of attack is that? I asked, struggling to make sense of the situation. It's a telekinetic magic strike. The output is greater than Linacarlo's lightning strike. Stronger than Linacarlo's lightning strike, that's not good. Even Arleo too can't withstand that many times. However, what was worse than the power was the fact that I couldn't see the attack at all. If I can't see it, there's no way to avoid it. As I was lost in thought, the second attack was unleashed. I still couldn't see anything. Seeing that I was struggling, Kaon called out to me. Don't try to see it. Think carefully. Did you see Father's swordsmanship? That's true. I couldn't even see the sword strike when Father really tried to hit me. However, in the latter half of my training, I was still able to react to some extent. So that feeling is not to see but to perceive. The four-armed machine repositioned his staff toward me. I focused my attention, then I felt the timing of the enemy's attack. Now, I rolled forward diagonally to avoid it. I seemed to have successfully evaded it and continued to approach the four-armed machine. Luckily for me, it seems that it can't fire powerful blasts continuously. I slammed my sword down diagonally across the chest of the four-armed machine. There was a high-pitched cracking sound, and the armor on the chest came off. I'll finish him off with a second blow. With that in mind, I tried to thrust my sword into the flaking armor. But then something startling caught my eye. I hurriedly stopped my sword. What the hell is? On the chest of the four-armed magicraft, there was a transparent, round capsule, like object embedded. Inside the capsule was a nude woman with countless tubes attached to her. The woman appeared to be unconscious. As I hesitated, I heard that voice again. Kill meckle 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 me. This time I heard the words clearly. It was a plea that I could not understand. Chapter 379. Hesitation. As I was hesitating to attack the sleeping woman, the four-arms machined me with its staff. It seemed to have a lot of power as well as magical blows, and I received a rather heavy blow. Fairy? What the hell was that? What's going on here? I couldn't get the sound of the woman's death wish out of my head and couldn't decide what to do. It's probably the direct connection between a person and the Ludia core, also known as the direct connection epsilon core, which is an evil method. It is an inhumane technology that treats people as parts of a magicraft and was banned even in ancient civilizations. I had no idea that they had developed it to a practical level. Epsilon core doesn't sound right, but I agree that it's an evil method. It doesn't sound good in any way. What am I supposed to do now? The capsule part that lost its armor is the weak point. If you destroy the Epsilon core, you can stop that magicraft. No, that's not it. Can't we save that girl? Unfortunately, it will be difficult. The Epsilon core also acts as a life support system, and if she is ripped out of the core, she will die immediately. Even if we can successfully remove it and maintain life, it is unknown if she can recover from the astral damage. I think the best thing to do is to shut down its vital functions, as that core wants us to do. When I heard that, my mind was made up. Okay, if there's a possibility, I'll help. Is there any way to defeat that magicraft without damaging the core? Fairy's reaction to those words stopped for a moment. Just as I began to worry that I had said something that offended her, the answer came back. Sometimes I think that I am no longer a person. Even my emotions have been converted into data, and my thoughts, which can only think rationally at all times, are more AI than human. Thank you, Yuta. I am glad that you remind me of my emotions this way. Yes, it's true that there is a possibility, but please be prepared. It is extremely difficult to stop that magicraft without destroying the core. I know, but I don't want to make that choice. All right, then destroy the large elemental line on his back and the telekinetic amplification device on his head. Whether it will stop depends on the structure, but I think it's the most promising option. Back and head. At that moment, I heard the woman's sorrowful voice again. I'm in painful meckle me and let me go. However, despite her words, the attacks of the four-arms machine became even more intense. I couldn't attack it carelessly, but it unleashed a merciless magic strike at me. Perhaps I was too upset, but I couldn't avoid the attack and received a heavy impact on my body. Kayon, did you hear what I said? Yes. You're going to save the woman. She seemed to be listening to the conversation between me and Fairy, while she was taking down the zombie magic crafts that were moving around her. I can't do this by myself. I need your help, all right. What do you want me to do? I'm taking all the fire, so I need you to go around the back and cut off the head. I'll see what I can do. Kaon then moved quickly and disappeared. I decided to attack softly to attract the attention of the four-arms machine, so as not to damage the core. Chapter 380. Enduring. After all, it is difficult to attack the bear core in the middle without damaging it. I could only shoot magic bullets at the feet of the four-arms machine, or swing my sword at its legs and arms, but the four-arms machine attacked me without mercy. Not only the four-arms machine, but also the zombie magicrafts rose up one after another and attacked me. There were many of them, and they attacked without fear, making this battle even more troublesome. Why are these things moving? I felt angry at the magicrafts that were moving even though there were no people on them. Fairy didn't seem to have a proper answer as to how they worked. I'm sure it's telekinetic puppet technology, but it must take a lot of energy to generate this much power. However, it's odd that I can't see any interference other than from that magicraft. It hurts, it's painful, help me. No way, that's not what's the matter. What have you found out? If my guess is correct, the person who developed that magicraft is an outcast. What do you mean? Yuta, what is the most powerful power that a person can create? Oh, well, I've heard that the power of the legs is many times greater than that of the arms, so I guess legs. Physical power is tiny compared to mental power. The strongest power we generate is our emotions. Among them, negative emotions, pain, suffering, anger, etc. easily generate huge amounts of power. Wait a minute. What does that mean? I had a bad feeling when I heard that. No way could that be true. Not only is it incorporated into the Epsilon core, but it seems to extract incredible energy by constantly inflicting pain and suffering. In addition, if they suffer a mental breakdown, the energy they produce will be reduced. So it is thought that they are simultaneously taking measures to keep the person in the core awake and alive. I feel like throwing up when I imagine her situation. How long she's been suffering and in pain. Yuta, you must promise me one thing. If you decide that there is no chance of saving her, don't hesitate to give her eternal sleep. I couldn't reply. She was made a part of the magicraft and suffered just to get some produce energy. Such a life is too sad. That's why I will definitely help her. That's what I thought once again. However, if there is really no chance that I can help her, then I have to be prepared to. Keone made good use of my distraction and got behind the back of the four-arms machine. All that was left was for me to create a chance for an attack. I approached the four-arms machine so that his attention would be drawn to me. However, as if they were aiming for that moment, more than 10 zombie magicrafts quickly stood up and tackled Arleo 2 to hold him back. I cut down 2 of them with my sword, but I couldn't deal with the surprise attack. They swarmed Arleo 2 and blocked its movement. The 4 arms machine slowly approached the immobilized Arleo 2, pointed his staff at him, and he unleashed a magic strike. The right chest area receives a large impact from the close-range blow. If it had been an ordinary magicraft, it would have been destroyed. Damn, I could wipe out the swarm of zombie magicrafts if I went into serious mode, but I was too close to the 4 arms machine. He lost his armor and hesitated to do so when I saw the bear capsule. Chapter 381. A killer sword. Trusting in the sturdiness of Arleo 2, I decided to take the attack here. With that, the attention of the 4 arms machine turned completely toward me. Keone seemed to think that now was her chance, and she quickly approached without a sound, and with a sharp sword blow, she sent the head of the 4 arms machine flying. Yes, we did it. No, not yet. It's not shutting down. As Fairy had said, the 4 arms machine was moving without a care in the world, even though its head had been blown off. He turned around and unleashed a magic strike at Kiku Ikemanji. Keone didn't expect the headless attack, so she took the attack head-on. Unlike Arleo 2, Kiku Ikemanji was not that strong. He was damaged to the point that his armor came off from his chest to his shoulders. Keone will be in danger if this continues. I shook off the clinging zombie magicrafts and grabbed onto the 4 arms machine. Then the 4-armed machine made the most of the advantage of having 4 arms, holding me down with 2 and attacking me with the other 2. It has a lot of power, but this level of attack doesn't faze Arleo 2. I'm more worried about the damaged Kiku Ikemanji. It's dangerous, so I told him to stay back. No, this level of damage is not a problem. I won't be blindsided again, so don't worry. In spite of my concerns, Keone refused to step back. It seems that she was very frustrated with the blow that she just received. However, I don't care about Keone's strange pride. In its current state, if Kiku Ikemanji is hit again, it will be fatal. In order to prevent that, it is necessary to stop the movement of this thing as soon as possible. Fairy, that thing on his back, can you hit it from the front? The great elemental line, yes, it is possible, but most of it is behind the capsule, making it very difficult to aim. I know it's difficult, but if we destroy it, it will stop. The great elemental line is the second most important part after the Ludia core, where the nerves of the magicraft are concentrated. There's a pretty good chance we'll be able to shut it down. All right. Give me the exact location. Yes. If you're going to hit it from the front, you need to aim as close as you can for the bottom of the capsule. Just under the capsule. The 4 arms machine also reacted to my movements. However, perhaps it was during the cool time of the magic strike. It attacked me while waving its staff around. I didn't fight back and kept my aim steady since there was no room for error. Yura, watch out. Keone shouted a warning when she saw the enemy's movement. Perhaps the cool time was over. The 4-armed machine stopped hitting with his staff and made a gesture of unleashing a magic strike. But I had been waiting for this moment. Now, the moment he unleashed the magic shot, he stopped moving, so I thrust my sword towards the lower part of the capsule. After the feeling of piercing the armor, the sword penetrates the body of the 4 arms machine and reaches its back. Okay, the capsule is safe. The question is whether or not the 4 arms machine will stop. However, the 4 arms machine did not stop. He threw down his staff and made a gesture to pull out the sword that stabbed him. Damn it. It's not stopping, I thought, but the movement of the 4 arms machine became slower and slower. Finally, it came to a complete stop. Yura, please remove the capsule and return to Mirai immediately. The magicraft is shutting down, and so is her life support system. If you don't get her into a medical pod immediately, she will die. Oh, okay. I took out the capsule from the 4 arms machine and hurried to Mirai. Chapter 382, You Must Live, Jean. Get the medical pod ready. On the way back to Mirai, I asked Jean to do so, following Fairy's advice that I should prepare the reception first. What's going on? Someone's hurt. I'll explain later. All right, I'll be ready. Once inside Mirai's hangar, Fairy's pseudo-body begins to move. There is an effective distance for remote control of Fairy's pseudo-body. It's about 50 meters away from Arleo 2, where the main body is located. That's why the pseudo-body inevitably goes into rest mode when I go out. But this time, the moment Fairy entered the effective range, she activated the pseudo-body and rushed over to Jean, who was preparing the medical pod. Yura, destroy the capsule so it doesn't hurt her. Fairy makes a difficult request sound so easy. As I was hesitating how to destroy it, Kion, who came back with me, called out, I'll do it. Yuta is a rough worker like father, so he's not good at delicate work. We haven't known each other that long, but I know her well. It's true that Kion is more qualified for this kind of work. Kion received the capsule with Kiku Ikamanji and stared at it to assess its structure. She then destroyed the capsule with a little bit of force, so as not to break the cords or any part that was even slightly connected to the human body. By the looks of it, it seems to have worked. Kion places the broken capsule on the floor of the hangar. Fairy's pseudo-body enters the broken capsule and removes the woman from the device. Jane, help me carry her. Oh my, Jean, not knowing the details, was puzzled but followed Fairy's words and helped carry the woman to the medical pod. Nagisa and Linacarlo, who remained to escort Murai, also came back after realizing that the situation was not normal. What's going on? I'll explain later. Right now our first priority is to help her. Nagisa, who could read the air, didn't ask any more questions. Linacarlo also seemed to have seen the exchange and said nothing. Jean and Fairy politely place her in the med pod. As they closed the pod, Fairy looked at the med pod's instruments to check the situation. She shook her head as if the readings were not good. Is she going to make it? She's on life support, but saving her will be a different matter. What do you mean? Her mind and body have sustained damage beyond what is considered normal. The astral damage is particularly severe, and it may be difficult for her to return to her normal state of mind. How is that possible when she's finally free from the painful situation? We will do our best. Fortunately, we are going to a place with advanced medical facilities. Maybe we can find a way to help her. Maybe she was trying to make me feel hopeful. Although I couldn't see the expression on her pseudo-body, I could sense the nuance of sad reality in her tone. But even if hope is slim, there is still a chance if she stays alive. I looked at her lying in the capsule. She looked so innocent that I guessed she wasn't that much older than me. I don't know why she was in such a horrible situation, but I think she has the right to be happy for what she has been through. Chapter 383, The Malice of Loneliness / It seems that the people who invaded the facility have defeated my masterpiece magic machine, George. How is it possible that a force developed for use against Class 3 can be defeated? No way. The 3 pillars of Fairyrudia. No, it can't be. Zeus, one of the 3 pillars, must be dead, while Cluny and Dafstal must have been sealed away. The only one who can break the seal is Fairyrudia, but she must have disappeared in the quantified world. No being would be able to revive the 3 pillars anymore. Then there is the possibility of Raphishal's twin gods, Astaroth and Pernicissa, but I don't think those two would switch from Astaroth and Beelzebub. Furthermore, I heard that the twin gods were also sealed by Raphishal. This is unlikely considering that Raphishal, who applied the seal, is also imprisoned in the giant beast's lair by Fairyrudia. I don't believe that a new Class 3 has been born. Even if that is the case, it would be impossible to make it grow enough to rival the Class 3 of the old civilization in this day and age, when most boosting technology has been lost. The more I thought about it, the more I couldn't understand it. Who the hell are those people? I have to say that both the Magicrafts and the Riders are out of this world, but that doesn't mean I can just ignore them. It seems that the only way to get rid of them is to use the ones that lie at the deepest level, but that could be a double-edged sword. If I'm not careful, not only this facility but the entire continent might be destroyed. It's that dangerous. No, maybe with my newly developed technology, I can take complete control of it. If that happens, I will have the most powerful strength. That's right. I am a genius. Geniuses are allowed to do whatever they want. God will allow me to use that technology. I just replenished it 5 years ago, so I still have a stock of human lives to fuel it. I must make preparations as soon as possible. Raphishal, Fairyrudial, those who have disrespected me watch me. And I will remind you that you are not the real geniuses. No, it's not enough to remind you. I'm going to carve it into every inch of your soul and show you who I am. a true genius and supreme being. It is inevitable that this demiurgus will rise to the top of the human race. For now, I'm holed up in this basement, but I'll surely take it all. I should rule the world. Only when I, a genius, rule will all mankind be happy. No amount of sacrifice is unavoidable to achieve this. After all, there are plenty of people out there, so there will be no shortage of fuel. Let's get started. It's time to wake up the deadliest monster of all. Chapter 384. The deepest level after the battle in the graveyard. We were moving on. Since then, nothing in particular had interfered, and we were making good progress, but that tends to make us relax. Jean, who was piloting Murray with a big yawn, said something like this. I guess they are out of stuff, no sign of interference. We can't let your guard down. Something big is bound to happen after a quiet period like this. Keon calmly commented on Jean's distracted words. I'm no longer surprised by anything that comes my way. I want to bring my father back to life as soon as possible, save the girl, and then get the hell out of here. The girl inside the four-armed magic craft is lying dormant in a medpod. I want to save her somehow too. Ferry was checking on Dad and that girl's condition on the remote terminal of the medical pod, while also glancing at the map. Such a busy genius scientist informed me this while we were descending into the big bottom hole. We've finally reached the lowest level. There should be an advanced medical facility ahead of us. The lowest level was a rather large space. In the center of it, there was a large dome-shaped structure. Perhaps that was where the facility they were aiming for was located. However, there was something familiar in that space on the lowest level. Nagisa shouted in surprise. Wait a minute. Isn't that the same thing we saw on the upper levels? There was something that resembled an insect cocoon, and to my surprise, it was more than one. No way, Jean's face changed as he said this. There were dozens of them, even at a cursory glance. Even one of them was a nuisance, but this many would be a disaster. Are they all giant beast weapons? Looks like it. I don't think we're going to make it to the medical facility until we get rid of them. The cocoons of the giant beast weapons were surrounding the structure in the center. It would be impossible to ignore them. Well, we'll just have to fight, won't we? I said resignedly, and Linicarlo agreed. That's right. We'll just go and get it over with. Linicarlo, don't be so casual about it. That monster was pretty strong. As Nagisa said, it was not an easy opponent to beat. Even though they were strong, we already defeated them once. There's no need to be afraid of them now that they're more numerous. You're right. We already know the strength of the enemy, and if we are not careless, we can manage. When Linicarlo said it, it was a bit of a stretch, but when Keon said it, it was very convincing. It's true that with this group, we might be able to make it work. Everyone immediately boarded their magicrafts and set off. We'll take them out one by one. Work together and kill them quickly, Jean instructed simply. I want to, but I don't know if it will work that well. As we approached one of the cocoons, we immediately began to attack it. The cocoons must have noticed us, because they extended their threads like tentacles and counterattacked. All of us had some experience fighting this thing, so we seemed to have some idea of its movements. We all avoided the attack without any trouble. Keon approaches the cocoon while avoiding the attack of the white thread. As soon as she was in range, she quickly slashed at it, and the sharp sword blow sliced through the solid cocoon and made a hole. Then, as expected, a giant spider weapon jumped out from inside. This was the second time, so I was not surprised. Nagisa hit the giant beast weapon that jumped out with all her might. It seems to be quite powerful, and the head that took the direct hit bent in a strange direction. Linicarlo's lightning strike followed up, and the dense lightning penetrated the giant beast weapon like a laser beam. It looks like it's already on its last breath, but I'm going to finish it off, so I cut the giant beast's weapon in half. Chapter 385. The power of numbers. I defeated the first giant beast weapon. Maybe it's because I'm getting used to it, but I think I won more easily than when I fought the previous one. Hey guys, look around. Nagisa suddenly raised her voice. How long has this been going on? While we were fighting one of them, cocoons of giant beast weapons had gathered around us, and their number of them had multiplied to an uncountable extent. I had assumed that they would not move in their cocoon state, but I had never imagined that this would happen. Watch out. It looks like they're using the white threads to move. Jean seemed to have witnessed the movement and told us. It seems that they use the white threads for attacks and to move. A white thread was released simultaneously from the dozens of cocoons surrounding us. The amount of white threads that was released was too much to count and could not be avoided. The threads entwined around all of us. Damn it. There's so many of them. Ugh, squishy and disgusting. I never thought I'd be strapped into one of these things. No, let me go. The tangled white threads tighten up the magicrafts mercilessly with tremendous force. I have to do something about this white thread or I'm going to be killed. I check the material of the thread. The weak point of this cocoon is the flame. A hot flame can burn the thread. At a time like this, it would be nice to have a Lana who uses flame magic strikes. Fairy, there's nothing to burn. The material to be burned is the white threads of the cocoons. How do I ignite them? One of the elements of the 4-element cannon is fire. Arleo 2 and Victor, who can use the 4-element cannon, can make fire. Oh my god, I didn't know the 4-element gun had such a use. Yes. Lina Carlos, you heard Fairy. What do you want me to do? I've sent the single-element release instructions to Fairy Roman 2 of Victor. Please follow the instructions. Yes. Everyone gather around whether you roll or crawl. There is a possibility that the flames will not reach the target if they are far apart. The success rate will be higher if we are as close together as possible. Despite the restraints and tightening, we all manage to crowd close together. There I execute a single elemental release. Flames billowed out from Arleo 2 and Victor. It was not very powerful as a means of attack, but it was enough to ignite the white threads. In the blink of an eye, the flames spread to the surrounding area. Yes, it's working. That's what it seemed like to me, but Fairy told me the reality. No, it's not hot enough. At this rate, the fire will be extinguished before it burns out. What am I supposed to do? Increase the oxygen level and the flame temperature will increase. Oxygen. Kayon, who was listening, immediately reacted. Leave it to me. Kiku Ikemanji has a wind magic strike. A tornado-like movement of air is created around Kiku Ikemanji. It is not strong enough to extinguish the burning flames, but it gently pumps oxygen into them. Then the flames gain more and more momentum. The flames that had been engulfed by the tornado flared wide as they rose, turning the threads of the giant beast weapon's cocoon into charcoal. It worked. The white threads that held us in place were burned away and we were free. Chapter 386. Battle against the giant beast weapons. The white threads that had been restraining me burned away and I was free. Now here comes the real battle. Most of the encircling cocoons were engulfed by the flames and were set on fire. Spider-like giant beast weapons hurriedly jumped out from inside the cocoons. Disgusting. You should burn up quietly. Lina Carlo unleashes a magical strike of lightning with high penetrating power. It pierces and defeats one of the giant beast weapons that jumped out of the cocoons. I've already seen through you. You are no longer my enemy. Kion read the giant beast weapon's movements and approached it while avoiding its attacks. She then attacked it with quick strikes to the head, chest, and stomach. The behemoth collapsed while screaming. It seemed that she had spotted its weakness and attacked it with pinpoint accuracy. Oh no, Nagisa didn't like the creepy look of the giant beast weapon. I could tell that she was aggravated. This was evident in her movements as well. She punched one of the giant beast weapons that had jumped out of its cocoon a little too roughly, destroying its head. She then grabbed another one and dragged it down to the ground, stomping on its head and destroying it. Even so, all three of them seemed to have got a little more accustomed to the giant beast weapon. Or rather, their combat power was clearly improving. I remembered that Rafashal had told me once that those who started Ludia training would be able to produce the same effect as training in normal combat. Perhaps all three of them had an increase in their Ludia value due to their combat experience. Even though the three of them had grown up and become stronger, it would be shameful for the only boy to be left alone, so I headed for the remaining giant beast weapon. The cocoon reacted to my approach and released a white thread. I dodged the strings and closed the gap between us. Then I released one element, spitting out flames and showering the cocoon with them. The cocoon burst into flames. The fire was too weak to burn out, but the flames spread throughout the cocoon. Unlike Kion, I cannot control the wind, but I can create it. I swing my sword quickly and use sword pressure to create a gust of wind. When the oxygen increases due to the wind, The flames grow larger for a moment. The giant beast weapon inside the cocoon sensed the danger of this situation and jumped out. I swung my sword down on the giant beast weapon that had jumped out. It was sliced in half and fell to the ground. Whether it was fear of being burned or confusion, the remaining giant beast weapon that had its cocoon intact jumped out by itself, and I fired a series of magic light bullets at it. I approached the giant beast weapon, which cowered after being hit by a magic bullet and cut off its head. Even though the head was gone, it still moved and attacked, so I avoided it. I then swung my sword sideways to cut it down. There were quite a few of them, but I was able to eradicate them in a few minutes of fighting. Now we can enter the medical facility with peace of mind. All right, that's it. They are weaker than when we first fought. They certainly didn't seem that threatening. At first, I was in a hurry when I was restrained, but after that, I was able to eradicate them with ease. It was partly because we found out that fire was their weakness, and partly because we got used to fighting this type of giant beast weapon, but I think it was also because we all grew up before we knew it. Just as I was about to return to Murai, relieved that the threat was gone, someone spoke to me in a loud voice that echoed throughout the large floor. Ha 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 ha, interesting. It's really interesting that you can defeat my giant beast weapons so easily. What? Who is it? As I was responding to the mysterious voice, the other side introduced itself. I am Demiurgus and I am in charge of this facility. I forgive you for intruding without invitation, but you will pay for it. The owner of the voice said his name was Demiurgus, and Fairy reacted to it. No way, Demiurgus is still alive. Do you know him, Fairy? Yes, it's the name of the scientist with the most atrocious ideas I know. Fairy said this with a lot of disgust. If she dislikes him so much, I can imagine how bad his character is, even without actually meeting him. Chapter 387. The Descent. I apologize for entering without permission, but we didn't expect anyone to be there either. Yes, you should have told us if you had a problem with it. There is no need to scare us with strange spiders and magicrafts. Fairy reacted with disgust, but the fact that we had intruded without permission made me apologize through the external sound output. I don't need excuses, it doesn't matter anymore. I've decided to discard this facility. What do you mean discard? I'll blow it up and erase everything. Demiurgus said something outrageous. If he did that, I wouldn't be able to revive Father or heal the girl. Wait a minute. You can't do that. I've already made up my mind and I don't care what you do. But we still have some time before the bomb goes off. It would be a small price to pay for breaking into this facility to let you off with a mere explosion. I'll let you die while tasting despair. Good, it looks like there's still time. We have to stop the explosion somehow. But I'm curious about the word despair. Is something else going to come up? Jane, what's going on? It looks like he's going to blow up this facility. Fairy, do you know where the explosives are? I asked Fairy. I don't know the exact location, but I don't think there are enough explosives set to destroy this vast facility. He's probably trying to destroy the pillars that support the facility. After analyzing the map, the explosives are probably located at a point on the bottom of that medical facility. Okay. Let's hurry up and disarm them. Just as everyone was about to rush to the medical facility after hearing Fairy's words, a sound like an earth tremor echoed. Yura, I can feel a huge energy. I don't think Demiurgus was bluffing when he said that earlier. How huge is huge? Rank SSS Giant Beast corresponds to that of the highest class of giant beasts ever. Be careful, an SSS rank giant beast far surpasses the combat power of a Class 3 magicraft. She said it was stronger than Class 3. That's a big deal. The unidentified giant energy opponent blew the ground away like a volcanic eruption. It seems to be a giant beast after all. It's also a mythical SSS rank. I never thought I'd see something like that here. The SSS class giant beast was bigger than Murai and had the appearance of a dragon from a CG movie I saw some time ago. It was intimidating, aggressive, reptilian-looking and strong. Oh no, look at that. On the head of the giant beast. Nagisa said this with a sorrowful cry. It is true that there seemed to be something foreign buried in the forehead of the giant beast. Wait a minute, that's the same as that magicraft, Epsilon Core. And that core it was a situation that made me want to cover my eyes. In the Epsilon Core on the forehead of the giant beast, There were more than 10 people squeezed in. Is he trying to use the Epsilon core to control the giant beast? That's impossible. There's no way he can control an SSS-class giant beast. If Ferry says it's impossible, then it's probably impossible. And with that many people trapped in the core, what kind of guy is he? Even a class 3 is no match for him. I'll deal with the giant beast, and you guys go stop the bombs. I had a feeling that the giant beast was dangerous, and if we all fought together, someone would die. That's why I chose to fight alone, even if I was nervous and Fairy agreed with me. She seemed to understand that the only ones who could fight that monster were me and Arleo too, a Class 2 Magicraft. Chapter 388, Roar, I'll stay and fight too. Linicarlo started to get self-centered again. No, Linicarlo. If we don't stop the bombs, we'll all die anyway. But just go. She still seemed to want to say something, but Nagisa intervened. Linicarlo, let's leave this to Yura. The way he said it means that he knows what he's doing. When that happens, he's often making the right choice. As expected of my childhood friend Nagisa, we've known each other for a long time, and she seems to have understood my feelings. At Nagisa's words, Linicarlo reluctantly agreed. Leaving me behind, the three of them, along with Mirai, headed for the medical facility, where the explosives were believed to be planted. After seeing everyone off, I slowly confronted the giant beast that was coming towards me. Fairy, does that beast have any weaknesses? I asked hopelessly. It has no fatal weaknesses. However, I believe that an attack to the head would be most effective. The head has an Epsilon core. I'd rather not attack it if I can help it. The giant beast unexpectedly looked up. Just as I was wondering what it was going to do, there was a burst of sound so strong that it resonated directly in my brain. The volume was so loud that I panicked and covered my ears. However, even though I covered my ears, I could still feel the shock that shook my brain. I felt like I was going crazy with the unpleasant sensation of severe seasickness. Lethal roar. A less resistant rider would have died of shock from that. Fairy said a scary thing without hesitation. I'm not sure if it recognized me as its prey or not, but the giant beast came towards me. A powerful energy is being generated within the beast's body. It's probably going to unleash a breath. What the hell is a breath? There was no need for Fairy to explain. The moment I saw that the giant beast's mouth was glowing faintly, a strong flash of light flashed, and then a light like a beam cannon was shot towards me. Please avoid it. My consciousness tells the operating sphere to evade immediately. I leaped to the side and rolled to avoid it, but the moment I felt the heat, the ground where I was gouged out and disappeared. In addition, the heat rays from the giant beast are moving in pursuit of Arleo too, who has evaded the attack. Thinking it would be dangerous to run sideways, I took flight. The heat ray pursued Arleo too, who fled into the air for a while. But as I zigzagged to avoid it, the giant beast's breath finally stopped. That's a lot of power, Fairy. Would Arleo too have been able to withstand a direct hit from that? You can barely survive one hit without a shield. Even at full throttle, the most you can withstand is 2 or 3 blows. This is an attack that I must take seriously. I'm not going to win if I keep getting attacked and fired a barrage of magic bullets. But I was still worried about the Epsilon core and hesitated to aim at the head. So I just aimed at the body. The magic bullets that landed on the thick skin were flicked off and didn't seem to do any damage. An attack like that won't be able to damage an SSS-class giant beast. I have to approach it and attack with my sword. Please be careful. Even Arleo too won't be able to survive a physical attack from that huge body. All right, I'll try not to get hit. With that, I flew and approached the giant beast. The giant beast turned to face the approaching Arleo too and prepared itself. Chapter 389, Monster Episode 389. Monster, the giant beast roars at the approaching Arleo too. The violence of the strong sound strikes me, however. The pressure is not as heavy as it was when I was hit earlier. The external sound of Arleo 2 has been cut off. Since you can no longer hear any external sounds, please use your vision to judge your opponent's movements. It's certainly quieter than usual. It might be a little difficult to fight since I can't detect the enemy's movements using sounds, but it might be the only way to counter that roar. The giant beast moves towards Arleo 2. It swung its tail in a big swing and slammed down. I couldn't avoid it fast enough, and the moment I made contact with it, I felt a heavy impact. Damn! It's so fast, I almost lost my balance but managed to get back up. However, the onslaught of the giant beast did not end. It attacked me with its tail again. Yura, please escape upwards. There is no way to escape against a horizontal swinging attack. As Fairy said, I'll avoid it by going up. The giant beast pursued Arleo too, who had escaped by climbing up. It opened its mouth wide and released a breath. A destructive heat ray attacked. As I turn to avoid it, I come into contact with the high-temperature radiation emitted by the heat ray. This caused some of the parts of Arleo 2 legs to melt slightly. If I don't avoid the direct hits, I'll be in trouble. I circled around, looking for an opportunity to approach, but the giant beast turned its head to match Arleo 2 movements and threatened me. If I approached it unexpectedly, I would fall prey to its breath attack. I wish I could somehow distract it, but I can't think of a way. Fairy, is there any way you can make a distraction? I've been analyzing it, and it seems that the giant beast doesn't have good eyesight. It seems to be reacting to sound and heat. We'll use that to our advantage. How do we do that? First, get right on top of the giant beast. As Fairy said, I flew right above the giant beast. The giant beast followed me and looked up. Now, drop the quake bomb. The quake bomb is a mine-like weapon, 2 of which are attached to Arleo 2 waist. I didn't think I'd ever have a chance to use them, but now seemed to be the time. I did as I was told and dropped the quake bomb. Shoot the quake bomb with the magic light bullets. As soon as the bomb is destroyed, turn and approach the enemy. I finally understood Fairy's intentions, so I fired a series of magic light bullets to destroy the falling quake bomb. A large explosion occurred with a roaring sound and flames. Of course, this kind of attack couldn't damage the giant beast, but the beast, which reacts to sound and heat, focused its attention on the explosion. While it was paying attention to the explosion, I went around and jumped into the bosom of the giant beast. Okay, it worked. The giant beast didn't seem to notice my approach. With the momentum gained from the turn, I aimed my sword at the beast's stomach and stabbed it. The sword bites into the belly. However, the sword did not budge from there. It was neither pulled out nor stabbed. With this attack, the giant beast seemed to have noticed Arleo 2 approach. I was swung around by its movements, but I held on tightly to the sword to keep it in my hand. As I felt that I was about to lose the sword, I decided to pull it out and leave. Holding the sword firmly in both hands, I put my feet on the giant beast's body and pulled it out with all my might. However, the giant beast opened its large mouth toward Arleo 2 and tried to bite him with its sharp fangs. I managed to escape the fangs, but the giant beast used its tail to launch a series of attacks. There was no way to avoid this given the timing. Shields deployed. Shock resistance system activated. Just when I thought I was in trouble, Fairy's voice was heard. The next moment, I felt a strong impact and Arleo 2 was blown away. Chapter 390. Fear. It was quite an impact, but thanks to the shield and shock resistance, the damage to Arleo 2 was minimal. I was grateful for Fairy's quick response and thought about my next move. From the feeling of the sword in its stomach, I don't think it took much damage. Even if I continue to attack it with my sword, it would be difficult to defeat it. However, even so, a powerful attack with firepower such as the 4-element cannon could destroy the Epsilon core in its head, or if I'm not careful, the facility could collapse before it explodes. Fairy, what should I do? How can I beat that monster? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't come up with a good idea. In a moment of weakness, I asked for advice from the erudite Fairy. Yura, you're not even using 20% of the Arleo 2 capability right now. Could it be that you are afraid of that giant beast? I huffed when she said that. It was true that I had never seen such a huge monster before, only in the movies. The giant beasts and the giant beast weapons I had fought before had been powerful, but they had never given me such a sense of despair. No matter how strong I am, I still have little to fear from those within my imagination. However, when it comes to an unknown opponent that I have never imagined before, I feel more fear than I should. I remember Nagis's father telling me such a story a long time ago. It is true that I never imagined that such a huge beast existed in real life. I wasn't aware of it, but it seemed that I was terrified of this giant beast. Maybe it was because of its size, and the fact that its appearance resembled that of a fearsome monster from an old movie I had seen. I've been shrinking in fear more than I should, but there's no need to be afraid. With the power of the Class 2 Magicraft Arleo 2, I should be able to defeat that monster. The giant beast that had been chasing and repeatedly attacking Arleo 2 suddenly looked up. I thought it was going to roar again, but it didn't. The giant beast bent forward and made a squirming motion. Then pale blue lightning appeared around the beast. It began to buzz and discharge, spreading wide. The range of the electric discharge spread out quickly and hit Arleo 2 directly. But Arleo 2 repelled the attack, which I believe was quite powerful. Yura, you're doing great. Your Ludia concentration rose since a moment ago, and the power of the shield has increased. I need to focus more. Arleo 2 power is way higher than this. As the giant beast thought I couldn't be defeated with electrical discharge, it switched to physical attack again. It approached me, swaying its huge body, and attacked me with its large tail. Maybe it was because I had cooled down a bit, but I could see its movements better. I avoided the attack of the tail by a paper-thin margin, and approached the giant beast to attack it again with my sword. Quickly and sharply. Harder. I put all my strength into my grip on the sword, as if I were injecting energy into it. Then, as if my feelings were transmitted to the sword, a pale aura appeared to envelop it. Automatic enchantment activated. Self-boost manifested. It appears to be a hidden gimmick set up by Rafishal. I remember Rafishal's face when he smiled and said, "There are a lot of tricks in Arleo 2. I don't know what the function is, but it seems to have increased my attack power somehow. All right, this is a great opportunity." I swung my sword, which was enveloped by a pale aura, and seemed to have doubled in size at the giant beast. Chapter 391, Bomb Disposal / Gene. Leaving the giant beast to Yura, we went to deal with the explosives. The dome-shaped building in the center was large and had multiple entrances. We wanted to go in through the nearest entrance, but since we were so close to the giant beast, we took the long way around and headed for the gate at the far end. "Jane, I was just wondering, are you capable of handling explosives?" Linicarlo asked with concern. "I can do simple things. What if the explosives are complicated? We'll think of something else then. It would certainly be very troubling if it was a difficult explosive, but I don't have time to think about that right now. I just hope it has a simple structure. I don't want to be buried alive. We'll have to take care of it any way we can. I don't want to die that way either, so I'll take care of them somehow." "Jane, there's an enemy presence at the gate," Nagisa, who was ahead of me, announced. "Damn, I knew it wouldn't be so easy, but there's no time. Murai is going to go right into it. I'm sorry, but please follow me." As she said this, Nagisa's Diatina and Kion's Kiku Ikamanji stepped in front of Murai to prepare for the enemy's attack. Linicarlo followed Murai for defense. The enemy is more than 24 magicrafts. If all of them are the same type as the magicraft that Yuta and Kion struggled with, it's pretty bad. I hope that they are somehow lower-level enemies. Even as we approached the enemy, Murai did not slow down. Diatina and Kiku Ikamanji stood against the approaching enemies. At first contact, Kion's Kiku Ikamanji repelled the sword from the enemy's machine. I was a little relieved to see that. It seems that they are not too strong. Nagisa handles the enemy approaching from the right. Diatina, who had been holding a relaxed stance against the enemy with a huge axe, suddenly accelerated. She quickly closes the distance between them, knocks down the axe, and then hits him in the face with a palm strike. It seems that Diatina's close combat ability far exceeded that of her opponent. The enemy's machine that received the palm strike had its head blown off. "Kion, Nagisa, I'm leaving this place to you," I called out as I passed between the two of them. They responded by raising their hands lightly. "Linicarlo, I'm counting on you from here. If anything comes up, you're on it. You can count on me and Victor to eliminate any enemy." Linicarlo was confident. There were several more structures inside the dome-shaped building. In the center of the dome, a large pillar stretched out as if to pierce the sky. That was probably the important pillar of this facility. The explosives are probably planted there. Linicarlo, check with Ferry Roman 2. Are you sure the location of the explosives is under that central building? When I ask this, I hear a voice on the comms whispering to Ferry Roman 2 to confirm. She says there's a pretty good chance they are there. Let's stop them as soon as we can. When I reached the central building, I brought Murai to a stop. I then grabbed some tools and tried to leave Murai. Mr. Jean will accompany you. The ones who said that were Amitz and Miri. They are armed with swords and ready to go. Sorry, I'm not much of a fighter, so that helps. I gratefully accept the proposal. There was a possibility that we would have to fight hand to hand. I knew that I could rely on the strength of the two soldiers. Chapter 392. Intrusion/Jean as a precaution. I tore off the spirit box that was installed on Murai and carried it on my back. If the need arose, I would ask Ferry for her wisdom in disarming the explosives. Linicarlo, I need you to break down the door to the building. There was no time to pry open the lock and break in, so Linicarlo destroyed the door without hesitation. We quickly entered the building through the broken door. The building seems to be unoccupied. There is no sign of anyone inside. The explosives must be at the bottom of this building. Is there a staircase or something that leads down? I opened the door and searched for a staircase but couldn't find one. Linicarlo, who had come in through the narrow entrance of the destroyed door, heard my words and made a suggestion. Jean, how about I destroy the floor with Victor? It was an absurd suggestion, but it might be the fastest way. However, the equipment in this facility is planned to be used later, so destroying too much of it would be a problem later on. We're going to use the equipment in this facility. There's definitely a route down there somewhere, so let's find it. After searching around for a while, I finally found a sturdy-looking shutter. There seemed to be a good chance that I could get to the bottom from here. However, I don't know how to open the shutter. I guess I'll have to ask Linicarlo for help. Linicarlo, please pry open this shutter. Yes, Victor put his fingers under the shutter and lifted it as hard as he could. The shutter opened with a cracking sound. Okay, the passage leads down as expected. I think I can get Victor through here. It certainly looks like a corridor for transporting materials with a magicraft, and it's about that big. We proceeded down the passage with Victor in the lead. At the end of the passageway was a large space with a large pillar stretching out in the middle. That was probably the support pillar for this facility. Around the pillar, there was a lumpy object about the size of a magicraft attached to it. That's the bomb. There's something approaching. After all, they were not going to let me disarm the explosives easily. 3 quadrupedal machines that appeared to be guardians appeared. I'll take care of them. Jean should concentrate on the explosives. I'm counting on you, Linicarlo. All 3 guardians turned their attention towards Victor, as if they recognized him as an enemy rather than a flesh and blood human. Amitz and Miri approached the explosives in the meantime. However, it also seemed to be prepared for human opposition. A strange thing with wheels was coming towards us, making a shuffling sound. Damn small guardians. Miri and I will hold that one off. You deal with the bomb. Thanks. With that, they nodded, took their swords, and confronted the small guardian. In the meantime, I approached the explosive. I had to check the structure first. I tried to use the tool to remove the surface of the explosive, but it didn't go very well because the tool I brought seemed to be of a different model. Damn, if I forcefully remove it, it might explode. Frustrated, I managed to remove some of the parts of the explosive device. Then I looked inside and was stunned. I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm not even sure what the logic behind the bomb is, let alone the details. A large bead of sweat ran down my forehead. Chapter 393. Sword Aura. The sword, enlarged by the pale aura, effortlessly sliced through the solid skin of the giant beast. Moreover, the sword's wide blades seemed to have caused too much damage for the giant beast to ignore. The giant beast's shoulders were sliced open and it began to flail violently, whether in pain or to avoid danger. I rose up and temporarily left the giant beast that was rampaging wildly. I thought he might have lost his mind due to anger, but he remained calm and fired a breath at the rising Arleo too. I felt that I could cut it. I didn't avoid the breath and slashed down with my aura sword. When the blue aura and the breath collided, sparks scattered, and just as I expected the sensation to be, the aura sword twisted and scattered the breath. I knew that Rafishel had been researching the high compression of aura for a long time, but I am surprised that he had managed to perfect it to such a level. As a fellow researcher, Ferry was both surprised and mildly jealous. The giant beast unleashed more breaths. Looking at it calmly, the giant beast was full of gaps when it was releasing its breath. I accelerated towards the giant beast at once. It consumes a lot of ether to fly at super high speed, but I decided that this was the time to attack. I zigzagged to avoid the breath it released, closed the gap between us and slashed its torso. His chest was slit wide open and an indescribable colored liquid sprayed out. The liquid seemed to be its blood. The giant beast howled into the sky, splashing blood. Then something went wrong. It seemed to be excited, looking up and roaring again and again. It appears that the giant beast is getting serious. Please be careful. The SSS-class giant beast that once slaughtered tens of thousands of riders is about to show its true colors. He wasn't serious before. It's his survival instinct. He started to breathe strangely, and the way it looked at me changed. Its muscles began to expand, and its body seemed to have grown a size larger. Then, with a single glare, it flew towards Arleo 2 in the sky. He jumped rather than flew, but his leaping power was tremendous. He got close to me at once. Too fast, as the giant beast approached, it waved its swollen arms and slashed at me with its sharp claws. I immediately used my aura sword to repel the claws. However, it was so powerful that even Arleo 2 was forced back by the recoil. It was quite a powerful attack, but Arleo 2 was not defeated. The claws that bounced back with the aura sword were cruelly destroyed. Breath! The giant beast seemed to be even angrier now that its claws had been broken, and unleashed a breath attack. I felt that it would be dangerous to assume that the close-range breath attack of the giant beast would have the same power as the previous ones. Shields fully deployed. Defensive field is rapidly expanding. It was an incomparable breath attack from earlier. The swirling heat rays came at me in such a large mass that there was no way to escape. But even so, the current Arleo 2 defensive performance was better. The white light of the breath dispersed in front of Arleo 2 and scattered in the air. Since it was not flying, the giant beast released its breath and then fell, so I accelerated to follow it. After the breath, the giant beast was full of gaps. If I attacked its head now, which was its weak point, I could kill it. However, when I saw the people inside the Epsilon core in its head, I decided to abandon that option. Chapter 394. Regeneration. Sorry for not posting for so long, but I was sick. I catch up with the falling giant beast with my super high-speed flight. Then, using the speed of flight, I slash its torso with my aura sword. The flesh ripped open and blood sprayed. However, the durability of the body, which was not its weak point, was still high, and the giant beast was still in good health. SSS-class giant beasts also have the ability to regenerate. If we take too long, we will be at a disadvantage, so think about defeating it quickly. Oh no, it's going to regenerate. Yes. Moreover, it has a mechanism to generate energy inside its body, so the giant beast has unlimited stamina. That's tricky. But I've analyzed the battle data so far, and Arleo 2 has the better fighting power. The key will be how to inflict fatal wounds in a short time, but we have a good chance of winning. Are you suggesting an attack on the head? Rationally speaking, that would be the best option. But I understand that Yura will not do so. Yes, I still think that attacking that Epsilon core is impossible for me. Then let's aim for the base of the tail. It may not be as effective as the head, but it will damage it more effectively than other parts. I'm glad Fairy understands me. If she were a hard-headed support, I'm sure she'd have me aiming for the head. And then I witnessed its regenerative ability. I saw that the wound on his torso, which I had slashed several times, was wriggling and trying to close up. If the damage is healed like that, we are at a disadvantage because of the energy consumption. In order to get to the base of the tail, as Fairy said, I need to go around the back. However, it is not going to be easy, as the giant beast is always looking at me. Before I knew it, the claws I had destroyed had recovered. The giant beast landed on the ground and attacked me, swinging the claws on both arms. It was a very quick and powerful attack, but since I had already beaten it earlier, I had plenty of time to receive it with my aura sword. However, the claw attack seemed to be a feint. Immediately after a series of claw attacks, the giant beast unleashed a breath attack with all the power it could muster. The unexpected breath hit me directly, but the shield and defense field dispersed it. Yura. Neither the shield nor the defense field is infinite. They consume ether, so you can't defend over and over again. Fairy reminds me of this. It's true that the amount of ether remaining was decreasing rapidly. I don't think it's possible, but does the giant beast know this? and is aiming to consume it with its breath attack. Maybe the giant beast is smarter than it looks. At this rate, I'll be forced into a battle of attrition and be killed. I can't fight sluggishly. Concentrate your attack. I'm going to concentrate deeper and harder. I'll save my strength and prepare for a powerful strike. The giant beast fired a series of breaths at me, probably because it doesn't need to worry about exhaustion, but I evaded them, conserving my concentration and strength. I will probably only attack it once with all my might, considering how much ether I have left. I will defeat the giant beast with that one blow. I decide to use super fast flight to get behind the giant beast. This also consumes a lot of ether, but it can't be helped. Seeing the timing of the giant beast's breath attack, I accelerate all at once to get behind it. Then I unleashed all the power I had stored up. Chapter 395. Bomb Squad / Jean. I saw the contents of the explosives and immediately reached for the spirit box. It would be impossible to disarm this guy with my power alone. I immediately tried to ask for Fairy's help, but for some reason I couldn't open a line to Arleo 2. No matter how many times I tried, there was no response. Damn, what the hell is going on at a time like this? Then I tried several times but still no luck, and it seems impossible to ask Fairy what to do. There is no one else who can disarm such an explosive device. I thought so, but then I remembered that there was one other smart guy in my group who could do such a thing besides Fairy, but now Fugaku is deep in the Amurian Federation. I wasn't sure if I could communicate with him successfully since he is quite a distance from here. Well, there was no use thinking about it. Let's try to open a line just for the sake of it. With that in mind, I adjusted the settings of the spirit box to Fugaku. This is Jane. Fugaku, do you copy? Gagaga boo boo gagaga. I knew it was no good. Just when I thought so, a small voice replied. Jean, this is Fugaku. What's going on? Alanis? I'm sorry, but I need you to put Rafishel on the line right away. What's the rush? From the looks of it, it seems that the Sword Saint hasn't been revived yet. Just hurry up. I'll explain what's going on later. Hold on a minute, I'll get him. The wait seemed endless. I was not sure how long it would take for the explosives to detonate, and I was not sure how long I would have to wait. Jean, what's going on? Oh, Tilda Rafishel. I need a little help disarming some explosives. Explosives. I understand. From the looks of it, it sounds like you're in a hurry. Explain the construction of that explosive device to me as best you can. You are indeed the great sage. He seemed to have grasped the general situation just from the word explosives and my behavior. Let me explain. First, I see a container of liquid in the center. Around that container, there are a lot of reddish-black stones. They are covered with a fluffy cotton-like material. There is some kind of machine attached to the edge, and the meter is moving to the right a little bit at a time. Is there white steam? It's coming from the bottom. If so, it's definitely an explosive device based on fusion liquid. Is it bad? Depending on the amount of fusion liquid, a cupful could easily blow up to a 1-kilometer radius. The fusion liquid, it isn't this liquid in the center, is it? There's about 1,000 cups of it. What are they trying to destroy? A research facility. I see. That makes sense. Don't just accept the situation, tell me how to disarm it. If we don't do something fast, it'll blow up. How far has the meter traveled? About 70%. All right, there's still time. Okay, let's start with the temperature rise. Are there any box-shaped devices placed down there? Oh, there is one. Remove it carefully. Don't give it too much of a shock. If you're not careful, it could explode on its own. Seriously. I used a tool to carefully remove the box. I thought my heart would stop when my hand hit the uneven surface of the box while I was removing the screw-like object, but somehow it did not explode. Chapter 396. Another crisis / Jean struggling with the unfamiliar work and the unfamiliar parts. I managed to remove the box-shaped equipment. I got it. What's next? Next, you need to remove the detonator. Remove the box that contains the meter, but you must be more careful because there is a measure in there that can trigger the explosion. Look at the structure first, and then we'll figure out the steps to remove it. Try to open the meter box without too much vibration. Shivering a little, I remove the cover of the box where the meter is located. There are countless wires inside, and I have no idea what they do. How am I supposed to convey these things over the comms? Rafishal, I open the box, but it's so complicated I can't even explain it. Don't worry, it looks complicated, but most of it is dummy wiring. There's only one wire that matters, and that's the one that leads to the explosives. That's all you need to find. You speak lightly, but how am I supposed to find it? There are several structural patterns that we can follow, but it's hard to explain them over the comms. Is Fairy around? She's in the middle of a battle with a powerful giant beast in Arleo 2. Well, that's a problem, but let's go after them one at a time. Check them out one by one. Rafishal does not seem the least bit perturbed to hear that Arleo 2 is fighting a powerful giant beast. It must mean that he trusts Arleo 2, Yura, and Fairy that much. As Rafishal said, it was difficult to get a description of the explosives over the comms. I gave detailed information on the status of the wiring, to which Rafishal would tell me to check some items, and further instructions would be given based on the results. We repeated this several times to analyze the structure of the detonator. Okay, now all we need to do is cut the red line above to disconnect the detonator from the explosive device. As instructed, the red line is snapped off and the work is completed. When I told him this, Rafishal also expressed his relief. I'm glad it's disarmed. I was relieved to hear that too, but then I heard that man's voice. I had miscalculated that there was a technician who could disarm that thing. It was the voice of Demiurgus, the master of this place. The voice sounded like an external output sound, and I could not tell where it was coming from. I looked around for the source of the voice. Then I spotted a figure in the glassed-in terrace room. However, it seems you are at the limit of your ability just by disarming the detonator, he said. Rest assured, that explosive can be detonated without such a thing. What the hell? What do you mean? PFFT, well, it would be useless to explain it to someone who is going to the other side, but I'll tell you. All I have to do is apply a strong external force, and the liquid in the center will explode. It's that simple. When he finished saying this, the ceiling section collapsed and a vicious head emerged. A giant beast. It was the giant beast that was supposed to be fighting Arleo 2. What the hell is going on? I called it here to blow up the explosives. It would be the quickest way to get rid of it, since it would be obliterated when the fusion liquid exploded. Hearing those words, I feel a little relieved. It seems that Yura was not defeated. Chapter 397. Behavior of giant beasts aimed at the base of the tail. The full force of the blow blew off the lower half of the giant beast's body. The beast was cut in half and its upper body rolled off the ground. Not yet. The giant beast is alive. Fairy shouts at me as I let my guard down. I looked and sure enough, the upper body was still moving. I won't let you go. I tried to chase it, but I stalled in the middle of the flight and then fell down. The ether has been depleted. Use the ether pod to rapidly recover. No way, I almost took him down. I can no longer fly due to depletion of ether. During the rapid recovery, my actions are limited, and I cannot chase after the giant beast. In the meantime, the giant beast flees toward the domed building in the center. What was even more frightening was that even while it was fleeing, its missing lower body was beginning to regenerate. Fairy, how soon can I recover? In about 5 minutes, you will recover to 50% of your minimum to be able to act at full strength. 5 minutes. Even so, natural recovery takes several months, depending on the ether concentration. I can't complain about ether pods that can do it in a few minutes. During rapid recovery, flight is not possible, so I chase after the giant beast on foot, but I can't seem to catch up with it at all. Somehow, the giant beast manages to get inside, destroying the building in the center. I think there are more ways to escape, but it seems to have chosen a closed area. We're back up to 50%. Let's go after the giant beast as soon as possible. It would be a nuisance if we let it completely regenerate. Yes, I fly toward the central building, chasing the giant beast. It was not difficult to chase it because its escape route had been blocked. The giant beast was aiming for the basement of the building, destroying the floor. Half of its lower body had already been regenerated. Yura, that is the area with explosives. There is a high probability that Jean and the others are there, so you better check the situation before attacking. Seriously. He ran off to another nasty place. I could no longer attack carelessly, and had no choice but to give up attacking the giant beast once and turn around and head for the basement. The first thing I noticed in the basement was Linacarlo's Victor fighting with 3 guardians. Although it was 3 against 1, Linacarlo seemed to have the upper hand, and 2 of the 3 guardians were already so beaten up that they could barely move. Linicarlo. I thought it was only a matter of time before Linicarlo would defeat them without my help, but considering that the battle with the giant beast was about to begin, I decided it would be better to eliminate them as soon as possible. I closed the gap with the guardian, the most energetic of the 3, and sliced it in half with the aura sword that I had already manifested. The appearance of a new enemy confused the guardians, but Linicarlo did not miss the opportunity. Lightning bolt. Countless lightning bolts produced by Victor strike the 2 guardians. Although the guardians looked like they were capable of evading the lightning, it was impossible for them to avoid it when they were caught in the gap. The guardians who were directly hit collapsed with a cloud of white smoke. Yura, did you defeat the giant beast? Linicarlo, who has calmed down after defeating the guardians, asks me about the situation. I haven't beaten him yet. He ran this way, so I chased after him. Just as he said this, the ceiling in the back collapsed and a huge beast appeared. Upon closer inspection, the worst part was that I could see Jean and the others below the place. Chapter 398. Conclusion. The giant beast broke through the ceiling and entered the underground space. Jean and the others are in danger if this continues, so they immediately went to help them. The beast descends to the basement, destroying the ceiling. It then slithers toward Jean and the others. Jean, Emits, and Miri are trying to get away from the giant beast while fighting with the small guardian. Jean, move behind me. I leap in front of the giant beast to protect Jean and the others. The approaching beast stopped moving when it saw Arleo 2 figure. It seems that the blow I had given it earlier had an effect on it, and it recognized me as a strong enemy. Yura, Demiurgus on that terrace. Don't let him get away. I looked at the place Jean mentioned, and sure enough, I saw a person standing there. Destroy them with the fusion liquid, and prove that I am a genius. Demiurgus also said something I didn't understand, but Ferry reacted. Demiurgus, as usual, you seem to see nothing but yourself. Hearing these words, Demiurgus stops for a moment. However, after taking a breath, he said as if surprised, Ferry, you're Ferry Rudia. No way, weren't you supposed to have disappeared? I knew you sent that magnetic attack. Unfortunately, I was already gone at that time. My colleagues who sensed I was in danger moved me from that storage medium. Damn well, I'll just bury you right here with my own hands. Your hands. You're just inciting that giant beast, aren't you? Shut up. I am in complete control of that giant beast. Then it is my power. You can't possibly control a SSS class beast like that. HMPH. You are a fool not to see reality. And yet here it is, listening to my commands. Giant beast. Kill them quickly. However, the giant beast did not come toward us, but glared at Demiurgus. Then it slowly approached the glass-walled terrace room. What are you doing? I say kill them. You do as you're told. Demiurgus, you have so much talent, but you don't get results because you don't try to understand the true nature of things. The giant beast did not come here to follow instructions. He came here to cut off the source of the radio waves that commanded him. What the hell? That's absurd. Now wait. Stop it. I am your master. Ignoring its voice, the giant beast moves even closer to the glass-walled terrace. Then, as if to unleash its fury, it slammed a powerful breath into it. Not even a scream was heard. In an instant, the place where Demiurgus had disappeared. Poor scientist. Ferry showed some pity at the death of someone she had known for a long time. However, the death of Demiurgus did not mean that the threat of the giant beast disappeared. Most of its lost lower body has regenerated. Linicarlo, take Jean and the others and get away from here. She was about to say something like, I'll fight with you, but she reluctantly agreed to do so, understanding that the protection of Jean and the others was also important. Yura, be careful with the explosives. I know. I won't let the giant beast do anything. This time I'll take it down with a single blow. The attack earlier had barely cut off half his body. That wasn't enough. I had to concentrate more and deliver an even more powerful blow, sharpening my awareness and squeezing the power out of the depths of my being. As I was concentrating my energy, the blue-white aura of the aura sword became even bigger, and the color changed even more. The aura changed from blue-white to gold. Chapter 399. Desperate Kill Fairy exclaims in admiration when she sees the aura sword that has changed to a golden color. The golden fighting spirit materialized into a highly compressed energy reaction. No way. The divine transformation phenomenon. I even thought it was a pipe dream, but I never thought it would come true. Furthermore, Fairy warns me, Yura, be careful. The current attack power of Arleo 2 is far more powerful than the explosives used to destroy this facility. It has the power to destroy the Epsilon core of the giant beast along with the facility. The serious tone of her voice tells me that this is not an exaggerated warning. I must avoid destroying the facility by mistake. I understand. I'll attack the base of the tail carefully. No need for that. With the current Arleo 2, it is possible to defeat the giant beast even by attacking it head-on. Good. Then I'll aim for the center of the giant beast. Yes, that will be enough to defeat it. I'm feeling the energy of the golden aura sword, and I am a little afraid of what will happen if I swing the sword in such a state, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. While I was wondering what to do with the surplus power, the giant beast was about to release its breath toward me. Jean and the others were behind me, so I decided to block it because it would be dangerous for Jean and the others if I avoided it. Fairy, deploy the shield. I'll block the breaths. Shield deployed. Yura, please point your sword at the giant beast. I pointed my sword toward the giant beast as Fairy instructed. At that moment, an intense heat ray shot out from the mouth of the behemoth. However, when the heat ray touched the golden aura sword, it disappeared as if evaporating. Now, let's end this fight. Nodding at her words, I headed toward the giant beast at high-speed flight. Bringing my aura sword forward, I charged straight into the belly area of the giant beast. The impact spreads in a circular motion around the spot where the sword touches, like a whirlpool. The shockwave engulfs the beast like a black hole. Pieces of flesh and other debris disappear without a moment's time to dissipate. The giant beast screams its last cry, and its huge body disappears without any way to regenerate, but the shockwave does not stop spreading, and Fairy gets agitated. Oh no! It was more powerful than I imagined. The body of the giant beast was obliterated without a trace, but the head barely remained. I'm relieved. If the core had been destroyed by this, it would have been nothing to laugh about. I quickly approached the rolled head and removed the Epsilon core. Then I destroyed the last remaining part of the giant beast. The tension finally dissipated as the giant beast finally died. Fairy's tone of voice also changed to a slightly calmer one. It was very powerful. It makes me wonder how much of the equipment in this facility is safe. Oh yeah. If the equipment is out of commission, we're screwed. I hope it's okay. I'm just kidding, don't worry. Looking at the equipment, this area is considered to be the experimental building, so the impact on the medical building that we need will be minimal. That's a relief. It's rare that Fairy makes a joke. She seems much more human than when I first met her in Victor. Yura, what happened? Is everyone all right? Nagisa and Kion, who were not present, rushed over and asked me. I was a little worried about where they had gone, but I was glad they were safe. Demiurgus is dead, the explosion has been stopped, and the giant beast has been defeated. I feel like we've solved some problems. I explained the situation to them in a simple way. At any rate, I was relieved to hear that everyone seemed to be safe. All that remained was to revive my father and heal the girl, and then we would be able to accomplish our goal. Chapter 400. Medical Building. We freed people who had been used in the Epsilon core of the giant beast. Unlike the girl we rescued from that graveyard, they all seemed to have been embedded in the core for only a short time, and they were all in less serious condition. In turn, they were allowed to rest while being treated in the medical pods in Murai. Then we were finally going to revive my dad. We head to the medical wing, which has advanced astral medical equipment that we need. Don't let your guard down yet. Demiurgus may have left a trap, and there may be something else. As Jean said, there is a possibility that traps remain. We headed for the medical building with caution. The medical building was located northeast of the laboratory, where the explosives had been found. Since Fairy had located it based on the map she had memorized, we did not get lost. Fortunately, there was no damage from the battle, and the facilities appeared to be safe. Let's carry Mr. Swordsman and the girls' medical pods. Me, Jean, Ferry's pseudo-body, Emits and Miri will carry the medical parts. Nagisa and Kion will guard us, keeping an eye out in case something comes up. Linacarlo was asked to wait outside in her magicraft in case of emergency. I'm not used to this kind of role, Linacarlo complained, since she was the only one on standby in her magicraft. Well, since she is the least powerful and the least capable in hand-to-hand combat among the members of this group, it was inevitable that she was assigned to such a role. It was unnaturally quiet inside the medical building. Not only was there no noise, but the air was so quiet that there was not even a trickle of breeze. According to Ferry, the entire building is sterile, temperature and humidity are controlled. The entire building is constantly scanned to prevent foreign substances from entering, and to prevent even the slightest change from occurring. However, the quietness of the building changed drastically, and the sound of sirens began to echo loudly. It seemed that the AI managing the medical building had decided that we were trespassing. Ferry's pseudo-body acted calmly in this situation. It approached a nearby electronic terminal and began operating something. The sirens immediately stopped. I hacked into the management program and registered us as guest users. We can now move freely in the medical building. You're good at this. Why don't you check out where we have to go while you're at it? I've already checked. The medical room is on the 7th floor. There is an elevator at the end of the hall. Ferry is so good at her job that even Jean is impressed to the point of being dumbfounded. Perhaps it was because we were registered as guest users, but nothing interfered with our activities. We smoothly arrived at the 7th floor in a large elevator that could accommodate 2 medical pods with room to spare. Please place both medical pods in the center of the room. Ferry began to examine the equipment in the room, nodded and said, "The equipment seems to be working fine." I'm glad to hear that. If the equipment was unusable, all the hard work we've done up to this point would be meaningless. All that was left was to perform the reanimation, and Ferry is working diligently on the preparations. The work was too advanced for us to help, so all we could do was wait and see. Please put the materials you brought for reanimation in there by type. We did as we were told, and put the materials we brought into several circular boxes. When we were done, everything seemed to be ready, and Ferry said emphatically, "Then we will begin the revival." Finally, the revival of my father begins. I had heard that it is not always a success, so I watched anxiously. Chapter 401, Boundary. When Ferry touched the transparent sphere, everything in the room began to glow. Then a faint mist filled the room, and the equipment around it began to move slightly. Father Kion murmurs as she folds her hands in prayer. Her expression is that of a serious fighter, full of spirit and the emotion of wanting her father back. Nagisa, Jean, Emmett and Miri are watching over her with concern. The sphere around the medical pod containing my father glows more intensely. The light becomes a streak and gathers around the medical pod. The gathered light becomes a large, strong mass of light that begins to blink gently. Begin repair of the physical body. Begin scan of the astral body. Soul signals received. Analysis and design of reconstruction begun. I don't even know if things are going well, because I don't understand the mechanism, but Ferry is operating the equipment nonchalantly, with a serious expression on her face. I don't think there are any unforeseen circumstances because she didn't react. Analysis of bio patterns complete. Resuscitation program construction complete. Preparing to chant spells. Begin chanting spell high healing. Begin chanting spell high recovery. Begin chanting spell resurrection. The light from Father's medical pod became even stronger, and its color changed from white to blue-white. Spell normal chanting completed. Catalyst loss due to magical binding confirmed. Bioreactions graphed. As Ferry said this, a sort of 3-dimensional hologram appeared above Dad's medical pod. On it was displayed a single thick line. The resuscitation process is complete. All that remains is to pray for the return of biosigns. What do you want me to do? If the biosigns come back, it's a success. When that line on the graph moves, it means the patient has come back to life. When I heard that, I couldn't help but wish the line would move. Kion also began to strongly pray. However, the line did not twitch. I wonder how long it would take for it to move if the process was successful. I look at Ferry, the only one who knows about it, and I can see that her expression is getting cloudier and cloudier. My emotions are being eroded by anxiety, as I realize that the time for a normal reaction has already passed. My heart starts pounding rapidly, and the worst possible outcome looms over me. I shouted loudly at father to get up. "Move your ass, Dad. You call yourself the Sword Saint, but you can't even stand up. I've worked so hard to get here, and if you don't come back to life, I won't forgive you." After me, Keon shouted at him as well. "Father, you left 2 ungrateful disciples behind. You still have so much to teach me. Mother will be furious with you in the afterlife if you give up now." The lines seemed to move, even if only slightly. I knew Dad could hear us. Keon seemed to sense it too, and we shouted almost simultaneously. "Dad, what are we going to do if you give up at this point? What happened to your usual high spirits? You even said that even if you were seriously injured in dangerous training, you would heal yourself with your power. Please use that power and come back to life." Beep, 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 it's not my imagination. The line clearly responded. I looked at Fairy and her expression changed to one of relief. "Don't worry, he's safe now. The resuscitation was successful." The moment I heard those words, the strength drained from my body. I felt relief from the bottom of my heart as I fell to my knees. I'm glad I can see my dad again. Chapter 402. Mental connection. Dad was revived, but it was deemed too dangerous to awaken him immediately, so he was left to rest in the medical pod for a while longer. I was a little disappointed because I thought we would be able to talk soon. "Let's think about treating that girl next. Can you fix her?" "Rest assured, with all this equipment, we should be able to handle it." Ferry looks at the equipment in the facility and considers a treatment plan for the Epsilon Core girl. After a few moments, she came up with some kind of plan and said, "Yura, could you help me a little?" "Sure, if there's anything I can do, just let me know." The treatment Fairy came up with was to access her spirit directly and heal her damaged astral soul. And it seems that my mission was to deliver the healing program. "Are you sure you're okay with me?" I reconfirmed this to Fairy, who is wiring something to the capsule and her medical pod. "Yes, Yura would be the best choice. You had a brief emotional connection with her in your previous battle, so I don't think it will be too much of a burden to access her psyche." I'm not sure, but if Fairy says so, she must be correct. If I'm the right person for the job, then I have to do it. "Yura, you are going to connect with a girl's heart, so don't do anything sloppy." Nagisa, who had heard about the treatment procedure from Fairy, reminded me. "The connection is only to mediate the healing program. I'm not going to be doing anything, so I think I'll be fine. But I'm still worried you're going to do something." She seems to trust me in a bad way because she knows how I have been acting since I was a little kid. I'm not really aware that I've done anything that's strange. The equipment has been connected, and Fairy gives the final confirmation. "The program will take care of her. Yura doesn't have to do anything in particular, so whatever happens, please remain still." What's going to happen? It is difficult to have complete control over the spiritual world, so unforeseen events can happen. If something unforeseen happens, just going to sit back and do nothing. Yes, I will take care of it if something happens. If Yura moves in a strange way, it may become difficult to control, and the situation may deteriorate further. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you would remain still. "I understand. I'll try my best not to do anything. I'll connect you then." Within seconds of hearing those words, my vision darkens. I feel like I'm rapidly falling asleep, but strangely enough, my consciousness is clear. Then I felt a floating sensation, as if I were flying off into the pitch-black sky. It was dark and I couldn't see, but I was heading somewhere. Soon a white dot came into view. I immediately understood that it was the destination. As I got closer to the white dot, I noticed that it was a large mass of light. It seemed that I was going to enter it. As soon as I touched the mass of light, I felt a shock. My vision went blank and I lost consciousness at the same time. Chapter 403. Memories. I found myself in a house somewhere. It looked like a small, cozy house with a table in the center of the room. There was a girl at the table, and she was drawing something with all her heart. I was curious about what she was drawing, so I approached her. Even though I was quite close, the girl did not notice me. It seems that she does not see me. What the girl was drawing was a picture. The subject seemed to be a family, with a young girl, her father, and what appeared to be her mother. The girl's face was full of smiles, and she was probably drawing the picture while remembering happy memories. Bang! The door is opened with a loud sound. Then a number of people who appeared to be soldiers entered the room. The girl's expression changed to one of fear, and she tried to escape to the back of the room. "That's the person. Seize her." A person who seems to be the commanding officer shouts. The adults seem to have no difficulty in capturing the young girl. She was quickly detained as her arms and head were restrained. "What are you doing?" I tried to shake off the soldier who was holding the girl. However, my outstretched hand was empty, unable to touch the soldier. "I can't do anything because I can't touch them." The girl is being taken outside while I am trembling with anger. Even though I knew I couldn't do anything, I couldn't help but chase after her. I hurried through the entrance of the house where the soldier with the girl had passed. At that moment, the scenery around me changed completely. It was a completely different place. It looked like some kind of research facility. Looking around, I noticed that the girl is chained up in what looks like a prison cell. A container of food is placed in front of the girl. I felt pity for the girl whose arms were bound by chains and wondered how she would eat the food. From somewhere, a man walks up to the cell where the girl is. Then, with a stern look on his face, he said, "Another failure. How could this genius fail so many times?" "Well, it's Yaoya the reason I'm failing. Why are you dragging me down with you? Give me results according to my theory. Work the way it's supposed to work. Try to do what I tell you to do." What an unreasonable thing to say. I could tell from his voice that this man was Demiurgus, but as I suspected, he was not a man of good character. Not satisfied with just yelling at the girl, Demiurgus ordered his soldiers to let her out of the prison. He then began to beat her with the whip he was holding. "More, you have to keep trying. More, more." While hurling such words at her, he cracks the whip with all his might. The girl screams and is in pain. It was impossible not to get angry at being shown such a scene. I grabbed Demiurgus' arm and tried to stop him, however, just as before, my hand only cut through the air, unable to touch, let alone grab the Demiurgus arm. "Damn! What the hell is this?" The moment I shouted that, the scene changed again. Next was a room that looked like a laboratory, with the girl from the Epsilon Corps strapped to a heavy chair in the center, like the one in a dentist's office. It was there that I realized that the girl I had seen earlier was the childhood form of this Epsilon Corps girl. Chapter 404. Interference. Demiurgus approaches the girl, and with each step, the girl's face becomes distorted with fear. In Demiurgus' hand was a red anemone-like object. "Rejoice, I finally know what you are missing." Demiurgus said this with a big smile on his face, as if he was very happy that he had found out. Then he began to speak more forcefully. "You know what that missing piece was? It is negative energy. Pain, suffering, anger, and despair generate enormous amounts of energy, and you are completely lacking in all of them. That's why I made this." He showed her the red anemone-like object in his hand. "This is a monster made to eat human nerves, but don't worry. The nerves it eats regenerate at the same speed as it eats them, so the nerves will not be devoured." Wait a minute. What are you talking about? A nerve-eating monster? Even more amazingly, when the nerves are eaten, they secrete a component that makes them more painful and sensitive. This allows us to feel more intense pain. Demiurgus' expressions become more and more distorted as he speaks in a maniacal manner. Perhaps becoming excited by his own statements, his tone becomes rougher and he begins to speak even crazier. It produces a force so mighty that you feel despair at the pain you will feel forever. Wonderful! All you have to do is generate negative emotions, and my research will go one step further. How's that? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad to be a part of my great work? I will give you an immortal body so that you can experience joy forever. With this you will serve me forever. I don't want to. The girl, who was too scared to say anything, uttered words of rejection. Of course, anyone would reject something like this. I was getting more and more angry with Demiurgus. Demiurgus approached the girl and put something like a sea anemone on her face. She shook her face and rejected it, but the anemone-like monster moved to the girl's ear and tried to enter her body from there. No, I was horrified when I saw it trying to get into her ear. The thought of that thing eating the girl's nerves made me want to vomit. My discomfort and anger reach a crescendo, and I reach for that anemone. I was so determined to save her that my hand that didn't even cut through the air got a grip on the anemone. I then angrily crushed the anemone in my hand. I felt a nasty sensation and immediately threw it on the floor. What the hell are you? Demiurgus, which had not shown any sign of concern until a moment ago, exclaimed. It seems that he suddenly became able to see me. I quickly snatched the sword from the waist of a nearby soldier. I kicked down the soldier who was holding the sword, and seeing the situation, I pulled out my sword and smashed the head of another soldier who attacked me with the hilt. I pointed my sword at Demiurgus, who was trying to approach, and destroyed the restraints on the girl. "Can you move, Hayes? Then we'll run for it." I looked and saw soldiers coming one after another from the back. I knew it was not safe for me to be here, so I suggested. She looked surprised for a moment but quickly nodded deeply in agreement. Chapter 405. Before I knew it, don't let them get away. "Kill the man if you want, but bring me the woman alive." Demiurgus shouted. We fled. I was so annoyed by his words that I thought about going back and cutting him down. But then I saw the girl running frantically with a look of fear on her face, and decided against it. There are 2 soldiers standing guard in the direction we are going. Countless soldiers are chasing us from behind, so we have no choice but to force our way through here. The soldiers noticed us and drew their swords, but we were faster. We approached them at full speed and quickly took them both down before they could counterattack. Having fought against Father and Keon, I could easily win against 2 ordinary opponents. In fact, I think it would be tougher to fight one dad than to fight 10 soldiers. I looked over and saw her staring blankly at me as I overpowered the soldiers. She looks surprised, as if she thinks I'm stronger than I look, but we were on the run, and there was no time to dawdle. I pulled her hand and headed further in. Then we ran around frantically, going into ducts, through underpasses and so on. I was so absorbed in the situation that I don't know exactly where we went or how we got there. But before I knew it, we had managed to get rid of the soldiers. "I'm Yuta, what's your name?" I asked that when I realized I didn't even know her name. She made a slightly shy gesture, moped and fumbled, and then answered in a small voice. "I am Mayu. I see, Mayu. You look like you've had a pretty bad time. Are you feeling okay?" "Yeah, it hurt a while ago, but I'm fine now." "Good. Let's see, where did Yuta Oniite-chan come from?" "What, Oniite-chan? I'm not that much older than Mayu." I don't know Mayu's actual age, but based on her looks alone, she looks a little older than me. I asked back, not understanding the intent of her words. However, she continued to say something that surprised me a little. "I'm 5 years old." 5 years old? No, you don't look 5 years old. "I don't care if you say that I'm 5 years old. Me mom said so on my birthday the other day. She said that since Mayu is already 5 years old, she should be able to do everything by herself." Huh. Where is mother? Where is she? Oh no, where am I? I want to go home. The girl's spirit seems to have become unstable, perhaps because she felt uneasy about her current situation. Her expression hardened and she began to scurry restlessly. "All right, I'll take you home, so calm down. Mother said it's dangerous to stay at home. No, home is dangerous. She said a lot of bad adults are coming. That's different there. I was too late to run away, and adults caught me and I hate it. Let go of my mother." "What's wrong, Mayu?" She starts talking incoherently and I get worried and call out to her. She stares at one point and seems to be looking at something. "Oh no. Mommy," the moment Mayu exclaimed that, a flashback-like image appeared to me for a moment. It was of a soldier stabbing a woman in the stomach with a sword. Tears were welling up in her eyes. It seemed that the person being stabbed with the sword was Mayu's mother. It would have been shocking to see her mother like that. I can only do this for no, but I gently hugged her as she sobbed. Chapter 406. Trauma. For a while, Mayu cried on my chest. All I could do was to let her cry. Mayu, who had been crying for a long time, raised her head and looked at me, her eyes still full of tears. With tears still on her face, she said, "I'm scared off that man who dresses like a doctor and does terrible things to me. He did a lot of painful things to me and even my mom. Why is he doing such horrible things?" "Stop it. It hurts. I'm in pain. Yura, help me." That's right, I was now connected to Muyu's spirit. I finally remember that situation. Even though she was freed from the Epsilon Core, she is still being tormented by the Demiurgus, right? When I finally understood my current situation, I heard Fairy's voice in my head. "Yura, did you do something over there? The treatment program got stuck on something and shut down." "Oh, I can have a conversation with Fairy." Strangely impressed, I reply in a way that naturally sends an image in my mind. "I talked to her. Was it bad?" I said, "Don't do anything, didn't. Maybe you made contact with her and left a strong impression." "Well, I saved him from something terrible, but..." Yes, I predicted that it was a possibility, but I had no choice. "Since that happened, let's move on to plan B." I ask, uneasy at Fairy's words. Was it a bad idea after all? It's not that it's bad, it's just that Yuta now has to do work that he shouldn't have to do. I think that if all I have to do is to fix it, then there's no problem. So what do you want me to do? Remove her trauma cause in that spiritual world. It is something only Yuta can do, having already made a strong impression on her. It's an easy mission to say, but it sounds quite difficult. I wonder what the source of Mayu's traumatic experience is. Is he the one after all, but how can I get rid of him? This is not reality, this is Mayu's mental world. I have a feeling that simply slaying Demiurgus is not going to solve the problem. Well, what should I do then? There is no doubt that Demiurgus is the source of the trauma, but it probably won't make sense if I slay the Demiurgus. It's important to see how Mayu perceives it. After all, I may need Mayu to work a little harder. Chapter 407. Recognition. I'm not a psychiatrist or a specialist, so I can't do anything with my knowledge, so I will start to heal Mayu with my feelings. Mayu, does it still hurt? Mayu had cried out in pain but now seemed to have calmed down a bit. I'm sorry, Yuta. I'm always bothering you. Always. Not much time has passed since we met, so I feel uncomfortable with the phrasing, but it didn't seem like Mayu was joking. For a moment I wasn't sure how to respond, so I decided to go along with her. I never thought of it as a nuisance. I'm just worried about Mayu. When I said this, Mayu's expression brightened and she hugged me. I knew you were on my side, Oniai-chan. That's why I love you. She is like a younger sister spoiling her older brother. It was uncomfortable because she was very unlike a sister to look at, but I wanted to let her do what she wanted to do now. There she is. This way. Oh no, the soldiers have found us. Mayu, who had been smiling earlier, turned pale when she saw the soldiers and remembered the situation she was in. I immediately wanted to run away again, but thought better of the current situation and decided against it. There is no point in running away here. This is the world in Mayu's mind, and there are no soldiers chasing her in reality. They are probably just an entity created by her memories and trauma. Mayu will not get anything done if we run away here. Will you trust me and fight with me? I know that it takes a lot of courage to fight someone who has instilled fear in you. I thought it more likely that she would refuse this request, but this was the only choice I could think of. Fight those people scare me, I can't do it. I'm with you now, Mayu, you'll be fine. I'll definitely protect you. Mayu thought for a moment with a serious expression on her face, and then, as if she had made up her mind, she said to me, I'm not afraid if you're with me. I will try to fight. She said that, but her body was trembling slightly. I hugged her tightly to stop the trembling. She closed her eyes and leaned into me, was relieved and stopped shaking. You're not getting away. If the man resists, we can kill him. All right, let me do it. 3 soldiers approached and surrounded me and Mayu to prevent us from escaping. Die! One of the soldiers shouted and slashed at me. This soldier is not real, it is just a fragment of Mayu's memory. I knew that, so I had no hesitation. I moved to protect Mayu, turned around, swung my sword horizontally and slashed down at the soldier. Jaya, the soldier who was cut down, falls over with a cry. I felt a little uneasy because the sensation was a little realistic, but I was relieved when I saw the fallen soldier disappear. You've done it. Damn, don't let your guard down, looks like he can fight. Although they were made from Mayu's memories, they still have a small fry feel to them. After sheltering Mayu behind me, I confront the 2 remaining soldiers. They do not look like strong enemies at all, perhaps because they are not real soldiers. I decided that Mayu was far enough, so I stepped toward the 2 soldiers and swung my sword at them. With 2 swings, I cut down the 2 soldiers. One of the soldiers was about to say something, but he disappeared before I could even hear a fragment of it. Chapter 408. Confrontation. Amazing. Oniai-chan is so strong. I knew my Oniai-chan is the best. Mayu is happy to see the disappearance of the soldier, the object of her fear, as she regains her energy. It would have been easier if the trauma was gone, but it was probably only a temporary feeling. All right, Mayu, let's keep going and take down Demiurgus. Who's Demiurgus? That doctor in a white coat that was just here. What that uncle scares me, I know, but if we don't do anything, Mayu won't be saved. Like I said before, I will definitely protect you. It doesn't matter if I defeat Demiurgus by myself. I have to take Mayu with me, even if it's a little reckless. Would you be happy if I did my best? Oh, of course it would make me happy. I'm going to go and see what I can find out. I'll do my best. After having this conversation, I forgot about her appearance and really feel like she is a 5-year-old girl. I tried to get to Demiurgus, but I was troubled because I couldn't even remember how I got here. When I thought about it, I realized that this world was made by Mayu's mind and memory, not reality. There was no map, and the structure was so vague that it seemed impossible that we would arrive at the destination even if we went a random way. I wondered what to do, but then I had an idea. It might be worth a try. Mayu, open the door there and let's go into the room. Demiurgus is in this room, knows we're coming in and he's waiting for us. It's like jumping into a trap, but we're going to surprise him by going behind his back. Yeah, got it. This way I made Mayu aware that Demiurgus is in this room. I tried to make it more realistic by creating an unfavorable setting where he is waiting for us, but the door slowly opens. In the room stood Demiurgus accompanied by his soldiers, with a scowl on his face. I was skeptical, but it seemed to work. Mayu saw Demiurgus' face and hid behind me. I stepped forward to protect her from them. Demiurgus, Mayu will be free from all suffering today. This is the end for you. This is not a declaration for Demiurgus in front of me. It was, in fact, addressed to Mayu to help her visualize her liberation. I came up with the idea from a hint I received from Fairy that her perception was important, but I wondered how effective it would be. I don't know if these words got through, but Mayu, who is hiding behind me, is reacting by tightening her grip on my body. Pain, suffering, fear, it's an awesome force. It never ends. It's unlimited energy. That woman will give me eternal power. Don't play with people for your own convenience. Demiurgus didn't seem to care about my anger. It doesn't matter. You're just a nuisance anyway. Disappear. At the same time as he said these words, the soldiers around him began to move and slowly approached us. Chapter 409. Liberation. Sorry for not posting until now, but I had crazy week. I'll release 3 chapters today and the rest next week. Gripping my sword, I confront the approaching soldiers. I let Mayu back away so as not to get caught up in the battle. And then I took a big step forward to close the gap with the soldiers at once. There are at least 10 soldiers, but I don't sense the slightest sign of danger. They all attacked me at once, swinging their swords, but each attack was slow and easy to avoid. Each time I dodge, I swing my sword and cut down a soldier. Against 10 soldiers, I evaded 10 times and swung my sword 10 times. With these actions, I subdued the soldiers. Even though there were no more soldiers to protect him, Demiurgus' expression did not change. He was still looking at us with a smirk on his face. Is there something he is up to? It's so obvious that even I, a slow person, can see it. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive, but you are no match for my brains. When he said this, he revealed a switch in his hand. I had a bad feeling about this, so I hurried to get closer to Demiurgus. Too late. Taste the agony of death. He pressed the switch with an exaggerated action, then a lightning bolt from the round balls on the pillars at the 4 corners of the room struck me all at once. Gwars, my body goes numb and I feel intense pain. Oh no. I let my guard down, thinking it was just a fake Demiurgus made from Mayu's memories. No, Oni Shan. May I strike Demiurgus with that sword? It may be reckless, but I instruct Mayu to do so. Mayu immediately understands my intention and nods, but she is unable to move, perhaps crippled by fear. Ugh. GGHH, I winced as the pain intensified. Seeing this, Mayu's expression changed. If I don't do this, Oni-chan will end up like my father meme. It seems that Mayu lost her father to this mechanism, because it's impossible for something like this to appear unless she remembers it. Mayu, get Demiurgus to erase your bad memories. In the midst of the pain, I call out to Mayu as best I can to encourage her. Mayu picks up the fallen sword and glares at Demiurgus. A young girl like you shouldn't be playing with such a dangerous thing. Here, give it to me. I hate you for doing such horrible things to my father and mother and even my brother, and I hate you. Mayu shouted and swung her sword. It was a careless attack, but the sword hit Demiurgus beautifully. Gwars, get lost. Mayu swung the sword once more, and the blow cut Demiurgus in 2. A white light-like substance spread out from the sword's double cut, and the Demiurgus was swallowed up. Finally, it became a particle of bubbles and disappeared. As Demiurgus disappeared, The lightning bolt that had been attacking me also vanished. Onii-chan, Chapter 410, Treatment Complete. Onii-chan. Mayu called out in a cheerful voice and hugged me. Perhaps she thinks she is a 5-year-old girl, but I was quite shocked by the unreserved tackle. Good job, Mayu. I say this and she smiles happily. I don't think the trauma is completely gone after that, but she seems to have blown through it a lot. I confirmed the subject's mental stability. Yura, you did well. The treatment is successfully completed. We will now begin disconnection. As Fairy tells me this, my vision gets darker and darker. It seems that I am temporarily parting with Mayu. Onii-chan is fading. Nuadant go. Don't disappear. Mayu, who does not understand the situation, desperately pleads. Don't worry, I'll only be gone for a little while. Really? You're not going away? Yeah. As I said this, Mayu's expression, which looked as if she was about to start crying, became a little calmer, as if she was relieved. After seeing Mayu's relieved face, my vision completely fades out. The next thing I knew, I was in that medical facility room. Fairy, I think Yura is awake. At the sound of Kion's voice, I realized that I had awakened. I sat up and looked around to see Nagisa looking at me with concern. What's wrong, Nagisa? You look like you're about to cry. What are you talking about? You were moaning in pain and I thought something happened. Oh, when Demiurgus electrocuted me. Well, you don't have to worry about it because I'm not feeling anything right now. When I told Nagisa this, she suddenly changed her attitude and said curtly, I wasn't really that worried. Anyway, Mayuno, is that girl awake? I was curious about Mayu, who had completed her treatment, and asked her about the situation. She is still sleeping. Fairy said she is going to wake her up slowly for safety reasons. Kion explains so on Nagisa's behalf. It is true that she had been asleep for a very long time, so it seems dangerous to wake her up suddenly. Anyway, my father came back to life and Mayu's treatment was finished. With all the tasks completed, all that remained was to return home. We returned to Murai with father and Mayu, who were still asleep, and began preparing to leave. I almost died of boredom. I knew I should have gone with you. Linacarlo, who was waiting alone, says regretfully, if something had come up that couldn't be dealt with without a magicraft, what would we have done? When I say this, Linacarlo replies, I didn't mean that there was no need for a guard. I'm just tired of wasting my time. It's a complete quibble, but it's certainly true when she puts it that way. Ha 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 ha, that's certainly one way to think about it, but most of the time, sentry work ends up being a waste of time. It's probably a good thing that it ended with no events. Jean, who was listening to the exchange between me and Linacarlo, chuckled. I think Linacarlo probably knows that, too, but she didn't argue with him. Chapter 411, The Empire's Ambitions / Yuki at the Glacier Ruins in the North. I unsealed and freed 2 individuals. I understand that Rafishal had made the release of the 2 individuals an important mission, as they were too much for even me to handle now. When I returned to the imperial capital with the 2 men, Rafishal was pleased. Astaroth Pernacissa, I am glad to see you back in one piece. H. Shemfura, happy to see your friend again. Or do you mean something else? Ha 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 ha, do you think I would be pleased to be reunited with a friend? No, I am glad to have a powerful piece back in my hand. I'm glad to see you haven't changed, Rafishal. That's a relief. What was surprising about this conversation was that Rafishal and Astaroth spoke as equals. As expected, Pernacissa seemed to be in a slightly lower position and was listening to their exchange maturely. Yuki did a good job. I will let you take the reward. If there is anything you want, just tell me. I didn't really want a reward, but it would have been unnatural for me to refuse, so I nodded and expressed my willingness to accept. I thought you could do a little better than that, Scarfy. I'm sorry to see the result. Sarah too, it's all right, he said. Thanks to Yuki, the 2 of them have been unsealed. As planned, we will include them in the 10 Guards of War. In exchange, you will be a test subject for a new enhancement program. So what's that all about? It goes far beyond Nitro Ludia. It will increase your Ludia value explosively. I respectfully accept. It is a strange experiment, but he seems happy to hear that his Ludia value will increase. Call the Emperor. I'll tell him what we're going to do. I was about to leave when I saw him tell the squire to do so, but he asked me to stay. I don't think there is any point for me to stay here since I am only here to report on the ruins. After a while, the emperor came in a hurry. Although he is said to be the emperor by virtue of his position, no one seemed to recognize him as a ruler, and no one showed him sincere respect at that moment. "What is your intention, Mr. Rafishal? First of all, let it be known at home and abroad that the 10 guards of war are all here. Then declare war on all the nations of the continent. I think it's a bit reckless to declare war on all the nations. At the moment, we are fighting an uphill battle in the kingdom of Lasher alone. If we are at war with all the countries today, the Elysian Empire has quintupled its strength, there will be no problem. 5 times. The emperor looked puzzled, however, he was silent, perhaps feeling that his position would be in jeopardy if he gave any further advice. It was clear that the 5-fold increase was due to the addition of Astaroth and Pernacissa. It is true that I understand that he expects a considerable amount of strength from these two, but I think that 5 times as much is an exaggeration. Chapter 412, Preparations for Invasion/Yuki. The announcement of the Elysian 10 Guards of War was greeted with an enthusiastic mood of welcome in the country. In accordance with the policy of the current emperor, Rafishal, in fact, there was a strong atmosphere of militarization in the Elysian Empire, which was intoxicated with the idea of overpowering the other nations. In fact, although the Elysian Empire was sometimes beaten by the kingdom of Lasher, it was never defeated on other battlefields, and the news of its victories became a topic of conversation among the people of the empire. Since most of the battles against the kingdom of Lasher went unreported due to information restrictions, the people had no doubt that their army was racking up great victories. "Yuki, what's the new mission for us?" Mary, the second-in-command, asks about the Rose Needle Corps' new mission. "Tomorrow, war will be declared by the Elysian Empire to all the nations of the continent. In conjunction with that, a mission was handed down to us. We are to go to reinforce the Elysian Empire in its war against the kingdom of Lasher, another nasty battleground to be sent into. You say that like it's someone else's problem. You're forgetting that this is Rose Needle's mission. Yuki is the only one who is expected to be a force to be reckoned with, and we're just a bonus. It would be good to feel at ease, as if we were someone else's problem. I don't think of you as an add-on. I'm really counting on you. Yes, let's start preparing for the mission right away, shall we? Lasher is a formidable opponent, so we need to prepare properly. It's true that I rely on them, but they listen to me half-heartedly. Oh, that's right. Rafishal said he'd give me a reward, so I asked him to reinforce the arsenal of the Rose Needle. It's so like Yuki to use her precious reward for the sake of her friends. If it were me, I would fulfill my personal desires. It's okay. I didn't really want anything in particular. So what's the deal with the armaments upgrade? I don't know the details, but they say we should get it tomorrow. If they give you reinforcements that quickly, it's no big deal. At best, it would be additional personnel and more equipment for magic crafts. I too think that's about the extent of it, but there is never a problem with having a lot of manpower. I'll take it gratefully. In the end, the reward for Rose Needle was a new Nitro Rider, a new battleship-type ride carrier, and 50 state-of-the-art magic crafts, plus an enhancement to my Elvira. That's a lot of money. Is there something going on behind the scenes? Mary is completely suspicious of their intentions. It was such an unnatural reward. I too could not understand Rafishal's true intentions. I'm sure he understands that I don't like him. I wonder what he intends to do by giving so much power to someone who would betray him in a heartbeat, if it weren't for the jewel in my chest. With the addition of new forces, the structure of the unit was reviewed. In order to demonstrate the power of the most advanced magic crafts, those with high Ludia values were assigned to board the most advanced machines, regardless of whether they were new or old. The squadron was organized with the newly built battleship-type ride carrier as the new flagship. Furthermore, the armament was reviewed, and the attack power of the entire unit was greatly improved. We are not particularly looking for strength, but the stronger we are, the more our people will be able to survive. That's all I was thinking about right now. Chapter 413. The Four Armies/Yuki. The declaration of war against all the states predictably threw the entire continent into chaos. The smaller nations, powerless to resist Elysia, were flabbergasted and frightened, and the major powers responded with statements of condemnation. The same confusion existed within the Elysian Empire. No one could understand why they had so suddenly issued a declaration of war without merit. But the word of the emperor was absolute, and there was also no one to voice their condemnation. Preparations to fight all nations proceeded rapidly. The imperial army was divided into 4 major armies. The Southeastern Army, which invaded from the eastern part of the imperial territory, consisted of Yudo's Legion of the 10 Gods of War and the Legion of Emesis. The combined strength of the 2 corps was a massive force of 30,000 magicrafts, which should be sufficient for the invasion of the southeast, where there are many powerful forces. The Southwestern Army, which invaded from the west, consisted of newcomer Cruz and my classmate Reina, who was somewhat competitive toward me. The west side has many small countries, and perhaps because the invasion was judged to be easy, it consisted of 2 corps that had little strength among the 10 Gods of War. The total strength of the army was 15,000 magicrafts, half the size of the Southeastern Army, but it is said to be sufficient since there seems to be no country that will be a difficult enemy. The Central Area Army, which was to move south to fight the Kingdom of Lasha, was currently led by the Arjane Corps. With my addition to the reinforcements, the command of the area army was to be transferred to me. The combined strength of my Rose Needle Corps and the corps commanded by Rosetta, one of the 10 Gods of War who was going with me to reinforce the army, was expected to be the largest force in the Elysian Imperial Army, with 50,000 magicrafts. In addition, Pernacissa and Scarfi were assigned as second-in-command to the 4th Army commanded by Astaroth, which will report directly to Rafishal. Although smallest in number at 10,000, the presence of Pernacissa with his astonishing combat power, and Astaroth with a power that exceeds that of Pernacissa, makes them, in effect, the strongest in the Empire. The 4th Army will wait in the Imperial capital for the time being, so that it can head to any direction as reinforcements, depending on the situation. I calmly consider that the command of the Central Army will be transferred to me. The number of magicrafts alone will be 50,000 along with 1,000 ride carriers that will be under my command, and the number of soldiers will be as many as 300,000. To gain command means to take charge of that many lives. The more I think about it, the more anxious I become. I don't think I can command an army of this magnitude. Mary replies to my weakness with a look of no concern. Even though you are the 10 Gods of War, you are a higher rank than Arjane, the current commander of the group. Besides, I think Yuki has more of those qualities than she thinks. I'm not saying you're better, just that you have a higher Ludia value, and your command experience is much better than Arjane. Well, not only Arjane but also Rosetta will be your second-in-command, so you should be able to count on them. You can handle the general position as long as you are prepared. Rosetta's going to be working for me, you know. I don't know how I'm going to look to my boss, who has been so helpful to me, and tell her what to do. Being the same gender, I recall that Rosetta was something of a help to me when I was still getting used to this world. I don't think she is a particularly jealous woman, but I can't imagine how she must feel when her former subordinate of the same gender became her boss. Chapter 414, Deciding to Die with Demiurgus Gone. The return trip from the underground facility was smooth. It was as if it was a dream that we had returned smoothly to the surface after all that hard work. For the first time in a long time, I felt the brightness of the sun on my skin, and although I was not particularly uncomfortable in the underground facility, I still preferred to be in the sun. Yuda, can I have a word? I was looking out at the scenery on the balcony next to the bridge when Jean called out to me. What's going on? This expedition is almost over. That means we'll be saying goodbye to Amitz and Miri in a few days. Oh yes, that's right. We'll have to have a farewell party. You idiot, we have more important things to do than that. What's more important than that? You know, those two have seen some crazy shit, like people being revived. If we let them go, they'll report to the authorities, and we'll have another problem on our hands. You're worried about that. Don't worry, they are good guys, and as long as they keep quiet about it, I don't think it will be a problem. I'm sure they're good guys, but Amitz is a genuine, serious soldier, and there's no way he would fail to report to his country. I admit that he is a serious military man, but I still couldn't bring myself to doubt Amitz. Don't worry, I still believe in him. Just as I was about to continue, a voice came not from Jean, but from an unexpected person. I'm sorry I came to consult with you too, if you don't mind. I looked and saw Emits and Miri standing at the entrance to the balcony. I think they heard our conversation just now because of the timing. Emits, did you hear our conversation just now? Yes, I did. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm eavesdropping, but I did hear you. You wouldn't report what happened at the facility to the government, would you? No, I'm afraid Jean is right. When I return to my country, I will report what I have seen and experienced. I believe it is my duty as a soldier. I was surprised by his response. In a case like this, I would have said I would never tell even if it was a lie, but he made it clear that he would report it. No, you have to tell me you won't tell them even if it's a lie. I can't lie to Yuta and the others to whom I owe so much. No, if he says he will tell everything, I can't just let him go back to his country. Why won't he lie to me? I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get a hold of us. Otherwise Yura's head will explode. What? No, he's in too much trouble, but his head won't explode. Emits smiled a little when he heard the exchange. I was a little relieved to see that. It seems that it is not a serious matter. I don't want to do anything that would betray Yuta and the others. However, we cannot neglect our obligation to report to the governments. So after consulting with Miri and thinking about it, we have decided to die. What? You're going to die? Wait a minute. Just because you're in trouble doesn't mean you need to die. Oh no, we're not actually going to die, but we're going to pretend we did. Fortunately, our troops were wiped out by Count Suidal's attack, and since we haven't reported in yet, the country will assume we were killed in action. I see, but you might not be able to return to your country for the rest of your life. You may never see your friends and family again. I don't have many good memories from the kingdom of Lubel, so those words seem to say it all. Is everything okay with Miri too? Unlike Emits, I reaffirm my feelings since I haven't talked to Miri much, but she replies without hesitation. Of course, it hurts a little that I won't be able to see my friends and family again, but if it weren't for Yuta and the others, my life would have ended. I have no regrets, I understand. If you say that much, there's no reason for me to stop you, but what are you going to do from now on? Me and Miri are now unemployed, so I was wondering if you could let us work for the Iron Knights. I know very well that they are both very talented, and I would be grateful if they would work for the Iron Knights. I looked at Jean to see what he thought, and when our eyes met, he smiled and nodded. I understood everything from that smile. It seems that Jean had intended from the beginning to bring the two of them into the Iron Knights. What the hell, if that's the case, why didn't he just say so earlier? Emits Miri welcome into the Iron Knights. Hearing these words, they smiled with relief. Chapter 415. Awakening. As soon as we left the underground facility, we received a contact from the Kingdom of Lubel. It was to apologize for the matter of Count Suidal and to confirm the situation. We apologized for not being able to contact them due to the urgency of the situation and thanked them for the excellent work of the surveillance team. Of course, I kept the details of the underground facility and Emits completely under wraps, and told them only what I could talk about. I hope that response convinced him, Nagisa said, expressing with all her might the feeling that she wished there would be no more trouble. We're not giving any details at all and not lying about Emits, so they might be suspicious. I didn't think the Kingdom of Lubel was convinced either, but Jean didn't seem worried at all. We don't have to convince them. Even if we told them the truth, they wouldn't believe us and it would be meaningless. In the end, all they want is a story they can report to the higher-ups, and the higher-ups won't make judgments based on the content of the report, but only consider it as a bargaining chip to find out what's going on. I'm not sure, but does that mean whatever we say is the same? That's what I'm saying. No country relies on the information that the enemy side gives them. What you just said was just a preliminary exchange because we are in a delicate diplomatic situation, and the content is meaningless. It's a very troublesome thing to have to do something that doesn't make any sense. That's how the adult world works. If I can't understand these things, it might mean I'm still a child. Whether they were convinced or not, the army of the Kingdom of Lubel, which had come to check the situation, was to accompany us to the border to send us on our way. Well, that seems to have been the main purpose in the first place. Emits's surveillance team had been wiped out, and they were probably sent to monitor the situation anew. We've got to make sure Emits and Miri won't get discovered. Yes, they'd better not be seen. The two of them are still wearing the military uniforms of the Royal Lubel Army, as they have no change of clothes, and it would be bad for them to be seen. We've established friendly relations with Emits and others, but we won't have that kind of time with the new surveillance unit. The other side is simply watching us to make sure we don't make any strange moves, which makes me feel uncomfortable. In the midst of such a bit of tension, Ferry came to me with a happy announcement. It's about time to awaken the two who are asleep. I had been waiting for these words. Finally, I would be able to see father again and talk with Mayu in reality. Keon, like me, began to get nervous at the thought of the two of them being awakened. She was probably the one who was looking forward to father's awakening the most, as she is his daughter. Normally calm and collected, she was staring at the medical pod in which father was sleeping with a subtle expression of worry, as if she was wondering if he would actually wake up. Ferry operated the medical pod, and after a few moments, the pod's door slowly opened. Father! As soon as the door was opened, Mayu and father woke up. I had expected him to awaken more slowly, so I was a little surprised. It was just like him to be so bold. I'm really hungry, so please get me something to eat. What? Why are you crying? Dad woke up like he always does in the morning. Keon hugged him while sobbing, but since he didn't understand the situation at all, was just bewildered by his daughter's embrace. Chapter 416. A disturbance. When he woke up, he found me and called out to me. Yura, you want me to train you this early in the morning? Well, that's one thing, but for now, why don't you put on something, old man? Finally realizing that he was naked, he began to change into the clothes that Keon had prepared for him, without showing any signs of caring about the situation with all the women around him, including Ferry, Carlo, and Nagisa. I've changed my clothes. By the way, there are a lot of beautiful women here. Where are these ladies from? His love of women seems to be as strong as ever, and the way he looks at Ferry and Carlo is a little inappropriate. Introductions will come later. There's one more person who's going to wake up, so wait a minute. Ferry had already begun to operate Mayu's medical pod. Dad looked at her and nodded. In that case, tell me about the situation. I'm glad you're so attentive. I have a lot of things to talk about, but right now it's important that Mayu wakes up. Just as in the case of Dad, gas is ejected from Mayu's medical pod. It seems that the time has come for her to wake up. Slowly, the medical pod opened. I immediately tried to approach it, but Nagisa stopped me. Yura, she's not wearing anything yet, so don't go near her. Oh, I forgot. I turned my back and tried not to look. Father too. What are you doing in the middle of all this? It seemed that my father was trying to get close to the medical pod, but Keon mumbled angrily at him and made him stand next to me. Standing next to me, the old man smiled with the innocence of a mischievous child. I was glad to see that he had not changed at all from before he died. How are you? Is everything all right? Who are you? It's Mayu's voice. It seems she has woken up. I'm Nagisa. I may be a little small, but I brought you my clothes. Just as Nagisa said that, Mayu's loud voice echoed. Lost? Hey. Clothes first, what just happened? Just as I thought that, I received a thud on my back. After the impact, I felt something soft on my back. Then I heard Mayu's sweet voice in my ear. Yura. It's really Yura. It seemed that Mayu saw me and hugged me before she could get dressed. Hey. What are you doing? I hear Carlo's angry voice. However, Mayu did not want to move away from me without a fight. It seems that she is still naked, so I can't just turn around like this, but I spoke with her. Mayu, you need to get dressed. I can't look at you like this. Why not? You can look at me. No, it doesn't work like that. After that, Muyu, who refused to leave no matter how many times I told her to, was forcibly pulled away by Carlo and Nagisa. She was resisting, but Nagisa is strong enough to subdue even the strongest of men, so resistance was futile. After a while, they seemed to have managed to get her to put her clothes on, and I finally got permission to turn around. Mayu looks even more mature than when I met her in the spirit world. She has long, pale cobalt blue hair, and a dignified face that doesn't quite fit the image of the girl who calls me big brother. She is taller than Nagisa, and the clothes she wears seem to be quite tight, probably because of where she sticks out. She was a little pouty, but when she saw my face, she smiled. Chapter 417. Explanation and the future big brother. Mayu said and tried to hug me again, but Carlo grabbed her by the neck and stopped her. What is it about Yura that makes him a big brother to you? You look older than him. I agree, but Mayu doesn't seem to understand what is being said. In response to Carlo's angry words, she replies, I hate you. Yura is my big brother. I'm absolutely sure of it, Even the strong-minded Linacarlo was momentarily perplexed when she fired back like that. In that moment, Mayu jumped into my chest. Hey! Linacarlo came back to herself and was about to say something again, but Fairy stopped her. It seems that during the mental modification and reconstruction, her memories were tampered with when she connected with Yura's spirit. To her, Yura is her favorite brother and her emotional support, so it is not a good idea to deny it too strongly. Although she was proudly explaining in front of her, Mayu either didn't hear or didn't care, or she didn't respond to Fairy's words at all. Seeing this, Linacarlo and Nagisa are making exquisitely disgusted faces, but after hearing Fairy's explanation, they can't do anything about it and just stare at me. I don't care if they look at me like that. Regardless, Dad and Mayu woke up safely and all of our goals had been accomplished safely, so we could take a breather from the bottom of our hearts. I thought so, but it seems that there were still a lot of things I needed to think about. What to do with the people who had been made into Epsilon cores, what to do with the Sword Clan that had been disbanded, and other difficult problems kept coming up. Ha 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 ha, so I was dead, that's interesting. I explained to the old man what had happened so far, but he seemed to take the fact that I had died as a funny story, and listened with a hearty laugh from beginning to end. It's no laughing matter. Do you have any idea how hard I and Kion have worked? That's right, father. The Sword Clan has been disbanded, so this is no time to be amused. I'm sorry, it looks like I put you guys through a lot of trouble. What are you going to do about the Sword Clan, father? They are already all scattered all over the place. I won't reject those who come back, but I have no intention of forcibly bringing them back and reviving the Sword Clan. I don't have any attachment to the organization, although my apprentices and grand apprentices are important to me. Then what are you going to do now? I'll stay with you for a while. I'm going to work hard to make ends meet, so don't worry. I had expected this development to be possible given Dad's personality, but Jean, who had never met him, was frankly surprised. The Sword Saint is now a member of the Iron Knights. That's something I would never have hoped for, but I wonder if I can prepare a reward worthy of the Sword Saint. Ha 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 ha, don't worry about that. I think he means it, as he is not a money-obsessed person to begin with. Jean, however, does not seem to be convinced by that. Oh, Dad, if you're coming over to my place, I need you to do something for me, okay? I had been thinking a bit about it in anticipation of my dad joining the Iron Knights, so I decided to ask him since it was a good opportunity. Anything I can do for you, just ask. I want you to be the swordsmanship instructor for the Iron Knights. Some people might be reluctant to be taught swordsmanship by a Kion of the same age, but I thought that if it was the Sword Saint, they would honestly follow his teachings. Dad thought for a moment before replying. Will it be okay if I'm a strict instructor? Of course. If you don't teach strictly, it will be meaningless. Jean, Kion, and Nagisa were happy to hear this answer, but Linacarlo's complexion turned sour. Chapter 418. Crossing the border after discussions with the individuals, it was decided to take the people from the Epsilon Corps to the Amurian Union. When we spoke to Raynell, the head of state of the Amurian Federation, so that she would accept them as immigrants, she was willing to accept them. What did Raynell say? Nagisa calls out to me as I finish the communication. She just said that we would proceed with the return of the hostages after we go back. That's it. What's the matter? Did you have something to talk about? Why didn't you just come in on the call with me? No, we didn't have anything to talk about, but I was just curious about the Amurian Union situation. She's with us, but Nagisa belongs to the Amurian Union, and she was curious about the state of the country. I'm looking forward to going shopping in town once we cross the border of the Kingdom of Lubel. It's been a while since I've been shopping. I see there are more of us now, and we're running low on food. That's part of it, but it's also because Sword Saint wants alcohol. I see. It is true that we did not bring much alcohol, so the amount we have now will not be enough for Father's supper. There he is. I found my brother. Mayu comes running up to me and interrupts my conversation with Nagisa. She had been near me the whole time, but I had asked Kion to take her away because she was getting in the way of my communication with Raynell, but it seems that she has found me. I'm glad that she loves me as an older brother, but I'm not sure I want her to be all over me at 24/7. Mayu, it's not nice to interfere in others' conversations like this. Why? Because, you see, Nagisa's face is very scary. That's right, she looks really scary. Nagisa has been disgusted with me since Mayu started sticking to me, but her expression changed even more at my words. It seems that she has found out that she is being used to educate Mayu. However, knowing that Mayu's mental state is unstable, and that she is trying to stabilize herself by looking up to me as her older brother, I can't blatantly reject her, so I cooperate with her with a tight smile on my face. Mayu, there has to be a sense of distance between people, and even if you are brother and sister. No matter how much you love your brother, you can't be attached to him all the time. I see. The words were very appropriate, but they seemed to have an effect on the honest Mayu, who reluctantly left me. I hope this will make her stop being a little sticky. When we reached the border of the Kingdom of Lubel, the surveillance unit ceremoniously sent us a final message. It was uneventful, and I think the captain of that unit was relieved. As soon as we crossed the border, we stopped at a nearby town. Even though we had left the Kingdom of Lubel, it was still a long way to the Amurian Federation, where Alana and the others were staying. Food was scarce, and above all, there was no alcohol for Dad. Okay, Yura Kion, I'm going to buy some sake and you're going to go with me. Father invited me to go with him. Mayu and Linacarlo wanted to come along too, but Jean was angry with them, saying that we didn't need that many people to buy sake and that there were other things to buy, so we would split up. In addition to alcohol and food, we planned to buy clothes and household items for the people from the Epsilon Corps, and we also needed to buy clothes and personal items for Mayu. In the end, we split into 3 groups and headed out to do the shopping. Chapter 419. Preparations for the banquet. Me, Dad, and Kion were to go shopping for alcohol, while Jean, Linacarlo, and some of the Epsilon Corps members were to go shopping for clothes and household items. Nagisa and Mayu, plus Amitz and Miri, will be in charge of Mayu's personal items and other things we may need. Ferry would stay behind to look after Murai. The town we stopped at was a small town with an unfamiliar name, but it had a certain amount of activity and a market, albeit a small one. It is a small market, so I wandered around for a bit and quickly found a store that sold liquor. It seemed to be a proper liquor store, and according to the old man, the selection was not bad. I'll take that shelf from end to end. The old man boldly buys about 10 bottles at once. Kion, seeing this, as usual, hurls a few words of criticism at him. Since you drink expensive liquor like water anyway, why don't you buy the cheap stuff? You're so rude. It looks like I'm drinking it like water, but I'm tasting it. I don't think so. When we ran out of your favorite local sake, I served you a different one without Father's knowledge, but you didn't even notice it. What? You were doing that? I was doing that. So please put that bottle back on the shelf and have this one. Damn, you really are starting to look more and more like your mother, aren't you? Even the mighty sword saint seemed no match for his daughter, Kion, and reluctantly put the sake back on the shelf. Don't put that sake back. It's my special treat today. It's been a long time since you had a drink, right? You can choose whatever you want to drink. Are you sure about this, Yuda? Hearing this, the old man's face lit up. I don't have anything in particular that I want, and most of my living expenses come from the Iron Knights, so I actually have a good amount of money saved up since I don't have to spend most of my paycheck. You spoil him like that again, Kion. If you want some alcohol, I can buy you some. Really? Although it is not so obvious compared to Father's love of alcohol, I know that Kion also likes to drink. It's a present from my brother. Kion seemed to have been just restraining herself from giving her father a hard time when she said this, and had already made up her mind about the sake she wanted to drink. She quickly selected a few bottles of sake without even thinking about it. You reckon I pick just one more bottle? Kion unusually sweetly asks me that. I was completely satisfied just by seeing her expression, which I usually don't get to see. It makes me happy just to see the two of them choosing drinks in such a friendly manner. When I realize that I am being filial to my family, I think of my newly born younger sister. I also think of my childhood friend who has been like family to me since I was a child. Yes, I should buy something for those two. As I was casually pondering what to buy, the two hardened drinkers were coming back to me with a little more booze than I expected. Chapter 420. Jean, Kion, and the women from the Epsilon Corps began to prepare the food for the banquet. The dishes were placed on a table at the end of the hangar where the banquet was to be held. Murai's dining hall was too small for this number of people, so they decided to use it as a banquet hall but the hangar was lined with magic crafts, so it still felt small. A banquet was to be held under the name of a welcome party for my father, and a get-together with Mayu and the people from the Epsilon Corps. Well, I think he just wanted to drink since he got some alcohol, but Jean said it was important to have a party like this, so we decided to make it a big one. I decided to give them the presents I had bought in town while I still could, because I felt that I would probably not be able to move freely once the party started. Mayu, here, take this. What? For me? Yes. After much deliberation, the gift I bought for Mayu was a stuffed animal. I wondered if it would be a good idea since she looks like an adult, but I decided to give priority to her mental age. This decision seemed to be the right one, and Mayu was so delighted that she hugged me as if she had forgotten all about the distance between us. She was about to sulk, but I bought a gift for Linacarlo as well. I have never thought much about gifts for girls, so after much deliberation I decided to play it safe and buy something she normally uses. What is this? It was a hair clip with yellow jewels that I bought as a gift, and when I handed it to her, Linacarlo looked at me strangely. I know it's a trifle, but it's a thank you gift you gave me, apparent. I'm not happy about it, but if you say you'll give it to me, I'll take it. After saying that, Linacarlo walked away with the hair clip I handed her. I wondered if she would be okay, even though her movements were quite awkward. It would be strange to give gifts to everyone and not to the newcomers, Emits and Miri, so I had prepared gifts for them as well. When I gave them their gifts, they were truly surprised. They had never received anything from anyone before, and at first they were puzzled, but as they gradually realized what they were getting, they were very happy. It was not a particularly expensive gift, but I was grateful to them. I gave Jean a magic pocket watch, since I had seen that the one he always used was falling apart. If you're going to give me something like this, buy something for Nagisa and Linacarlo, you idiot. I'm sure they'll be fine. I've already prepared something for them too. I've also bought gifts for Nanami and the others who are not with us. Jean was a little surprised to hear that. He was stunned for a while, but when he lost his expression of surprise, he smiled shyly. You have to be able to use that kind of care well. If that's the case, I'll take it gratefully. Saying this, he carefully put the pocket watch in his pocket. I looked for Nagisa to give her the last present, but I couldn't find her. When I asked Kion about her, she told me that Nagisa seemed to have gone to the upper deck. I wondered what she was doing there, but I still made my way up. Compared to Fugaku and Musashi, Mirai is small, but the view from the upper deck feels as tall as the roof of a small building. Nagisa was alone on the upper deck, looking into the distance. Yo, what are you doing here? Nagisa, recognizing me from my voice, answers without turning her head. I was just thinking about some things. What things? About this world, about the Amurian Federation, about everyone in my class and also about my family. I haven't seen Nagisa worried for a long time. It won't take the place of family, but here, I'll give you this. What's this? What I handed Nagisa was a carved wooden sculpture with a dog-like animal motif. Since this alone doesn't make any sense, I'll explain. It is said to be a traditional charm in this area. It is a universal blessing that can be used to pray for family safety, health, and anything else, so it will grant any difficult wish. What's the matter all of a sudden? Did you eat something weird? I've been missing the calendar since I moved here, so I haven't been giving you the birthday presents I used to give you every year, you know. I've been giving you a lot of trouble, and I wanted to thank you for everything you've done for me. When Nagisa heard this, she stared at the sculpture in her hand, then began to chuckle. I've thought about it every year, but you really have no taste in gifts, do you? What the hell, it took me quite a while to even choose that one. I know. Thanks, I'm really glad. She seems to have noticed the quality of the wood carving design and looks at the amulet happily. At first she complains about my lack of taste, but she always seems to be happy in the end. Nagisa apparently has a dull sensibility to notice the goodness of the design. Chapter 421, Banquet. The impromptu tables are crammed with food, the menu is diverse and everything looks delicious. Jean briefly explains the purpose of this party. We have prepared a small banquet today to celebrate your safe return and the addition of new members to our group. Although the food and drinks have been prepared just in time, I hope you will enjoy them to the fullest. The way he said it was a little bit formal, and it was funny to those of us who know Jean normally, but the people from the Epsilon Corps are taking it seriously. Some of them even tearfully thanked him for organizing a party like this for them. When Jean finishes his words, everyone reaches for their food at once. I was hungry, so I started with a hearty meat dish. You need to eat less meat and vegetables too. Nagisa is always complaining to me as she eats her salad. I don't mind it and eat a piece of meat as big as my fist. An unbelievable amount of juices overflow from the meat, and the delicious taste of the meat spreads in my mouth at once. This is delicious. You should try some too. What? I don't like it. It's sausticky and the glow shows the amount of calories it contains. Are you worried about gaining weight? How can there be a girl who doesn't care? Nagisa is always training in her spare time, so I don't think she will gain weight, even if she eats a little more. If I gain any weight, you'll have to take responsibility for it. What do you mean, I'll have to take responsibility? What? That's me, and, just as I was about to say something, Mayu hugged me with such force that I almost fell to the ground. Gyuha Oniite-chan. Nagisa is blatantly disgusted by Mayu's appearance. I don't think she dislikes her, but they are not getting along well. Mayu, are you eating well? I'm eating a lot. However, a tip-off came from the side denying Mayu's words. She was eating a lot of sweets. You should tell her to have a proper meal as well. Carlo appears, holding a plate of food that appears to be nutritionally balanced. She looks at me and says, as if she has just thought of something. Yura, look, this is very delicious. Take a bite. Carlo pointed a fork at a good-sized fish fillet from her plate and brought it close to my mouth. I ate the fish fillet without a second thought, partly because I wanted to, and partly because it was suddenly recommended to me. It was indeed a delicious dish, with a rich, fatty flavor, just the right amount of salt, and a unique spice that also added a nice flavor. Carlo, make him eat that greasy-looking food. Nagisa, seeing this, protested impatiently for some reason. Why? He ate it like it was delicious. It's not about the taste. He just had a rich meat dish, so I thought I'd give him a lighter vegetable dish next. He's young, so it's not a problem. Stop it. Nagisa and Carlo started to argue. Not wanting to get involved, I slowly left the scene. Chapter 422. Drinking Yura, the sake you bought for me is very tasty. Here, how about a sip? Kion offered me a sip with a warm smile. No, I don't drink alcohols. Adulthood in this world generally starts at 16, so ethically it's okay to drink, but I don't really like it. I see. Her face that changed from a dusty smile to a sad expression makes my heart ache with a prick. I can't refuse her if she makes a face like this. I think I'll just take a sip. Kion's expression brightened when I said that. She then smiles sexily, pours a small glass of sake and hands it to me. When she handed it to me, she gave me a bewitching smile, something she usually doesn't do. After taking a sip, Kion immediately asks, does it taste good? Upon closer inspection, Kion's kimono, which is always tight, is a little disheveled. Strangely, I feel sex appeal in her gestures, and I'm starting to get nervous. She is in close contact with me in a different way than usual, and my body is hot, probably due to the fact that I have been drinking. Kion, I think you've had a little too much to drink. I become embarrassed and warn her. I didn't drink that much. You see, I drank only 2 bottles. The bottles of alcohol she showed me were quite large. 2 bottles of that amount of alcohol would be enough to get her drunk. No, you've had quite a bit to drink. But look, did you enjoy your drink? To tell the truth, I was so focused on Kion's strange sexuality that I didn't have time to savor the taste of alcohol. I don't know why she wanted to know what I thought so badly in the first place, and it was already too much trouble, so I answered in an appropriate manner. It was delicious. Kion smiled at that and said, then have another sip. What? What's wrong? It was delicious, wasn't it? Oh shit. I dug my grave. Yura, a man never lies. You said it was delicious, so it makes sense to take another sip. Kion, who was wearing the same high spirits that she had during practice, approached me with the sake, emitting a strange, even murderous spirit. Just when I thought I was going to be beaten, someone came to my rescue. Kion, leave it at that. What if he gets scared of alcohol if you make him drink like that? The old man appears with a bottle of what looks like sake in one hand. He smells strongly, as if he has already consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, but he looks the same as usual. But father, I want Yura to know the taste of alcohol as well. If you force him to drink, it will have the opposite effect. You can take your time and teach him slowly. When Keon is teaching swordsmanship, she is slow and careful, while the old man is very forceful. But when it comes to alcohol, the situation seems to be the opposite. But either way, it seems that I'm set to be trained in drinking. Chapter 423. Before I knew it, in order to escape Keon's invitation to drink, I could no longer stay away from the old man. So the three of us continued to talk about swordsmanship, but Dad found Emitz and Miri in a corner, refraining from eating and drinking. Why are they so quiet in the corner like that? They aren't eating well and drinking. He was worried about them. I think Emitz and Miri were uncomfortable with the situation since they were soldiers. Hey, you guys, don't stay in that corner, come over here. The old man calls out to Emitz and Miri. The two looked at each other and were a little puzzled. Look, you can drink, can't you? First, have a drink. With that, he poured the sake into the bowl he handed them. After some hesitation, they drank it down in one gulp. It seemed to be a very strong drink, and their expressions turned grim. However, the taste seemed to be delicious, and their expressions changed from grim to surprised. Delicious, this is distilled from grains, isn't it? It has a mellow aroma and a rich flavor. I tried the local drinks, but it's rare to taste something this refined. Emitz said after drinking it, and Miri agreed with him. Yes, I too have never had such an aromatic drink before. It has a strong flavor, but the aftertaste is not persistent. Only the good aroma lingers on. You both have a good palate. Here, you can drink as much as you like. Yuta bought plenty of sake for us. I did think it was strange for two people to drink that much, but they seemed to have been expecting to drink with everyone else. The two who had been offered drinks by Dad had grown accustomed to the occasion, and with that, they sipped their second round of drinks. After finishing the second drink, they couldn't stop drinking the third and fourth drinks. The normally calm and sober Emitz gradually became drunk and began to show a different side to their usual behavior. Yuta, I sometimes get scared. He says so out of the blue. I'm glad he's comfortable with us like this, even if it was with the help of alcohol. I asked him in detail what his story was. I left being a woman and lived my life as a man. I don't know if that's why I was at a loss for words. Not only me, but also my father, Keon, and Miri were interested in the story. And before I knew it, they were ready to listen to what he had to say. He was wondering if he should talk or not, but I guess the power of alcohol encouraged him to start talking. Actually, there are times when I strangely find that women are more attractive. What? Mr. Emitz, did you look at your subordinate that way? Hearing this, Miri reacts. Although she says it in words of disdain, her expression is somewhat happy. However, Emitz denies it. No, I think Miri is beautiful too, but right now I'm finding myself surprisingly attracted to Keon Darnond. Thank you, that I think I've taken a liking to her. Keon was puzzled, as if she didn't understand the meaning of his words. The old man seemed a little surprised at Emitz coming out, but he took it calmly and started laughing vigorously. Ha 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 ha, oh well, you're a man with a good eye to notice Keon's charms. How about it, Keon? You've never been told something like this before. Keon was still stunned, not understanding what was said. However, she quickly gathered her thoughts and responded, although she was still upset. I can only think of the sword right now, but I'm glad Emitz feels that way. Emitz hurriedly reacts. I'm sorry if I offended you. No, I don't feel bad. There's nothing to apologize for. Normally, this would have been a strange turn of events, but since both of them were adults, albeit drunk, the situation was settled amicably. Chapter 424. Mysterious Strong Enemy / Yuki. I will post 2 daily chapters until I make up for the missed chapters. Returning from the glacier ruins, we arrived at the front lines against the Kingdom of Lasha the following month. With no time to relax, we were immediately forced to prepare for battle. As we entered the hastily constructed frontline base, which had been manned by the border towns we had occupied, Arjane, Rosetta, and other senior members of the Central Area Army gathered in my ride carrier. The purpose was to confirm the current situation and discuss future strategies, but it also seemed to be aimed at appealing to all the troops that the command had been transferred to me. For this reason, my ride carrier became the meeting place. So why are we struggling so much? Rosetta, a member of the former Three Greats, was far superior to Arjane before the 10 Gods of War system was introduced. As it has been reported, it appears that Lasha has also acquired Nitro-Ludia technology, and its Magicraft forces are more powerful than we had imagined. Moreover, they seem to be receiving support from the Radal Company, With state-of-the-art battleship-type ride carriers with powerful guns, and a myriad of large magicrafts deployed, their strength is no less than that of the new Elysian army. Even so, you are one of the 10 gods of war, aren't you? How can you fall behind riders who have been enhanced with nitroludia? At Rosetta's words, Arjane's complexion changed. Then he began to speak in a less than enthusiastic manner. It's simple. I don't like to talk about this, but there is a rider stronger than me on the Lashian side. Both Rosetta and I were surprised at his words. Arjane's Ludia value exceeds 420,000, and he is riding a powerful magicraft. What kind of rider could make Arjane say that he is stronger than him? When you say he is stronger than you, does that mean he is marginally stronger than you? I asked without thinking. If you can call the difference in power between me and the 5 Xlanders in my entourage, who can't even put a scratch on me, then yes, it is small. The Xlanders are an elite force with a Ludia value of more than 100,000. Unless we defeat him, it will be impossible to conquer Lasha, so this battle will be up to you, Yuki. So that's how it is. I now understand why I was sent to fight against the Kingdom of Lasha on such short notice. As far as Arjane is concerned, there is only a limited number of people who can fight that Lasha rider, even among the current strengthened Elysian army. It's either me, Mr. Yudo, or those 2 legends. I'll take care of that rider. Will that solve your problem? I genuinely think that if there are people who are interfering with the operation, we will just eliminate them. It is true that the overall strength of our forces is superior to theirs. The opponent we are fighting is someone who has so far repelled the Elysian army's attacks, but defeating that rider, the center of the enemy forces, is not a guarantee of victory. Yuki can deal with such a monster. Let's think about a specific strategic plan. Please let me know how Lasha troops are positioned, the location of their bases, and so on. At Rosetta's instruction, the intelligence officer wrote down the information on the table about the enemy that was currently known. Looking at this information, they began discussing how to attack the enemy. Chapter 425. Military advice / Yuki. The full extent of the unidentifiable Lasha forces had not been ascertained. However, we do know that the enemy force estimated from previous battles is at least as large as 12,000 magicrafts, 300 battleship-class ride carriers, and 300,000 soldiers. Although this is an astonishingly large force, ours is still superior in terms of strength. Even if we have an advantage in terms of strength, it does not necessarily mean that we have an absolute advantage in the war. The Lashian army is taking advantage of its geographical position, and it is overwhelmingly more difficult for us to attack them. Looking at the enemy lineup as laid out by the intelligence officers, an old man named Horostoi, who was newly appointed as the Chief of Staff of the Central Area Army, who is also a chaperone assigned by the military, perhaps out of concern that I, as the general of the Central Area Army, would be unfamiliar with strategy, was troubled. All the bases are perfectly defended. Moreover, the bases are linked to each other, so it will be a hard task to attack them down. No wonder Lord Arjane was having a hard time. It seems that the enemy has some very good military strategists. Rosetta also seems to agree with Horostoi and praises the enemy's lineup. That place will be my battlefield. The Manoni fortress is the most important base on the Lashian side. It is in a position where they could easily support the other bases, and if we don't take it down, there is nothing we can do. We attacked it several times, but all of our attacks were rebuffed and we suffered heavy damage. Looking at the location of the Manoni fortress, it is in the center of a group of enemy strongholds, and even the untrained eye can see the importance of the fortress. You tried to attack Fort Manoni alone. No wonder you lost so many battles. The enemy's positions are strongly linked to each other, reinforcing each other's defenses. Therefore, if you try to attack a stronghold alone, you will be caught in the enemy's trap, and you will only suffer more damage. If you don't consider the entire group of defensive bases as a large fortress and attack it, you will not be successful. Rosetta not only has practical command experience, but she has also studied proper military tactics, and she rationally points out Arjane's poor strategy. Before his awakening with nitroludia, Arjane was just an elite rider. He had command experience at the platoon and company level, but suddenly he was forced to command a core unit. He seems to understand that his strategy was flawed, and he does not argue but simply nods and listens. In the first place, it is strange for a country to suddenly put a person in command of a large army because of his high Ludia value. This kind of policy makes me wonder if the Emperor or even Rafishal are really trying to win the war. Anyway, it is certain that the opponent cannot be defeated by force, just because they are overwhelmingly superior in terms of strength. First, let's think of a tactical strategy and implement it, shall we, Master Yuki? I think it would be more efficient to proceed without me, but I guess he is just showing respect for my position as commander. To be frank, I think it is a waste of time, so I simply nodded. Chapter 426. Urgent call Yuta, how are you tilde you are like that tilde you have to be more proper like this. Nagisa suddenly teased me with a strange expression on her face. I could tell by her red face and dazed appearance that she was completely intoxicated. We are childhood friends and we were always together, so I'm familiar with her various facial expressions and gestures, but this is the first time I've seen her like this. Who let Nagisa drink this much alcohol? The drunken father-daughter and Linicarlo looked away in disgust. It seems that they got together and gave Nagisa her first drink just for the fun of it. Nagisa's father doesn't drink much, whether it's because of his profession or his personality, but her mother is a bottomless drunk, just like my mother and grandmother. I drank it myself. Come on, Yuta, let's drink together. Come on, I'll pour you a drink. I stared at the culprits as I dismissed the annoying drunken childhood friend, saying, okay. The old men did not seem to think that the party would be so wild, and although they made apologetic gestures, it was hard not to feel that they had been left to take care of the rest. However, at the height of the excitement of the party, a situation came up where I could no longer deal with my drunken childhood friend. Jean, whose face changed color, calls me over. It was his work face, and it was a not-so-good look, so I quickly got out of the banquet mode and answered him. What's the matter, Jean? You look so scared. I just got an urgent call from Alana. Can you come over here for a minute? It seemed that Jean had received the call secretly so as not to disturb the banquet, but from the content, he thought it would be better to tell me immediately. I and Jean immediately went to the bridge where the spirit box was located and listened to what Alana had to say. I'm sorry that you had to go through this in my presence, Yuta. Aluna's story began with an apology. Listening to her, I became more and more worried about the content. Farmer ran off by herself. Wait a minute. Why didn't you stop her? When I came to my senses, she was already in her magic craft. Garuda is now capable of high-speed flight thanks to Rafishal's modifications, and because of Farmer's growth, none of our men could keep up with her. I called her with the spirit box and she just said don't worry but didn't stop. Crap, I get it. I'm going to hurry back now. I'm going directly to Ludowan in Arleo too. Ludowan is a place where I have fond memories of living with Nanami and Farmer, and sad memories of the death of my benefactor, Mr. Belfast. According to Alana, news has broken that the Elysian Empire has suddenly launched a full-scale invasion of other countries. There is no country in the vicinity of Ludowan that can stop the Elysian army that has become serious, and the article said that it is only a matter of time before Ludowan and other neighboring countries will be destroyed. When Farmer saw the article, she knew the country she was going to take revenge on was going to be destroyed. Alana and the others tried to convince her to wait for us to return, but she saw an opening and got into Garuda and left alone. Emina and Nanami are chasing after Farmer, but there is no way they can catch up with Garuda with their foot speed, so they will probably both have to chase her all the way to Ludowan. Chapter 427. Overlapping events. The fact that Farmer had flown out alone was only one of the news. Alana had another important report to make. Besides the matter of Farmer, there was another development just now. This is also an urgent matter, so please listen to me. Is there something more? Jean is also worried about Farmer and reacts in a disturbing way to another problem that is happening at the same time. We've got a call for help from Melteria. We have a contract with them, so we have to move quickly. What? Melteria is being invaded by Elysia too? I immediately thought so and asked again because I had heard about Elysia's large-scale invasion. No, this is a different matter. Well, it seems that the conflicts in the surrounding areas have heated up in response to the movements of the Elysian Empire. There are wars everywhere. Well, that's how we mercenaries make our money. All right, we certainly need to go to Melteria soon, Melteria seems to be in a great hurry too, so we will have to move at the same time. As I said before, I'm going to follow Pharma to Ludowen. Jean and Alana, can you head for Melteria? Considering the situation, if we are not careful, we could be dealing with two countries at the same time, Elysia and Ludowen. The truth is, I'd like to head over with the entire Iron Knights, but since I can't leave Melteria alone either, I thought it was the only way to do it. Damn, that's the only way I might make Yura do something reckless again. That's fine. To be honest, my feelings are similar to those of Pharma. I wouldn't want to be avenged by the Elysian Empire. That is the reason why Pharma and I became mercenaries in the first place. Until Ludowen takes responsibility for Belfast's death, we can't let it be destroyed. When I told my friends about the news from Alana, Linacarlo reacted strongly, as if to say, I'm going with Yura. I will follow Yura. It is true that Victor might be able to follow Arleo too, but the problem was not there. That's a no-no. The matter of Melteria may require a complicated political decision. Rationally speaking, it would be better for Linacarlo, a member of the Iron Knights and a part of the royal family, to go to Melteria. Yes, that may be true, but the worst that could happen is that Pharma and Yura might end up fighting against the Elysian Empire and Ludowen. That's absurd no matter what you say. No, Emina and Nanami are also on their way to Ludowen in pursuit of Pharma, so it won't be just the two of us. It would certainly be more reassuring if Linacarlo came with us, but Melteria is Linacarlo's home country, so you have to go there. But Linacarlo couldn't argue any further. There's no doubt she's worried about her home country. Alana says it looks like it's going to be a pretty big fight in Melteria as well. But since Dad, Linacarlo and Keon will be there, I don't have to worry too much. Chapter 428. In pursuit of Pharma, leaving the matter of Melteria to Jean and Alana, I headed for Ludowen in Arleo too. On the way there, I tried to contact Pharma with the spirit box, but she seemed to be fed up with the persistent communication with Alana and the others, and has completely blocked the communication, making it impossible to talk to her. Ferry, how soon can we get to Ludowen? The most up-to-date maps are registered in Ferry's database, so she will calculate the time required based on Arleo 2 flight capabilities and distance. We'll be replenishing the ether as we go, so it will take at least 32 hours. Is it impossible to go all at once? Can't we just use the ether pods to replenish? Unfortunately, the distance is beyond the limit of continuous flight. Besides, it would be better to have the ether pods ready for replenishment in the event of local combat. I see. We can't predict what Pharma will do, so I would like to arrive before it becomes irreversible, but it seems difficult. During the first ether refill break, I received a transmission from Emina. Apparently, she had heard from Alana that I was on my way to Ludowen. Yura, where are you? Ferry, where is this area? In the northern part of the Radal neutral zone. I see. What's the situation there? I'm chasing it with a high-speed ride hover, but I still can't catch up with Pharma's Garuda 2 at all. If it were only for its flying ability, it might be faster than Arleo 2. I didn't know it had that much power. According to Rafishal, Pharma has a high aptitude for flying, so he has enhanced her flying ability to the maximum extent. If he hadn't strengthened it so much, they might have managed to catch up, but there is no point in thinking about that now. For now, I just prayed that Pharma wouldn't do anything reckless. Yura, I think Pharma wants to avenge Mr. Belfast with her own hands. The Elysian Empire's army has already surrounded Ludowen, so it's only a matter of time before her target is killed, so she's headed there alone. I was surprised when Nanami told me information that even Alana did not know. Wait a minute, Nanami, what do you mean? There was someone behind the death of Mr. Belfast. How do you know about that? The truth is that the Iron Knights have become quite strong, and I was talking with Pharma about returning to Ludowen once the Amurian Federation thing, the resurrection and other issues were taken care of. But we didn't know the actual power and situation in Ludowen, so we asked Alice Abbey to do some research. When I asked, I told Sister Musi about the Belfast case, so she was very considerate and looked into that as well. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? Yura seemed busy, so I was talking to Pharma about talking to you after I got the information apparently. The two of them were concerned about my busy schedule and wanted to talk to me after the information was in order so as not to add to my worries. It's true that I was busy with various things, but I wanted them to talk about Mr. Belfast's case because it was important to me as well. However, I was not angry with the two of them because they had no bad intentions, and I reflected that I should have taken the initiative in this matter. Chapter 429, The Devil of Ludo and MS. Belfast's case was not a simple one in which the military learned of Nanami's Ludia value and decided to take advantage of it. In fact, the great man in the military who made that decision was someone who had a personal grudge against MS. Belfast, and he used the reason of securing a triple Highlander to deal with him. The executing unit was told to kill everyone in the Belfast mansion except the triple Highlander, and it seems that the forceful visit was for that purpose. Mr. Belfast, an aristocrat, was not without political influence in the country, but his advocacy in the military was drowned out by the reason of securing the triple Highlander. It all seems to have been at the behest of someone with a grudge against MS. Belfast, and for that person, securing Nanami may not have been the primary objective, but MS. Belfast's death. The name of Belfast's killer is Marquis de Graffel, Ludoan's Minister of War, who seems to have harbored a strong hatred for Belfast because he had been repeatedly lost in his private business dealings thanks to him. Furthermore, Marquis de Graffel had a history of courting Pharma's mother, which may have been one of the reasons for his resentment. Then it occurred to me, maybe he has something to do with Pharma curse. I remember Jean telling me that a strong curse requires a certain amount of financial power and enough connections to obtain dark technology. Marquis de Graffel fits all the criteria, and from the information I have, he had quite a grudge against Mr. Belfast, and it may be quite possible. Perhaps Pharma has noticed that as well. If she thought that avenging her fathers might be related to her curse, it's hard to read how even the mature Pharma would act. I really need to hurry. Fairy, I still think we should hurry to Ludoan even if we use the ether pods. The long flight may cause a temporary loss of ability, and the 4-element cannon may not work, which may affect our ability to fight with many people. I'm afraid something will happen to Pharma if we don't make it in time. I understand. I will modify the movement programs. According to the revised schedule, we would reach Ludoan in 8 hours. This way we might be able to catch up with Pharma. I inform Emina and the others of the change in travel schedule. The girls are going to take about 20 hours no matter how fast they hurry, so it looks like I'll get to Ludoan first. I think Pharma is heading for the residence of the Marquis de Graffel. When you reach Ludoan, head there. Where is his mansion? I don't know the exact location, but he said it's not far from Belfast's mansion. Okay, I'll check when I get there. It would be preferable if the 4 of us, me, Pharma, Emina and Nanami, joined up before anything happened. The problem is the movement of the Elysian Empire and the time it takes to get there. I hope there will be no movement until I arrive. Chapter 430. Impatience and resentment / Pharma news came in that the Elysian Empire was targeting Ludoan. The content of the report stated that Ludoan had no chance of winning, and that it was obvious that it would be destroyed when the full-scale invasion began. My heart ached as I remembered the moment of my father's death. Along with the sadness, the anger that I had been pushing deep down in my heart overflowed. I hope Ludoan would be destroyed by the Elysian Empire. Such bad feelings come to mind. I had planned to consult with Yura when he returned and decide what to do, but time did not permit me to do so. We received further news that the Elysian Empire had launched a full-scale invasion, and also received a report on the investigation of Ludoan, which we had asked Sister Musi to do for us. It also contained the truth about my father's surprising death. I remember that the Marquis de Graffel was a nasty person. He did all kinds of nasty things to my house. I was so shocked to find out that such a Marquis de Graffel had intentionally caused my father's death that my mind went blank. I thought my father had died in an accident when the military wanted to take Nanami, so I could not forgive him, but I could suppress my fury. When I found out that my father was killed by malice, I could no longer suppress the anger that had been smoldering inside me. The Elysian Empire was moving quickly, and Ludoan was expected to fall in a few short days, but I still did not know when Yura would return. Since the Marquis de Graffel holds the position of Minister of War, he would probably be captured and executed if Ludoan fell. No, I couldn't stand the fact that the person who killed my father would be judged by others. The next thing I knew, I was on board Garuda too. Everyone tried to stop me from going out of control. I know they were worried about me, but all I could think about right now was heading to Ludoan. I cut off all communications and selfishly flew Garuda too. I flew through the air faster than a high-speed ride hover and headed for Ludoan in a straight line. During the flight, I thought about the Marquis de Graffel. I recall that I had met him once in person, before I became like this. He came to my house with my father and greeted me with a smile. However, behind his eyes, he was not smiling. If anything, I felt hatred in his eyes. Even as a child, I knew that he did not like me. He looked at me in such a strange and unpleasant way that I felt that way. When I recalled the look in the eyes of the Marquis de Graffel, a thought occurred to me. This curse of mine is something that the Marquis de Graffel could have done. He caused my father's death and put a curse on me. I think about that and imagine something more horrible. If he was also involved in my mother's death, I would never be able to forgive him if that were the case. Unknowingly, my hand gripping the control ball tightens. I was about to go crazy with anger. Chapter 431. The Westward Plot/Cruise C431. The Westward Plot/Cruise. Sorry for the long hiatus, but Ilsup is back and the schedule is 5ch/week, Monday, Friday. A man from Ludoan has come to see you, Master Cruz, and he insists on seeing you. The garrison commander said in a quiet tone. Are you looking forward to a nice vacation with your family this summer? Or are you about to buy the home of your dreams? The unit commander looks deeply troubled, as if he doesn't understand the intent of my question. I tell him, annoyed at the bluntness of his response. I am asking about the amount of the bribe you received from that person. Oh, hard. I am sorry, sir. He handed me about 10 million gold. It is impossible for a person from a country with which we are at war to come to visit us and report on what is going on. It is only to be expected that money is involved. The bribe was not important. What mattered was what kind of person he was. I decided that if he was capable of bribing a unit commander with 10 million gold, I would meet with him. Let him pass. Oh, you're going to meet him. Regardless of what the reply was, I guess I was promised 10 million just for talking to him. I was surprised that the head of the unit didn't expect me to meet with him. I won't say it again. I'm sorry, sir. I will bring him immediately. He must have sensed my anger because he immediately replied. Although I have become accustomed to this situation because of all the incompetent subordinates, I am still angry with them. I am the Minister of War of Ludoan. My name is Dear Graffel. The man whom he brought was a small, fat, elderly man, befitting the position of Minister of War. So what does Ludoan Minister of War want with me? Before we begin, I would like to offer you this, which is a gift befitting a beautiful woman like yourself. He presented a box full of jewelry. Some of them had a nice shine and seemed to be worth quite a lot of money. Oh, what do you want me to do with such a nice gift? No, this is just a greeting, a gift. Then I'll take it without reservation. There is no such thing as a woman who doesn't like jewelry. There is no reason not to take it if you offer it to me for free. However, it would be wise not to think that this would add even a little color to the main topic of conversation, but he seems to fully understand that as well. May I ask you one question then on the subject at hand? It depends on what you want to talk about. Tell me, the invasion of Ludowanis, there any possibility that you will stop it? No, there is no possibility. We will destroy it as planned. He was a little upset, as if he did not expect me to answer him so casually. So what would my life be then? If you're the Minister of War in Ludoan, you'll be hanged. If you are going to beg for your life, you will have to pay a lot of money for it. It would probably take more than even you, a rich man, could afford. I understand. I don't want to die yet, so I'm willing to offer whatever it takes to keep me alive. I told you it has to be something that even a rich man cannot afford. That meant that bribes would not be accepted, but Dear Graffel did not hesitate. No, what I am offering is not money, but something more useful to the Elysian Empire. Hearing this, I became a little curious, so I urged him to continue. Chapter 432. Westward Plot/Cruise C432. Westward Plot/Cruise. What Dear Graffel proposed was certainly interesting, but I was not interested in information alone. He believed that I was and continued to speak. I will inform Master Cruz of all the movements of the military joint struggle. If I do so, I believe you will be able to capture the West with ease. Oh, you mean you would betray your own country? I would pay a small price to save my life. I have no interest in a community that exists only in the land of my birth. You are very good and made it easy to understand. Yes, that information would make my life a lot easier. It doesn't matter how many weak nations in the West gather together, but if it is easier, of course it is better. I have no interest in this man's life, so it is not a bad idea to spare his life for the sake of meaningful information. However, I decided to add an additional condition. But information alone is not enough. We will give you instructions, so please move Ludoan and the other countries that are fighting with us to our convenience. He was capable enough to hold the position of Minister of War, and was pretty capable, so he nodded his head at my instructions, understanding that his life was saved. As soon as dear Graffel was allowed to leave, a report on another matter was brought to me. It was a report on the progress of one of the schemes that had been hatched in my former homeland of Melteria. So are the states surrounding Melteria about to make a move? Yes, they have reason to suspect that the people of Melteria are connected to our Elysian Empire, and that they are trying to sell out the surrounding states. They are moving their armies to invade Melteria at any moment. Yes, I suppose that's what happens, since we made it public that I am the commander of the invasion force in the West. I think the fact that Cruz Sama is the former commander-in-chief of the army of Melteria is quite persuasive. The Western nations, however weak they may be, are not happy to be united, so they have been working on several schemes behind the scenes. One of them is to make Melteria and their neighboring countries fight, and it seems to be working. Melteria has Linicarlo and the White Magicraft. If they fought together with the neighboring countries and rebelled, they would certainly be the biggest obstacle, so we made the first move. We will hold a military meeting right away. Tell Reina to come over here. When she gave that order, the second-in-command showed some concern. Butin, the hierarchy of the 10 gods of war, Riene Sama is higher than Cruz Sama, so I don't think it's a good idea to call her here. How about we prepare a separate military meeting place somewhere else? The suggestion was plausible, but it irked me. I pulled out the dagger attached to my waist and slashed at the deputy's leg. The deputy crouched down, holding the cut. I told the incompetent man I don't care about rank. I am the commander of the Western Army. Normally, the person higher in the pecking order would be the commander, but there was a big difference in command experience between Reina and me. Of course, I made a move to make it so, but the Empire recognized this and appointed me as the commander. I don't even want to think about being under the command of a little girl who only has a high Ludia value. Chapter 433, Long Time No Longer Home Country / Farmer. C 433, Long Time No Longer Home Country / Farmer. Upon arriving in Ludoan, I immediately headed to the residence of the Marquis of Dear Graffel. Since I was on the border of Ludoan, I was prepared for some fighting, but somehow I didn't see any military forces. I expected to see a garrison at the Marquis's mansion, but I didn't see a single soldier there either. I had a bad feeling. If the Marquis Dear Graffel were here, this state of security would not be possible. I tried to check the house, but I didn't see anyone coming in or out, not even a servant. And just when I was about to assume that the house might be unoccupied, I saw a figure coming and going from the back door. The figure got into a horse-drawn carriage parked in the back of the house and was going somewhere. It was a bit impulsive, but since there was no way to move without knowing what was going on, I decided to take the plunge and talk to the person in the carriage. I took my Garuda and went around in the direction the carriage was going and stood in front of it. Since a magic craft suddenly appeared in front of him, the person riding in the carriage was startled and with a look of fear tried to escape by jumping down from the carriage, but I stopped him. Please wait. I just want to ask you a few questions. I tried to speak to him as politely as possible, but the person in the carriage seemed to feel only fear, and I wasn't even sure he was listening to me. I didn't give up and slowly talked to him, so he calmed down a little, and I asked him a brief question. The owner of the house, the Marquis Dear Graffel, doesn't seem to be here. No, there's no one in the house anymore. They've all fled, scared by the Elysian Empire. Did the Marquis Dear Graffel escape too? The Marquis and his family were the first to leave. The servants and guards remained until a little while ago, but when they heard that the Elysian Empire was approaching, They couldn't wait to get away. I didn't know what they would do to me if I stayed in the Minister of War's mansion. It seems that the leadership of the country is already crumbling. This may have something to do with the fact that there were no troops on the border. Apparently, this person did not have any information on the whereabouts of the Marquis de Graffel. Since there was nothing more I could find from him, I decided to let him go and move on. This is my home country after all. I have an acquaintance or two. I remembered that an aunt that lived nearby and headed over to get some information. The lady, who lives in a small compound deep in the mountains, welcomed my visit. I asked her if I had been harmed by the country in any way as a result of my escape, but she only smiled and said it was all right. Based on this response, she may have been harassed in some way. I feel sorry for my aunt. I'm glad Pharma is safe. Now I'm going to prepare a hot meal for you. She was my mother's sister, and one of the few people who treated me kindly even though I looked like this, so I explained to her why I was here. No way Marquis de Graffel had Mr. Belfast. But then she started talking as if she had some idea what was going on. I never told you this because Mr. Belfast stopped me, but I suspect that your mother, my sister Ibilma, was murdered by Marquis de Graffel. My heart almost stopped when I heard that. I could see my mother's smile in my mind. My heart ached so much that it felt as if it was about to burst, and I felt an indescribable emotion. Chapter 434. My enemy/Pharma. 434. My enemy/Pharma. I'll post on more chapter tomorrow since I couldn't post yesterday. My aunt told me about my mother's alleged death, which my father had kept from me. It was a story that made me want to cover my ears. Mom had been invited to a ladies-only party, so my father was not there. She didn't think the relationship between aristocrats was very good, so she wasn't too keen on it, but it seemed that she had no choice but to attend because the aristocrats' association with each other would affect her husband's work. But an incident happened at that party. In the middle of the excitement of the party, my mother collapsed. Despite all attempts to rescue her, she did not return home. According to the doctor, it was a sudden seizure, but it was unthinkable that she would suddenly collapse, even though she had no pre-existing medical conditions and was in good health. My father thought so too, and gathered a lot of information behind the scenes. The doctor who took care of my mother came from a family with long-standing ties to Marquis de, and some of the servants and cooks at the aristocratic family's house, where the party was held that had been involved in the death of my mother, were later found to have died in a suspicious manner. Her father, aunt, and even many of the nobles who were opposed to Marquis de Graffel were convinced that mother had been poisoned by him, so all along they were investigating to get proof of that. A few days before Mr. Belfast died, he informed me that he was very close to getting to the bottom of Sister Ibilma's death, and then that happened. My aunt's words make me imagine even scarier things. Could it be that father was about to get the evidence, and that's why he was killed? If so, it would be very frightening. Auntie had connections to some of the higher-ups in the county. Don't you know where Marquis de Graffel is right now? Pharma, I don't think you. My aunt looks worried, as if she has realized my intentions. I still can't forgive Marquis de Graffel. I can't believe he killed my father and maybe even my mother. Auntie, please find out where he is. I can't forgive him either, but what if something happens to you, my niece? Don't worry, I'm strong now. I won't lose. The magicraft out there. No matter how many magicrafts you can control, you're the only one. How are you going to defeat Marquis de Graffel, who has an army? Yes, I am alone now. Not only the Iron Knights, but also Yuta and Nanami are gone. Even so, I still want to avenge my father and mother. Auntie, please. I can fight alone. I can't let you go alone. What aunt wouldn't be worried about her niece? Perhaps it wasn't a question of numbers, but in an attempt to make an argument, I retorted, I have friends too. I may be alone right now, but I have a lot of strong, trustworthy friends. Then rely on your friends. I will do my best to help you once I know you are not alone. With that being said, I made the decision to contact my companions. However, even if I could contact them, the invasion of the Elysian Empire is about to begin at any moment. I am worried about whether they will be able to reach me in time. It is quite a distance from the Amurian Union, where the Iron Knights are located, to here. There is no way they can fly here like Garuda Roman 2, so it will take a lot of time. When I thought of friends who could fly over, Yura's face was the first that came to mind. However, Yura is in the kingdom of Lubel, which is even farther away than the Amurian Union. It was not a distance that even Arleo 2 flying ability could cover in a flash. But I had an unfounded thought that Yura would be able to do something about it, so I called Yura instead of Fugaku. Yura, help me. I spoke so without hesitation, even though he might not be on Arleo 2. Pharma, where are yous? I'm in Ludowans. Yura then responded in a way I had never imagined. Me too, I'm in Ludowans. I thought Pharma was near the residence of Marquis Dear Graffel. Yura's words surprised me and relieved me from the bottom of my heart. And I don't know why, but I bursted into tears. Chapter 435. Where to go? See 435. Where to go? Sorry for the delay, but here is chapter 5/5 for the week. I didn't expect to receive a communication from Pharma, but I asked her to send me her coordinates, which Fairy analyzed and found out where Pharma was, and headed there immediately. We saw Garuda on the grounds of a mansion deep in the mountains, so I knew she was there, but it was a relief to actually see her. Pharma saw me coming down from Arleo 2 and called my name loudly. I responded with a smile, and for some reason she covered her face with her hands and began to cry. What's wrong, Pharma? I was so worried that I ran up to her. While crying, Pharma began to talk about MS, Belfast and her mother's death. Sometimes she would get emotional and stumble over her words, but she took her time and explained what she was thinking and what she wanted to do. I'm sorry for worrying everyone, and Yura rushed over to help me. I didn't know what I was doing and caused so much trouble for everyone. When she had finished, Pharma apologized, as if she felt that she had caused trouble for everyone by running out on her own. I'm not bothered, and I'm sure the others are worried too. You'd better check with your aunt about Marquis Dear Graffel whereabouts. If we don't hurry, the Elysian Empire will take everything. Yura, will you help me? I owe Mr. Belfast a debt of gratitude. For me too, Mr. Belfast is a benefactor, and I cannot forgive what Marquis Dear Graffel did. Perhaps reassured by these words, Pharma gave a little smile despite her sad expression. Pharma's aunt looked at me and nodded, and without so much as a hello, she started to contact someone. Apparently, she would use her connections to find out where Marquis Dear Graffel was. What is your relationship with Pharma? The lady who has finished her communication asks me this, as she places a warm drink on the table. A companion and a friend. When I answered that, she looked a little disappointed for some reason. Yes, I would have been happy if you were her lover, but I shouldn't wish for that much. But if you have any feelings for her at all, you should think about it. Hey Auntie, I was so embarrassed that I laughed. More importantly, have you found out where Marquis Dear Graffel is? Pharma brings the conversation back to the point. My friend has been trying to find out where Marquis Dear Graffel is, and I am sure she will tell me soon. But are you really planning to take on Dear Graffel by yourselves? Isn't that too reckless? Aunt, Yura is so strong that the army of the Marquis it's not even worth mentioning. Even though he is very strong, there are a lot of magicrafts in the army. I think the situation will be tougher than you think. I promised the worried woman, no matter how hard the battle gets, I will protect Pharma. Her aunt finally seemed relieved to hear that and looked at me with a smile. Sometime later, she received a call from her friend. She told her that she had found out the location of Marquis Dear Graffel, but his location surprised not only me and Pharma, but even her aunt. Chapter 436. The enemy within C-436. The enemy within Marquis Dear Graffel is being protected by the Elysian Imperial Army. The information from my aunt's friend was outrageous. Marquis Dear Graffel had betrayed not only Ludowan, but also the neighboring nations that had been cooperating with him militarily, and joined the Elysian Empire. If that was true, Pharma wouldn't be able to take revenge so easily, since the Elysian Empire would interfere. It seems that Marquis Dear Graffel has set a big trap for the Western Allied forces, in which the Ludowan army also participated, and dealt them a heavy blow. Now the Allied forces are retreating, and the traitorous Marquis Dear Graffel has joined the Elysian Imperial Army along with his own private army. Is that correct? So that's why there were no troops on the border. Everyone was called up to join that battle. As Pharma said, we had not seen the Ludowan army since we came to this country. That's probably why we've been able to move around freely without having to fight. I can't believe we're going to fight not only Marquis Dear Graffel, but also the Elysian Empire. After all, you should leave this country without doing anything. They are not the right people to be fighting with. Auntie, don't worry, Yura and I have fought the Elysian Empire several times. Farmer's words surprised her to the core. That news was so out of the blue that she could not believe it, even though it was the words of her niece, whom she trusted. "Auntie, do you know where the retreating coalition forces are?" I asked as a thought occurred to me. "What are you going to do when you find out?" "We are mercenaries. If we are hired by the Allied forces, we will have a reason to fight, and we won't be fighting on our own. If that happens, it will alleviate some of your aunt's concerns." After thinking about it for a moment, she replied, "I agree with you. It seems useless to stop them, and she might feel safer if we at least work together with the Allied forces. I'll check on it right away." It was soon clear where the retreating coalition forces were. They were retreating in the mountainous area of a country called Meberal in the northern part of Ludoan, while hiding. Farmer seemed to know the country, and she told me it was the area where we had had a mock battle on the way to Kirk's before, but I couldn't quite remember. After thanking her aunt, Farmer and I decided to head for the place. She watched Garuda and Arleo too as they took off. While on the move, we informed Nanami and Emina, who were on their way here, of the situation. They were pleased that Farmer was safe but were stunned by what followed. "Are you trying to get into trouble with the Elysian Empire again?" Emina says this in dismay, and I immediately contradict her. "No, I don't mean to rub it in, but I just mean that we're going to have to fight as a result." "What's the difference?" "Well, from what I've heard, it sounds like it can't be helped. But even if Nanami and I join you over there are only 4 of us. The most important thing to remember is that the Elysian army in the west is quite large, so you might want to contact Alana or Jean and ask them to send reinforcements." "I'd love to, but there's a lot going on over there in Melteria, and I don't think we'll be able to get reinforcements in time if they send them now. When they arrive, there is a possibility that the Elysian Empire will have overrun this area." That's true. Well, in the meantime, let me let you know what we're doing." When I told Jean that we might engage in a battle with the Elysian Empire, he was, as I expected, quite angry. However, when I told him about the situation, he showed some understanding. He reminded me not to take any chances and agreed to this action. Chapter 437, c. 437. Selling the Allied forces seemed to have retreated from the Elysian Empire while hiding, but when we searched for them from the air, Ferry quickly found them. The Allied forces' magicrafts had disparate national identification markings, and there was no denying that they were a hodgepodge. According to Farmer Ant, the army started out with several thousand magicrafts, but after a quick glance, it had dwindled to a few hundred or so. If they lost nearly 90% of their entire force in one battle, it must have been a pretty one-sided defeat. That's how fatal the betrayal of Martkidir Graffel was. When the Allied forces saw us, they were at first startled and went into a fighting stance, but we talked them through and managed to negotiate with their commander. The negotiations were about how much they would pay us, not about whether or not the Allied forces would refuse our help. I don't know how powerful this mercenary group is, but with only 4 reinforcements, this is the most we can offer. The amount offered was 3 million gold, which is not bad for the general market price. It was nothing compared to the conditions of the Amurian Federation or Melteria, but for the Allied forces, it was probably about what they could pay for a group of mercenaries that were unknown to them. The purpose of this job was not to make money in the first place, so I was willing to accept any amount, but in order to be trusted, I responded in the manner of a mercenary. "That's enough money for contract, but can you set a performance fee? We are fighting against the Elysian Empire, and if the price of life is that high, my friends will not be satisfied." Somehow I imagined the line Jean would say and said it, and it seems I was right. After thinking about it for a bit, the Allied commander nodded and promised me a reward for our performance. Moreover, he seemed to think I was a greedy mercenary, and he seemed to have gained a little trust in me as a mercenary. He told us about his plans for the future. "We will join up with the reinforcements and launch a counterattack. We lost our first battle due to the despicable treachery of Martkidir Graffel of Ludoan, but now the governments of the various countries are urgently gathering troops. We should still be able to fight." He said so, but would not talk about specific numbers. I felt that this commander might not even know how many forces would come as reinforcements. Maybe he is just really anxious and hoping that an unimaginable amount of reinforcements will be sent. The rendezvous point with the reinforcements is the border between Ludoan and Meberal, and we move slowly, wary of the Elysian Empire's pursuit. I observed the Allied forces along the way, but they must have been beaten to a pulp, and the soldiers were all quite exhausted. At this rate, the next battle would end in a one-sided slaughter without even a fight. Yuda, they are all very desperate. If things continue as they are, we're going to have to fight on our own. Farmer also looked at the army enveloped in an aura of despair and said anxiously, "It will be extremely difficult to revive the army from such a state, so it is true that we will have to fight on our own. We need to meet up with Emina and Nanami as soon as possible." "Where are they now?" "They can't be far. We know where the reinforcements are now, so let's call them and ask them to hurry up." "They were already close by. I told them the rendezvous point and told them to hurry up. They complained that they were already in a hurry, but replied that they understood." Chapter 438, c. 438. Joining hands at first, I doubted that this was really the rendezvous point with the reinforcements. There was no one present, but as we waited, magic crafts and ride carriers gradually began to appear. Are these all the reinforcements? What finally gathered as reinforcements were about 100 magic crafts and about 10 ride carriers. The commander also did not expect such a small number, and impatiently asked each country for reinforcements again. "If this army is defeated, the surrounding western states will be destroyed. Don't leave any forces behind to guard dignitaries and send them all over to us." Indeed, as the commander said, I think it is no exaggeration to say that this army is the last stronghold for the surrounding nations. They will have to gather their forces without leaving anything behind, but it seems that the great people of the state are still thinking of their own safety. Speaking of forces, come to think of it, Arpeka, where the Colosseum was located, is one of the states around here, right? Yes, it is. I suddenly remembered the Colosseum where I had fought as a gladiator. Like Alana, gladiators are sometimes stronger than regular soldiers, and I think they can be an asset to the war effort. There are quite a few of them, and I think we can rely on them if they can reinforce us. With this in mind, I advised the commander. However, he replied that the gladiators in Arpeka are free men and have no employment or contractual ties with the Arpeka government, so he cannot even request their participation. If we were to ask, he said, we would have to negotiate with each gladiator individually, which is impossible in the current time crunch. I was convinced that there was no way they would listen to the government's order, since all gladiators are free men. But what if it was a request from someone they respected? I remembered that I had a legendary former gladiator king in my group. I spoke to Alana via communication, and she immediately put me in touch with the gladiator organization. The name of the king of gladiators was still alive and well. The organization immediately took action, and all the gladiators in the organization were informed of the situation. After informing them that they were up against the Elysian Empire, they were offered a reasonable reward, and an improvised gladiatorial army was formed with only those who wanted to join it. The enemy was powerful and there was no guarantee of life. It was thought that few gladiators, even daredevil gladiators, would participate, but as many as half of the total number of gladiators gathered. Apparently, many feared that if the Elysian Empire took control of the Colosseum, it would surely be dismantled and they would have no place to go. And that was the result. The commander of the Allied forces was delighted at the unexpected news. The assembled gladiatorial forces numbered as many as 2,000 magic crafts, making it the largest force in the current Allied forces. Although it would cost a considerable amount of money, the funds were raised from various countries, which was better than the destruction of the country. Around the time the gladiatorial army was organized, Emina and Nanami arrived. Farmer was properly scolded by Emina and Nanami and showed remorse. "I'm sorry. You know you can talk to me about everything, Farmer, so don't go off on your own again." "I understand." Now we were ready to fight the Elysian Imperial Army. With another request for reinforcements, several hundred more magic crafts joined us, and the Allied forces recovered in number to a scale of about 3,000 magic crafts. However, according to information, the Elysian Imperial Army was said to have more than 10,000 magic crafts, so even at this level, we were still considerably outnumbered. Chapter 439, Strategy Meeting C. 439, Strategy Meeting. Sorry for the slow releases, but here are chapters 4 and 5 for last week. Information was received that Elysian forces had begun to move south, and there was no escape route for the Allied forces. We had other choice but to intercept them at some point, and a strategy meeting was held to discuss this. The commander asked us to participate in the strategy meeting, because his trust in us, the Iron Knights, had increased dramatically after the incident with the gladiatorial forces. I wondered if it was a good idea to have a mere mercenary participate in such an important meeting, but we have our own way of fighting, and I thought it might be good to convey it at the strategy meeting, so I decided to participate. I was worried about being alone, so I asked Emina, who knows the Elysian army well and is familiar with basic tactics, to attend the meeting with me. She agreed as if it were a given. Of course I'll be there. Yuta is the kind of person who shines in actual combat. I can't imagine him playing an active role in a strategy meeting. I agreed, so I couldn't argue with her. The first item on the agenda at the strategy meeting was a place to intercept the Elysian Imperial Army on the battlefield. Since we were outnumbered, it was desirable to find a location where it would be easy for us to defend and hard for them to attack, and where we would have a geographical advantage. A general from one of the national armies suggested the best location. It is better to establish a stronghold on the Dynamo's Pass. To approach the pass, they will have to pass through a narrow and complicated canyon, which will leave the enemy with no choice but to spread out their forces. Furthermore, the difference in elevation will make it difficult for the enemy to see us, while we will have a full view of them. Everyone at the meeting agreed on this location. It seems to be a very geographically advantageous location. However, one concern was raised. But would the Elysian army be willing to invade a place such as this, where we have the advantage? I certainly think so. It was an advantageous position for all to see. It is a place of superiority by all accounts, something the Elysian army would have noticed immediately. However, an elite rider from the former Elysian army answered that question. I don't think you need to worry about that. There are two reasons. One is that there is too much difference in strength. With such a large difference in strength, the enemy will not be so concerned about geographical superiority. The other is the traditional policy of the Elysian Imperial Army. The Imperial Army tries to show its power by using force, including political means. Every commander will try to overrun us with overwhelming force, in accordance with tradition and policy, although there are individual differences among commanders. I see, but I heard that the current Western Area commander is a recent newcomer to the Elysian Empire. Is that correct? A newcomer is now the commander of the Imperial Army's regional forces. It seems unthinkable in the Elysian Empire that Emina knows, and she is truly surprised. The current commander of the Elysian Empire's Western Area Army is one of the 10 Gods of War, the former commander-in-chief of the Magicraft Army of the Kingdom of Melteria, a woman named Cruz. Cruz of Melteria. My voice and Emina's voice harmonize. I did know a Cruz from Melteria, but I didn't expect to hear her name mentioned here. Chapter 440, Preparing for Battle. C. 440, Preparing for battle. As per the plan, the Allied forces will take up position at the Dynamo's Pass. The terrain is easy to defend even to the untrained eye, and this may indeed bring a possibility to win even with a small force. According to information, the Elysian Imperial Army is already on its way here and is expected to arrive in a few hours. At the moment, there is no strange movement, and they seem to be ready to meet us head-on. First, let's reduce the number of enemies by using Arleo Roman II 4 elements cannon and Garuda Roman II arrow rain. Then, while maintaining the defense line, let's exterminate the attacking enemies and try to win the battle with persistence. Although this ability was limited by my long-range flight, I can fire at least one shot from the 4-element cannon, so I agree with Emina's suggestion. What should Nanami do? She asked, since her name was not mentioned in Emina's plan of action. Nanami, you are to stand south of the pass where the enemy attack is expected, and protect it so that no magicraft can pass through. Yes, I'll take them all down. Nanami took on the difficult task with ease, but I was sure that she was capable of really doing it. What is Emina going to do? Fight the right battles. Emina's Artemis is a versatile magicraft. It is a dexterous machine that can perform all kinds of missions, so it will be useful no matter what. I'm going to break into enemy territory and look for targets for Pharma and her team. It is the most important objective in this battle, and it will be meaningless if we don't accomplish it. I'll let you know when I find them, and we'll see what we do after that and think about it then. Emina was given details of information about Marquis de Graffel. She would be searching for him based on the characteristics of the ride carriers that would have his family crest. As Emina said, our main objective is to defeat Marquis de Graffel. As long as we are hired, we will fight for our employer, but we must not forget our main objective. But it's wonderful that Emina is taking care not only of battle-winning tactics, but also of our personal objectives. Exactly 1 hour later, the large army of the Elysian Empire showed up. Even at a quick glance, they were several times our size, and the air around our allies became stiff with fear and tension. Even the fiercest members of the gladiatorial forces, who make up the majority of our forces, are not accustomed to the atmosphere of a battlefield, and can be heard whispering their concerns. Probably the only ones who are calm in the Allied forces are us, the Iron Knights. It might be a good idea to unleash a flashy attack to boost the morale of our allies. Commander, I would like to make a preemptive strike. Can you give me permission to do so? As a mercenary, I could not attack without permission. I applied to the commander for permission, if only for the time being. How are you going to do a preemptive strike? We're still a long way off, and even the arrow range is not that long. I'm going to attack from the air. We can hit them pretty hard now, so please make a decision quickly. Okay. I authorize the attack. The commander did not understand what I was going to do, but he agreed since he could not think of any disadvantages. Okay, we've got the go-ahead. We're going to make the first move. Everybody get ready. I've only heard about it, but apparently, while I was struggling to resurrect Father, Farmer and the other stay-at-home members have made considerable power improvements to their magic crafts as well as their personal power. New weapons with powerful ranged attacks were added, and I couldn't wait to see them in action. Chapter 441, C441. Rain of Arrows. Arleo II and Garuda II soared high into the sky. They aimed at the densely packed Elysian Imperial Army and delivered a powerful ranged attack. Fairy, calculate the damage to the enemy when the 4-element cannon is fired at the indicated attack point. Yes, there are about 3,000 magicrafts within the attack range, but it is estimated that less than 1,000 will be seriously damaged. The impact on the ride carriers will be minor, and the number of ships to be destroyed is expected to be limited to about 20. Considering the power of the 4-element cannon so far, I felt the effect was weaker than I expected. I honestly asked Ferry about it. The effect is a little weak. Is it perhaps due to the long-distance flight? The Elysian Imperial Army's magicrafts are equipped with shields, which considerably suppress the power of the 4-element cannon. I see. If there are that many shield-equipped magicrafts, we can't be too careless with them, can we? The number of aircraft in the Xlander class has also increased, so their strength is quite large. It will be hard to fight them with the actual Arleo II, so please refrain from pushing with foolish force as much as possible, she said in a slightly sarcastic way, but I can't refute it because I have a lot on my mind. What shall we do then? Perhaps we should not use the 4-element cannon. I suggest a wave attack with Garuda Roman II Arrow Rain. First, the Arrow Rain attack will cause a wide range of enemies to deploy their shields, and if you release the 4 elemental cannons while the shields are on cooldown, you can more effectively destroy the enemies. I see. You heard that, Farmer. Yeah. I'll get the Arrow Rain ready to launch. I haven't seen the performance of the enhanced Garuda Roman II yet, so I don't know the details, but I heard that Arrow Rain is not as powerful as the 4-element cannon, but has a wider attack range and is quite an impactful attack. If it and the 4-elemental cannon attack in waves, it should be enough to boost the morale of the allies. And if we could inflict maximum damage, there was no reason not to do it. Ludia, concentrate ether-filling laser arrow embodied Arrow Rain ready to fire. Farmer's fairy-like, clear voice chanted the preparations for the attack in a matter-of-fact manner. And when the preparations were complete, Garuda Roman II held the bow it was holding diagonally upward. Arrow Rain, a dozen arrows of light were released from the bow that Farmer shot. Immediately after being released, the arrows of light split into a dozen or more. Each arrow further split into a dozen or more arrows. The arrows repeated this process 4 or 5 more times, and the number of light arrows multiplied to the point that they could not be counted. The arrows of light that filled the sky rained down on the Elysian Imperial Army. However, the Elysian Imperial Army reacted in a way that I have never seen before. With a strange queuing sound, rings of light were emitted from several magicrafts. The arrows of light raining down on the rings of light are stopped. However, the number of arrows is too large for all of them to be stopped. About 30% of the light arrows hit the enemy's magicrafts and pierce their armor. The enemy magicraft's shields are on cooldown. Arleo 2 will now move to fire the 4-element cannon. Saying this, Fairy began to prepare to fire the 4-element cannon. The shields deployed by the enemy's magicrafts began to flash. The thinning shields disappear one after another. At the time when most of the shields disappeared, the firing preparations were ready. Ludia Core Access start chanting the spell Agni Gladia, start chanting the spell Earth Titan, start chanting the spell Sheer Tritone, start chanting the spell Zeus Weapon, start chanting the spell Heroic Boost Simultaneously Select Range, correct position, prepare sight. Ready to fire the 4-element cannon. 4 elements cannon fire. Due to the cooldown, the enemy can no longer deploy their shields, and a merciless blow was fired at the defenseless enemy. Chapter 442, C442, Preemptive Strike. The fired 4-element cannon strikes Elijah's Magicrafts group, whose shields have been rendered defenseless by Farmer's arrow rain. Armor peels off, limbs are ripped off, and the machines are cruelly destroyed. The range of the 4-element cannon's attack is about 20–30% of the Elysian Imperial armies, but the whole army is clearly unnerved by the spectacular surprise attack. Furthermore, the morale of the Allied forces exploded at once after they saw the spectacle of a successful first strike. Although outnumbered, they were sure they could win in this atmosphere. The Elysian Empire was in a state of confusion, but it quickly regrouped and moved into an attack position, as it had a solid chain of command. Ignoring the magicrafts of their fallen comrades, they resumed their advance toward the Allied forces positioned in the mountain pass. Something even more unexpected happened. Yura, look at that! Farmer's voice made me look ahead. It was an amazing sight. Nearly 100 enemy magicrafts were flying in the sky, heading toward us. Flying magicrafts are rare and have not been seen in many battles, so we were under the illusion that we were the only ones who could fly. But there was no guarantee that flying was our specialty. Oh no, we are trying to fight with the advantage of the high ground, but when the enemy has a unit like that, it weakens our advantage. We're going to hit that flying squadron, Farmer. If we let them make it to the pass, it's going to be a problem. Yeah, the plan was to join our allies and help them in the defense, but we could not ignore that flying squadron. We decided to leave the groundwork to Nanami and Emina, and to give priority to the extermination of the flying squadron. The enemy air force, perhaps feeling threatened by our powerful attack from the sky, was moving toward us in an effort to eliminate us as quickly as possible. From the movement of the enemy's flying magicrafts, it seemed that we had overwhelming flying ability. They were not very fast, and it did not seem to be very maneuverable. However, we cannot let our guard down. Above all, there were a lot of them, and the weapons they were carrying were eerie. Yuda, I've never seen weapons like the enemy magicrafts have. They look like the ones Emina has, but the weapons the enemy flying units were equipped with were not swords or spears, but rather shaped like large, two-handed bow guns. However, I could not see any mechanism for loading arrows or other kinds of ammo, and could not imagine how they would attack. But this mystery was soon revealed by the enemy's behavior. As they approached us, they stopped a few dozen meters in front of us. Then, all at once, they raised their weapons toward us. I had a bad premonition that the enemy magicraft's weapons looked like shotguns, like the ones you see in movie gun action scenes. Farmer, emergency ascent. Farmer responds to my voice and flies Garuda Roman 2 further up into the sky. At the same time, red light was emitted from the enemy's weapons. The light extended in a straight line like a laser beam and came at us. It seems to be an optical weapon. It is a powerful weapon that can damage even the armor of Arleo 2, if it has a high output. I recommend avoiding it. Fairy warned me, but I was avoiding it before she said so because it looked dangerous. Garuda Roman 2 avoided the laser beam with its menacing upward acceleration and escaped far into the sky. Since the attack was designed to damage the super-hard armor of Arleo Roman 2, I shuddered just imagining what would have happened if it had hit Garuda Roman 2, whose armor was relatively weak. Chapter 443, C443, Unexpected / Cruise Commander Cruise, It appears that the remnants of the enemy have joined up with reinforcements and taken up position at the Dynamo's Pass. I received such a report when I checked the enemy's movements. Dynamo's Pass, what is that? It is a pass south of here. It is located at the end of a steep canyon, which is easy to defend, so it would be a little troublesome if they were to take up positions there. Well then, march the whole army toward that pass. Is that all right? The enemy is there, isn't it? If we don't go there, we won't be able to destroy them. But the geographical advantage is theirs. No problems. A little bit of cowering in a hard shell won't turn them into a pack of ravenous beasts. I understand, sir. I will order all troops to advance. Since they were outnumbered and outgunned in quality, we decided to ignore the slight geographical disadvantage. Furthermore, we also had a trump card that would shake off the geographical disadvantage. There was not the slightest possibility that we would lose. Master Cruz, Marquis de Graffel has asked for freedom of action. Oh, does he think this battle has nothing to do with him? What is the strength of Dear Graffel Private Army? 3 ride carriers and 57 magic crafts. Yes, he has enough strength to fight. Please formally request him to join the battle. Well, I'd really appreciate it if he could be in the front line to help us dodge bullets. But since he seems to think he'll get in the way, I'll put him on the right flank and ask them to act as decoy. Yes, I'll let him know right away. He is no longer of any use to us, but it is no fun to let him go free like this. It would be funny if he died in a spectacular manner, but I doubt I can expect him to do so since the enemy does not have that kind of ability. When we arrived at the Dynamo's Pass, I had all the troops take up battle positions. They were in formation, and all I had to do was to give the order to attack. Commander Cruz, 2 flying magicrafts are approaching us. Flying magicrafts? I haven't heard that coalition of incompetent nations has flying magicrafts that can be used on a practical level. It seems that they are not regular military magicrafts. What should we do? Have the 3rd Battalion take up anti-air magicraft combat positions. Also, tell the Flying Dragon Division to prepare to launch a sortie just in case. The Flying Dragon Division is a trump division, an elite unit made up of only Xlanders. Well, I don't think they would have sent out just 2 flying magicrafts, but since I had experienced being hurt by just 2 magicrafts before, I decided to at least be prepared. Commander Cruz, there's a high concentration of magic fire coming from the enemy above us. What the hell? I hurriedly moved to a position where I could see the enemy, and confirmed it with my own eyes through a large window on the bridge. It was the moment when a large winged magicrafts released an arrow. The arrow split up and in no time and became a rain of countless lights that was about to attack us. All troops deploy shields. Take up anti-magic strike defensive positions, I ordered, taking the equipment from the communications officer. A bluish-white light spread through the entire army at once, as the order was immediately transmitted to all the riders in the army. I never expected to use the shield armament that I had prepared for the battle against Lubel, Valkyria, and the Kingdom of Regia against a coalition of weak nations that made me remember my previous experience of being defeated by an unexpected force. Damn it, I hope I never have to suffer that kind of defeat again. But there is no need to worry. The other party is neither Linicarlo nor the rider who operated that legendary magicraft. Chapter 444, C444. A big blow/cruise. Thanks to the shield, we were able to minimize the damage from the powerful magic attack. I was a little nervous because I had not expected such an attack from the enemy, but I was relieved that we were able to survive it. Commander Cruz, another powerful magic strike reaction. One more attack is coming. That's impossible. Our troops are now defenseless due to the cooldown from the shield deployment. It is easy to imagine that a powerful magical strike in this state would cause tremendous damage. Is that what this wave of attacks is aimed at? If so, we may need to rethink our perception of the enemy. All troops take defensive positions. Prepare for attack. I knew it was futile. If we were to receive an attack of that level without shields, there wouldn't be a single magicraft below the Xlander that could survive. But if I did not give instructions here, we would lose morale as well. In order to minimize the damage as much as possible, they tried to prepare for the attack by curling their bodies or lying on their stomachs to reduce the impact. However, there was no correct posture to prevent the attack. No matter what defensive posture they took, they were powerless in the face of powerful magical attacks, and as you can imagine, devastation came upon our army. How much damage? I immediately checked with the intelligence officer. After he confirmed the damage from the Allied beacon, he replied with a sad expression on his face. It seems that 20% of the entire army, or at least 3,000 magicrafts, have been destroyed. 3,000 in such a short time, I won't allow it. Order the Flying Dragon Division to go out and clear the enemy magicrafts in the sky. Any surviving units should immediately regroup and march toward the enemy forces. The Flying Dragon Division, already prepared to go out, will fly out from the 3 carrier-class ride carriers in the rear, a unit of 100 Ixlanders with a high level of flying ability and magic strikes. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it will be no problem to exterminate them. The question is how many magicrafts of that level there are among the enemy, but if there are double-digit numbers, we can't be too careful. Depending on the situation, it may be necessary to request Reina to go out, even though I'm unwilling to do so. I was wondering if you are okay with the fact that so many of your troops have been killed. I thought you had some kind of plan since you let such a large number of enemies approach so carelessly, but I don't think that causing this much damage was just as you planned, do you? Damn, the little girl seems to have a high level of sarcasm. I just ordered the enemy in the sky to be eliminated. I did not expect them to be equipped with that much magical firepower. It was completely my mistake. With this kind of person, it would be better to speak honestly to some extent, so I answered honestly without making excuses. Oh, I see, Tilda, it's true that it's an army that didn't even show any such signs in the previous battle, so it can't be helped, can it? I understand. I am also ready to go out at any time, so you can count on me if you are in trouble, Tilda. Thank you, I will do so. I can see that this disgusting female raccoon is trying to trick me every chance she gets. Chapter 446, C 446. Vajrakai/Nanami Garuda Roman 2 Arrow Rain is great, but the 4-element cannon is just awesome. Yuta and Pharma's flashy attack boosted the morale of their allies. Perhaps expressing the heightened tension, the riders of the magicrafts around them are shouting out unfamiliar words in loud voices over the external output sound. So many people were shouting in the same way that the volume was so loud that it caused the earth to shake. Nanami ears hurt. You have to be patient. The improvement of morale is directly related to combat power. You have to be so dependable in order for them to be able to rely on you. Being dependable won't cure the earache. However, the situation is no longer such that she could be selfish. The enemy forces that had been hurt by Yuta and Pharma had regrouped and were advancing. Moreover, Yuta and Pharma, who were supposed to join us after firing the 4-element cannon, did not return. When I checked the situation in the sky above, I found that Arleo Roman 2 and Garuda Roman 2 were being approached by a lot of airborne enemies. Some of our enemies can fly, I've seen them. It's not good that they have enough of them for a tactical deployment. I wonder if Yuta and the others will be okay. Yuta will be fine, and Pharma's power has also improved, so the 2 of them will be able to get through this. I'm more worried about the ground. If Yuta and Pharma don't join us, our calculations will be a little off. I know Nanami and the others will have to do their best. I'm going to go behind enemy lines and assassinate any enemies that look troublesome. But I'm sorry, I still think Nanami's workload will be very heavy. Don't worry, Nanami has become more powerful. Nanami's magicraft Vajra had been enhanced to the point that it was no longer a separate entity. Nanami Ludia value had exceeded 500,000 through training, and Rafashal had modified it to take advantage of her high Rudia value. Not only was it armed with powerful weapons, but its defense and durability had also been greatly enhanced, and it was impervious to even the slightest attack. So even though a great number of enemies were coming toward them, Nanami felt no fear. Enemy vanguard units rushed to the entrance of the pass where they were positioned. Then artillery fire was opened from several enemy ride carriers. The sound of that artillery fire signaled the start of the battle. The enemy's artillery fire was strong, but the protective barrier we had prepared to fortify our defense was useful. The walls were just parts of ride carriers that had been wrecked and were no longer usable, but they were doing a good job despite their appearance. Emina used her stealth function in the confusion of the beginning of the battle and began to penetrate into the enemy lines. Nanami was on the front line to intercept the enemy magicrafts trying to climb the pass. In formation, several enemy magicrafts attacked with long spears toward my Vajrakai, which was standing in the way, but I blocked them with a large shield in my left hand, and all the enemy spears were bounced off with a dull metallic sound. Since the attack was so vigorous, the rebound was so strong that they fell backwards, and I stepped forward to take advantage of the situation while wielding my new weapon, Gaia Rubulus, in my right hand. The double-bladed axe, which had a follow-up effect of a magic strike, released a shockwave that further shook the earth while smashing all enemy magicrafts. The shockwave traveled well behind the enemy forces, inflicting heavy damage on many enemy magicrafts. Chapter 447, C447. Conquering the skies, the enemy was completely at the mercy of the coordinated attacks of Arleo Roman II, which was flying at high speed due to super acceleration, and Garuda Roman II, which was unleashing powerful arrow attacks from far above. Since the other side had more numbers than us, they should have divided our forces to deal with us, but they didn't seem to know what to do, as if they had not envisioned this situation at all. Around the time I had cut down about 20 magicrafts, the enemy finally regained their composure. To prevent us from approaching them, they took a distance from each other and spread out. By getting close to the enemy, I was preventing them from firing their magic optical weapons, but that would no longer be possible. Just as I was about to cut through two enemies and determine my next target, I felt a thump and a shove from behind. It seems that the magic optical weapon has hit the target, and Fairy immediately reported the damage. The rear armor was hit, but the damage is minor and does not affect its function. As expected, the armor of the Arleo II, Rafishal's pride and joy, is strong. Even with powerful weapons, 1 or 2 blows will not cause any damage. But if I'm careless and keep getting attacked, the armor will eventually be destroyed. I have to be careful to avoid them as much as possible. Enemy flying units scattered over a wide area began to target Pharma's Garuda Roman II as well. They aimed and fired at the Garuda Roman II, which was flying at a high position. However, Pharma's flight combat capability was beyond imagination. While skillfully avoiding their attacks, she accurately hit enemy magicrafts with her arrows. I can't let Pharma beat me, so I destroyed the enemy magicrafts with magic bullets and repeatedly approached them and cut them down with my sword. Unlike Pharma, it is difficult for me to avoid all attacks since I was being targeted from all directions, and I was hit several times, but thanks to the armor of the Arleo II, it was not serious. Before I knew it, the enemy air force had been reduced to single digits. The surviving enemy magicrafts, perhaps realizing that they had no chance of winning, began to flee toward their main camp. It would be troublesome to let the squadron survive, so Pharma and I pursued the fleeing squadron with magic bullets and arrows. We were able to shoot down 3 of the 7 escaping enemy magicrafts, but the rest had fled. It was dangerous to continue the chase, and we were concerned about the ground Nanami was protecting, so we decided to give up. Pharma, you stay in the air and attack with arrows. I'll help on the ground. Okay, I'll do it. Be careful. When Emina finds the Marquis dear Graffel, we will go together to defeat him. Until then, let's hold our ground because you mustn't go in alone. I understand. I've already calmed down thanks to Yuta, so I won't do anything reckless. I thought it would be okay since she wasn't emotional anymore, but I said it just in case. The Elysian Empire's magicrafts are not to be underestimated, and I didn't want her to do anything reckless like going into enemy territory alone, no matter how much Pharma power has increased. Chapter 448, C448. A gladiator's struggle. Having destroyed the enemy air force, I descend to enter the battle on the ground. At a quick glance, the battle seems to be evenly matched, with a few allies doing well. In particular, Nanami's Vajrakai is doing a great job. She seems to be defending the most heavily attacked defensive position almost single-handedly. Around the Vajrakai, destroyed enemy magicrafts are scattered, and it is the gladiators who are doing surprisingly well. Although they may be experts in battle, they are a group of amateurs when it comes to warfare, but they are fighting an even battle with the Elysian army, even with their unaccustomed coordination. In terms of ability, the Elysian Empire's magicrafts are a notch or 2 better, but the Elysian Empire's side is densely packed in a narrow canyon and unable to move as they would like, so they are not showing as much combat power as their numbers. They were unable to deploy their formation, and were attacking the waiting Allied forces in a disjointed state. But it was as if they were fighting with shackles on their feet, and they were probably unable to display even half of their capabilities. Although the Elysian Empire is overwhelming in terms of overall numbers, I think more of the Allied forces are actually taking part in the battle due to the terrain. As for the Elysian Empire, I guess they were planning to break out of this situation with their flying units. But what are they going to do now that they don't have such a thing anymore? The defense battle should be left to Nanami, and since the gladiatorial forces are fighting evenly, if not dominantly, I was not in a hurry to help them. Well, there was nothing to do but think. For the time being, I decided to fire magic bombs while flying low over the enemy lines, in an attempt to greatly reduce the enemy's strength. The Elysian Imperial Army, which was concentrated in the canyon, was attacked by a low-altitude bombardment. Under the unexpected attack, the Elysian Imperial Army fled through the narrow canyon. The confusion caused by the dense concentration of the Elysian Imperial Army, with nowhere to flee, increased the damage. In the confusion, some enemy magicrafts counterattacked with arrows and other weapons, but it was extremely difficult to hit a moving target in their situation. I once again understood how excellent a sniper farmer is, who can easily shoot flying enemy magicrafts. Furthermore, in the midst of the Elysian Imperial Army, there were many accidents, including suspicious explosions and the sudden collapse of magicrafts. It is likely that Emina is searching for the Marquis de Graffel while simultaneously carrying out sabotage. Thanks to Emina's sabotage, Nanami's unparalleled skill, the gladiators' efforts, and Arleo 2 low-altitude bombing, the war situation gradually tilted toward the Allied forces' side. The Elysian Imperial Army was impatient, but there was no sign of any major tactical change at the moment, as if they thought they could manage by force. If we keep this up, we're going to win. I thought so, but as I expected, the Elysian Empire was not so straightforward. The attack was temporarily halted, as if some order had been communicated to all the troops. Then the entire army began to retreat. Seeing this, the Allied forces, perhaps thinking that they were retreating, rose to their feet in excitement. They are shouting triumphantly, saying things like, "We won," or "The Elysian Empire is no big deal," etc. But I think they are just being optimistic, because I don't believe that the Elysian Empire will retreat. Sure enough, it seems that the retreat was to get into formation and make the next move, since after a certain distance, the retreat stopped. I wonder what kind of move they will come up with next, I thought, as I watched the Elysian Imperial Army from the sky. Chapter 449, C 449. Unexpected/cruise. I had expected a certain amount of contingency, but I did not think it would deviate so much from my intentions. I had intended to punish the division commander of the Flying Dragon Division severely if even one magicrafts was destroyed, but I did not expect them to be eradicated in such a short time. I am confused about this unusual situation. How could a unit made from Xlanders be annihilated by just 2 magicrafts? What tricks did the enemy use? Am I missing something? Moreover, the battle on the ground is not going well. I know that the terrain is difficult for us to attack, but there are a number of Xlanders on the ground as well. I had expected to be able to force our way through the enemy's triple Highlanders, but all of them were bounced back at the entrance to the pass. It seems that they are waiting for us in a very strong defensive formation. Even if we won't lose, the damage would only get worse, so I decided to regroup the troops, and I ordered them to halt their attack and retreat. They showed no signs of pursuing us as we retreated. It appears that they are still too occupied with defending themselves to do anything if we stay at a distance. But what to do if we continue to attack in the same way? The situation will not change. I may still need to use a different card. As I was thinking that, the card talked to me. Just hearing its voice makes me uncomfortable, but there is no doubt that it is a useful card. Commander Cruz, you seem to be fighting a very hard battle, since you ordered the entire army to retreat. My Aphrodite is already ready. You may ask for it at any time. I would like to say so, but yes, I think it's time to see your power as one of the 10 gods of war. Since it's a request from the commander, I can't not respond to it. So where should I hit? Well, it would be helpful if you could destroy the enemy at the entrance to the pass, and open the way for the others. I understand. Then Riene, one of the 10 gods of war, and her direct troops will go out immediately to conquer the entrance to the pass. Please enjoy the power of this Rihanna to the fullest, Tilda. It was unpleasant to owe this woman a favor, but I could still put up with it if I thought I was using her. If she succeeds, it will be good for the army, and if she fails, it will make me personally feel better. Either way, it would not be bad. Rihanna's exclusive Magicrafts Aphrodite is a lightweight, slim-looking machine with a large sickle as its weapon. Her personality seems to show in her choice of weapons, which is in poor taste. The unit under Reina's direct command is a small unit of about 10 members, but it is literally an elite unit composed entirely of double Xlanders. Rumor has it that some of them were candidates for the 10 Gods of War, and they are said to have considerable combat power. Well, since this is the first time I have actually seen them, I am looking forward to seeing how good they are. Chapter 450, C450. A powerful enemy makes its appearance from the Elysian Imperial Army position, which had retreated and tried to regroup. About 10 Magicrafts were coming toward us ahead of the Elysian Imperial Army. I could see them from the sky, but I doubt that they could be seen on the ground due to the terrain, so I informed the Allied commander of this. The commander concluded that the small force was an enemy diversionary force. At first I thought so too, but I changed my mind when I saw the atmosphere of the troops. In particular, I sensed an unusual presence in the slim pink Magicraft that was leading the way. That unit seemed to be moving with the sole purpose of fighting. The entire enemy force began to move in accordance with the movements of the small number of troops ahead of them. I saw that many of them were equipped with strangely shaped arrows. It seemed that they thought it would be difficult to break through in a hand-to-hand battle, so they changed their equipment and their battle strategy. However, I am more concerned about that small group. Looking at their movements, they seem to be heading for the entrance to the pass where Vajrakai is. I don't think Nanami will lose, but they are likely to be dangerous opponents. What should I do, help Nanami or deal with the enemy forces who have changed their tactics? I was torn but decided to trust Nanami. For the time being, I decided to move and deal a blow to the enemy forces, while paying attention to the movements of the small troop. Nanami, there is a strong unit heading your way, so be careful. If things get out of hand, just let me know. Leave it to Nanami, I'll do my best. Pharma, it's eerie how the enemy forces have changed their tactics. Let's hit them before they get too close to our positions. Yes. Pharma immediately carried out my instructions and fired a barrage of arrows from far above at an incredible speed. Arrows of light rained down on the advancing enemy forces, destroying one enemy Magicraft after another. I resume my attack too. Arleo 2 magic light bullets are powerful, but their effective range is short. Unlike Pharma's arrows, which have a longer range, I had to get closer to the enemy Magicrafts in order to attack from the air, and I had to attack while flying low. While the enemy was helpless against Garuda 2, Arleo 2, who was flying at low altitude, was counterattacked with large, eerily shaped arrows. The arrows were long-range attack weapons that were fast, powerful, and could fire in rapid succession. The arrows fired from countless enemy Magicrafts were so numerous that they could not be counted, and they filled the sky. As expected, there was no room to avoid them, and quite a few hit me. However, no matter how powerful they may seem, they were not as powerful as a magic optical weapon, and they were repelled by the armor of the Arleo 2 with a dry crackling sound. The enemy hit us with 36 gun arrows, but the damage to the armor of the Arleo 2 was minimal. Ferry reports exactly what I was under the impression she would. If they are this powerful, I may not have to worry about them, so I decided to continue my attacks with the magic bullets. Chapter 451, C451. Requiem of the Earth/Nanami, the enemy unit that Yuta had informed me about, came into view. They were heading this way, led by a flashy, pink-colored Magicraft. It was certainly different from the enemy that had just attacked us and looked very strong. Vajrakai will suppress that enemy, so please cover me with arrows. I asked my allies to step back a little and concentrate on covering me. Everyone seemed to be obediently following my instructions, as if they recognized Nanami from the battles up to this point. As they got closer, I realized that the pink Magicraft was moving much faster than I had imagined. Just when I thought it was getting close, it was already in front of me, raising a large scythe-like weapon. Immediately, I took a defensive posture with my shield up. A violent sound echoed and impacted my left arm, which was holding the shield. It was a heavy blow that was hard to believe that it was an attack from a light-looking scythe. If it were to be hit seriously, even the Vajrakai, which has a great defense, might not be able to withstand it. In addition, enemy machines other than the pink magicraft also attacked Vajrakai, as if they were swarming around it. They were not as fast as the pink one, but they were so fast that I could not let my guard down. It was difficult to avoid them, and I repelled all the attacks with my shield. The attacks were stronger than those of normal enemies, but I felt no need to fear them. It is still the pink magicraft that I have to watch out for. I moved to counterattack while blocking the enemy's attack with my shield. After repelling a frontal sword slash from an enemy and knocking it off balance, I struck its unprotected belly with Gaia Rubulus. The enemy magicraft, hit directly by the Gaia Rubulus attack, which has the power to destroy magicrafts with its shockwave alone, was cruelly blown to pieces. The atmosphere changed drastically after that blow. The enemy units, which had been on the offensive in a high-spirited manner, suddenly became cautious. They surrounded the Vajrakai at a short distance from it, aiming for an opening to attack. As the distance between the enemy and the Vajrakai was created, cover began to be provided by allies. Arrows were fired simultaneously toward the enemy. Although the arrows were easily repelled, they were a great help to Nanami. Taking advantage of the small opening created by the cover, I prepared for a big move. I don't really understand it, but I activated what is called an automatic chanting program. It takes about 5 seconds to complete, so it is difficult to use in a melee fight, but once it is completed, I will be able to use surprisingly powerful techniques. Begin auto-chanting accessing Ludia Core, begin chanting the spell Power Lift, beginning combined chanting of the spell Demolition, beginning simultaneous chanting of the spell Quake, beginning simultaneous chanting of the spell Gravity. All auto-chanting has been completed. SS class magic attack preparations complete. A voice announcement similar to fairies announces the completion of preparations. Hearing this, I immediately launched the magic strike. Earth Requiem. I shouted and slammed Gaia Rubulus into the earth. A shockwave spreads out from the Gaia Rubulus that pierces the earth, causing it to collapse in a fan shape. The enemy magicrafts caught in it were crushed and cruelly destroyed. The pink magicraft, perhaps sensing the danger, jumped high and evaded, but the rest of the enemy machines were unable to escape or avoid it, and at best were wrecked and their magicrafts almost annihilated. Chapter 452, C 452, Sickle and Axe / Nanami. The pink magicraft, which evaded the Earth Requiem by leaping high, came down directly toward the Vajrakai. Then, using the force of the fall, it swung down and attacked with the large sickle in its hand. After the big move, there was quite a gap, but I managed to block it with my shield. The shield prevented a direct hit, but a considerable impact was transmitted to the left arm holding the shield. When I lost my balance, a kick from the pink magicraft flew at me. I tried to hold my ground, but I was hit by the sickle again and I staggered back. The pink magicraft was as fast. If it were only about speed, it might be faster than the Vajrakai, but I had no intention of losing. The pink magicraft moves left and right as it approaches and attacks with its sickle. The attack is blocked by my shield, but when I try to counterattack, it runs away, so I can only defend. If I don't do anything, it will eventually get through my shield, and I may take a direct hit. On the next approach, Nanami timed it. If she fought back, she wouldn't make it in time, so she decided to stop that quick movement first. At the right moment, I use Gravity Magic Strike, and a high-density gravity wave spreads around Vajrakai. I closed the gap with the pink magicraft and swung my Gaia Rubulus at it. The lightweight pink magicraft was stubborn and avoided the blow, which I thought was going to be a direct hit, by twisting its body in an impossible position, and Gaia Rubulus pierced the ground right next to it. The pink magicraft rumbles and rolls, trying to get away from Vajrakai. I chased after it and attacked again, but the pink magicraft blocked the blow with its sickle. However, it seems to have been defeated by the force, and the sickle was bounced off and Gaia Rubulus hit the pink magicraft shoulder. The damaged pink machine moved away from Vajrakai as if to escape. Then, as if in a panic, it readied its scythe. In a series of attacks and defenses, the rider of the pink magicraft seems to have changed its mind. It even feels as if he is upset somehow. The nimble movements of the pink magicraft rider disappeared, and he became more cautious. The rider's speed, which it thought to be his greatest advantage, could not be utilized, and his fighting power seemed to have dropped dramatically. The rider of the pink magic craft also seemed to realize its inferiority and began to retreat slowly and gradually. Chapter 453, c. 453. Lord Angel/Cruz Rione's communication from Aphrodite both disheartened and amazed me. Commander Cruz, there is a ridiculously strong magicraft on the enemy front line. My troops have been wiped out. If we don't defeat it, it will be difficult to enter the pass. Even you, one of the 10 war guards, couldn't win. It was not impossible to win, but to do so I would have to use Demon Awakening. The reason why I didn't want to do that now can be understood by the commander, since you're also a war guard. Certainly, the Demon Awakening is like the last trump card given to us 10 war guards. It is not something that can be used so easily, and it involves risks. It would be tricky to deal with that powerful enemy magicraft. It would be possible to kill it using numbers, but the damage to us would be ridiculous. The most important thing to remember is that the best way to get the most out of your car is to make sure that it is a good one. Damn, I'm unwilling, but it looks like I'm going to have to fight alongside Rione. Prepare to launch Dominion immediately. The second-in-command asked me with a look of disbelief on his face. Is the commander going to act? I won't say it a second time, get ready as soon as possible. Dominion is a powerful magicraft made based on the Archangelov course. It is also my exclusive machine, and no one else can move it. Therefore, the departure of this magicraft means my departure. Rione, I'll be on my way as soon as I can. I know it's not easy, but let's deal with that magicraft together. That's reassuring, then I'll fall back and wait until then. While Dominion was being prepared, I received another piece of bad news. It was about the enemy magicraft that destroyed the Flying Dragon Division. Commander, our troops have suffered heavy losses due to aerial attacks. If we don't respond as soon as possible, it will affect the war situation. We have our riders equipped with assault bows and they will shoot them down. But if they can't handle a weapon as powerful as an assault bow, then there must be a problem with the riders' skill or their commanders. If that is the case, the unit commanders must be severely punished. Well, if they still can't handle it, I'll handle it after I clear up the enemy at the entrance to the pass. It must be some kind of mistake that the enemy's flying magicrafts destroyed the Flying Dragon Division. Furthermore, I, the King of the Skies and the one who controls Dominion, also have the power to annihilate the Flying Dragon Division with my own ability. Even if the result was not a mistake, and even if they had the ability to do so, it is inconceivable that I would lose. When the Dominion was ready to launch, I left the command of all troops to the Chief of Staff and headed for the hangar. Once aboard Dominion, I had the hatch opened and launched. The SS guarding the flagship also followed Dominion. There is no need to escort the flagship when the commander is away. This place where I am is the most important base of the Elysian Empire's Western Area Army. The 7 elite riders of the SS seem to understand this well, and they followed Dominion's lead. Chapter 454, c. 454. Change of movements. The number of enemies was still quite large and showed no sign of decreasing even after bombing them down from the sky. The anti-air fire was getting more and more intense, and even though the damage was minimal, I was getting hit so hard that I was worried about my armor. Nanami, are you all right over there? Nanami answered in a cheerful voice, don't worry, they were definitely strong, but I managed to get rid of them. You seem to have improved a lot. I'm not the only ones. While you've been away, all the Iron Knights have gotten much stronger. It was good that everyone improved. While I was talking with Nanami, the enemy attacks continued. The number of enemies was too large to make any progress with low-altitude bombardment attacks, so I thought about launching another wave of arrow rain and 4 elements cannon attacks, but Ferry stopped me. Due to the wear and tear from long-distance flights and continuous battle, the use of the 4-element cannon in the current situation is risky. There is a strong possibility that the battle will continue, so I recommend that you conserve your strength. Indeed, the enemy is still out there. I can't be reckless because I don't know what will happen next. It seems that I have no choice but to be patient and defeat the enemies slower. When I decided to do so and reviewed the enemy forces, I noticed another movement. A magicraft with a strange atmosphere similar to the pink magicraft from before, flew out of the sky. The figure spreading its large wings and taking flight looked like something I had seen before. The first thing that comes to mind is the flying magicraft that I fought in Melteria while I was piloting Victor. It's similar but not quite the same. Maybe they were made by the same person, so it's not surprising that they look alike. The flying magicraft, which has the atmosphere of a strong enemy, joined the pink magicraft from earlier and headed towards the entrance of the pass Nanami was defending. Apparently it couldn't win the battle alone, so requested help to defeat Vajrakai. Two powerful enemies may indeed be trouble for Nanami. Nanami, the pink magicraft that attacked you just now, is headed your way along with another strong-looking magicraft. What? Oh, Nath, pink magicraft alone was strong. I'm sorry, farmer, but I'm going to leave you in charge of the air attacks for a while. I'm fine over here, so Yura, take care of Nanami. I was about to head for Nanami's location when I was interrupted unexpectedly. The survivors of the flying squad attacked Arleo too at this time, while the attack from the ground also became more intense, and I was a little bit stranded. Perhaps they received some order from the top, or perhaps the desperation of the enemy forces was different from before. It can't be helped, let's get this over with. I readied my sword and prepared to fight. Chapter 455, C 455. From the sky and the ground / Nanami. As per Yuta's information, the pink magicraft from earlier came back with a flying one. In addition, about 10 magicrafts were also following behind them. Unlike earlier, the allies were moving quickly. Arrows were fired simultaneously at the approaching pink and winged magicrafts. Nearly 100 arrows rained down on the enemy, and although it did not look like they could escape unscathed in the end, not a single wound was inflicted on the enemy magicrafts. The winged magicraft spread its symbolic large wings like a flapping cloak and repelled all the arrows. Furthermore, the winged magicraft flew through the air and approached the allied magicrafts who were shooting arrows. By the time I thought it was dangerous, it was too late, and as it flapped its wings wide and bounced the arrows back, many of my fellow magicrafts were blown to pieces by the tornado-like wind. I tried to help my allies, but the pink magicraft and the other enemy machines wouldn't let me do so. One after another, they came running up and attacked Vajrakai. When I attacked, they immediately moved back and did not even give me a chance to counterattack. Don't bother Nanami anymore. Frustrated, I unintentionally said so. However, my words cannot be heard by the enemy, and they repeat their provocative attacks. Let's calm down, otherwise I can't do anything. Nanami timed the enemy's attack and counterattacked. The dark blue magicraft that attacked with a two-handed sword was smashed to pieces by Gaia Rubulus. Witnessing the power of the Gaia Rubulus, the enemy magicrafts calmed down a bit. They are now wary and unable to attack carelessly. However, unlike the other enemy machines, the pink magicraft that I just fought knows the power of Vajrakai and the power of the Gaia Rubulus. Without paying attention to its fearful companions, it launched a provocative attack on Vajrakai all by itself. I thought it would be the same as before, but it didn't happen. There was one more enemy who was not afraid of Vajrakai, and while I was distracted by the pink magicraft, the winged magicraft came barreling in from the sky. The winged magicraft caught me off guard while I was thinking that it was in combat with my allies. There was no way to prevent an attack from the sky at this time, and the spear strike from the winged magicraft exerted immense power. Receiving a strong impact on its right shoulder, Vajrakai was blown away and rolled on the ground. The pink magicraft and other enemy machines swarmed toward Vajrakai, which has fallen to the ground. Vajrakai tries to block the attack with a shield while falling down, but it can't block everything, and the merciless attacks hit the armor of Vajrakai. Hey, you're being so cruel. I tried to roll away, but I couldn't escape the quick attacks of the pink magicraft. Its scythe comes at Vajrakai again and again. Still, I managed to stand up while preventing the attacks with my shield and Gaia Rubulus. But then, the winged mage attacked again from the sky. A spear strike from the back sends me to the ground again. I was starting to get a little nervous because I was in a tight spot that I had never been in before. While I couldn't think of a way out, a relentless attack came at the fallen Vajrakai. Chapter 456, C 456. Insult/cruise. At the entrance to the pass, I caught sight of my target. It was a flashy, gold-colored magicraft that didn't look very strong. Riene, is that golden magicraft the one you talked about? Yes, it may not look like it, but it is an excellent offensive and defensive magicraft, and I think its rider is at least as powerful as a double Ixlander. Well, it doesn't look that way to me. Whatever the opponent is, we are going to defeat it. I will attack from the air, so Riene, please start your attack from the ground. I understand. Riene is now hailed as one of the 10 gods of war, but she was originally a lowly person of unknown origin, who probably only overestimated her opponent's skill and strength. It will be interesting to see how it fares after I join her and easily defeat it. I tried to attack the golden magic machine from above, but annoying arrows attacks flew in from the enemy's camp. I had no problem leaving the weak arrows alone, but I couldn't ignore them. I will make them pay the price for messing with this dominion by smashing them like the insects they are. Satisfied with smashing the weak magicrafts to pieces to some extent, I returned my attention to the golden magicraft. I saw that Rihanna and her subordinates had already begun their attack, and that the golden magicraft seemed to be paying no attention to the sky, and it seemed to be defenseless. I did not miss the target and soared high into an attack position, then swooped down on the golden magicraft at once. The golden magicraft was concentrating on the attack of Rihanna and her team, and was unprotected against the strike of the Dominion's spear. Yes, the attack was indeed a critical hit. However, the result was not the complete destruction of the target, but merely a blowout. No way! I couldn't even destroy the armor just now. I'm a little upset at the unbelievable results. I didn't think there was a magicraft with such a high defensive performance. The golden magicraft is now down and Rihanna and her team attacked it at once. The golden magicraft is on the defensive, but it is using shields and weapons to block the attacks. Even though it was attacked unilaterally by Ixlander-class magicrafts, including Aphrodite, a machine specially made for the 10 war gods, the golden magicraft was able to withstand the attacks. It would be impossible not to acknowledge its astonishing defensive capabilities in this situation, but that doesn't mean it's at a level where we can't beat it. This time, I wanted to deliver the fatal blow, so I carefully focused my Ludia and soared into the sky, accelerating and gaining even more momentum than I did for the previous blow. As I swooped down, I activated the attack boost to further increase my attack power. In my mind, it was a blow that would crush the golden magicraft, but surprisingly, the golden machine withstood even this attack. I was gradually becoming impatient with this result that exceeded my expectations. Chapter 457, C457. Emina's report. I don't know what kind of orders they received, but they were far more troublesome than when we fought earlier. They were not as desperate, or rather, they attacked me with a deadly fury. I wanted to go help Nanami as soon as possible, but their persistence was getting in my way. Just as I was getting frustrated, I received a report from Emina, who was looking for the Marquideer Graffel in the enemy camp. It is good news, but I am a little annoyed at the timing. I have found the ride carrier of the Marquideer Graffel. The location is on the right flank of the enemy position. I will give you the detailed coordinates now. Emina conveyed some sort of numerical sequence, and Ferry displayed it on a map. Emina's information was conveyed to Pharma at the same time. She was ready to move as soon as she heard the location of her father's killer. Yuda, I'm sorry. I'm heading off to take revenge on Marquideer Graffel. Wait a minute, Pharma. It's dangerous to rush into the middle of enemy lines like that. I'll go with you after I've dealt with the enemy who's fighting with Nanami. What if he escapes in the meantime? It would definitely be troublesome if he escaped and went into hiding. But I can't let Pharma do anything reckless. Unless the Elysian Imperial Army is completely overwhelmed, they won't run away, so there's no need to force them to do so now. But Pharma was still not convinced, so she made a preemptive move to prevent me from arguing with her and instructed Emina. I'm sorry, Emina, but I need you to keep an eye on the Marquideer Graffel and let me know if he makes any moves. I'll hide out in this area and stand by. Pharma had no choice but to be satisfied with this response, and she gave up on the idea of going to take revenge on Marquideer Graffel now. Even during the conversation, the fierce attacks from frantic enemy flying magicrafts and other machines continued. As we were doing this, Nanami was fighting 2 powerful enemies, and I was getting even more worried because she didn't respond to Emina's reports, as if she didn't have time to talk in the midst of battle. I made Arleo to soar high into the sky to avoid the ground attacks, but 3 flying enemy magicrafts followed me just like I hoped. I fired a volley of magic light bullets from above at the enemy magicrafts that were chasing me, while avoiding the optical weapons they shoot me with. I predicted that the elite riders who had survived this far could not be defeated by a barrage of magic bullets, and anticipating the movement of the evading enemies, I swung my sword while plummeting down from above and using my falling speed. The enemies, perhaps anticipating a firefight with ranged weapons, could not follow my attack, and with that dive attack, I destroyed 2 enemy magicrafts. The last magicraft fired its magic optical weapon at close range, but it avoided it and hit its head. The enemy magicraft, which had stopped functioning, fell powerlessly from the sky. Okay, now I can go save Nanami. Just as I was thinking that, I received an unpleasant report from Emina. Marquis Dear Graphful Ride Carrier has begun to move, and there is movement in the magicraft squadron under his command as well. Damn it, wait a little longer. I cursed the bad timing and tried to figure out what to do. Chapter 458, C 458. Trump card / Nanami in the midst of a defensive battle with no way out. I remembered what Rafishal had said when he explained Vajra Kai abilities to me. After the explanation of the weapons and armor, he told me about one of the hidden abilities that could be used in an emergency heroic enhancement. Yes, it's a new ability of Vajra that can be called Trump Card. I intend to make it a standard feature of the Iron Knights, so I have implemented it in Vajra Kai as well. What kind of trump card is it? The new function is a generalized version of the Musu mode that was previously implemented in Arleo, and it is a boost function that temporarily boosts all abilities. It's a simple boost to combat power, so it should be useful in any situation. I see. I'm going to use it a lot if it's that useful. No, I'm sorry, but don't do that. Heroic Boost is powerful, but it puts a heavy burden on the magicraft and the rider. I recommend that you use it as a trump card only when the situation calls for it. Really? I thought it would make things easier. It's not that easy, and even if you don't use your trump card, you are strong enough to win most of your battles. But in the mark battles with Alana and BRNN Hilda, I lost all the time. Nanami has a higher Ludia value than them, but I can't beat them at all. I think it's the difference in your fighting skills. Nanami is good at controlling a magicraft, but I don't think you're good enough to compete with those two. What should I do? I think you just have to be diligent. In my opinion, Nanami has the most potential in the Iron Knights. More than Yura. No, he's special, so you can't compare with him. I see Nanami wants to be able to protect Utano. I want to be able to protect everyone. I want to have the power to fight against any number of powerful enemies. Power can only come from daily devotion, but before you gain strength through daily devotion, I want you to use the heroic boost when a strong enemy appears. It is a trump card that allows you to borrow power from your future self. I think Rafishal, like Nanami, wants to protect all of his friends. That's why he gave me the strength I needed to get through any pinch. Even this situation, which Nanami of today cannot handle, the power of Nanami of the future will be able to help emergency approval. Heroic boost activated. Rafishal's trump card, Heroic Boost, was activated by voice input, his specialty. The devices in the cockpit reacted violently to the voice. Heroic Boost not only improves the performance of the magicraft, but also the rider's reaction speed by activating the devices in the cockpit. A blurred sensation comes, and the enemy's movement becomes slower and slower. The enemy attacks became slow, and it was easy to avoid them. As I did so, I lightly shook Gaia Rubulus to smash them. The other side cannot follow the movement of Vajra Kai at all, and Thea beated one-sidedly. I could completely see through the movements of the pink magicraft and the flying magicraft. It was as if it was a lie that I had no way to respond to the situation until a moment ago. While avoiding the scythe of the pink magicraft, I catch the spear of the flying magicraft that unexpectedly attacks from the sky. I kicked the pink magicraft with my right foot and hit the flying magicraft with my shield. Chapter 459, C 459. Demon Awakening / Cruise. It's flashy only in appearance and not much else after all. No matter how strong its armor is, if I continue to attack, it will eventually be destroyed. Once this golden magicraft is defeated, the only remaining threat will be the flying magicraft. Victory was already in sight. Just when I was convinced of this, Dominion seemed to have detected some kind of reaction, and a warning sounded. What is it? What happened? The same thing seems to have happened in Rione's Aphrodite, and she informs me via communication. Cruz, it seems that Aphrodite has detected an abnormal reaction, and the management program is alerting me. I believe this was one of the approval processes for Demon Awakening, wasn't it? I had heard that the 10 War Guards magicrafts have a function to detect danger in order to detect opponents of overwhelming strength, and to warn us of unwinnable battles. I didn't know what it was reacting to, but that question was quickly answered by the changes that have occurred in the Golden Magicraft. The SS Magicraft that was attacking the Golden Magicraft was obliterated. In fact, it was destroyed into pieces and blown away, but it appeared to have vanished. Furthermore, the Golden Magicraft moved at a speed that I had never seen before. While we were surprised and stunned by its speed, the SS machines were destroyed one after another. Finally, Raina moved and attacked with her large scythe that did not resemble Aphrodite's slim fuselage, but the Golden Magicraft easily avoided the attack. Furthermore, it unconsciously caught my attack, which I unleashed at the same time as Aphrodite moved. Oh no, I thought so, but it was too late. Aphrodite was kicked and blown backward, and Dominion was struck by the shield and rolled to the ground. No way. What's happening? Rihanna replies to my surprise. Damn, there is only one possibility in this situation. This Golden Magicraft can also use Magic Awakening. It was hard to believe, but it seemed like Rihanna was right. The change of the Golden Magicraft is very similar to the contents of Demon Awakening that Rafishal had told me about. What are you going to do, Commander Cruz? If we don't do something about it, we'll both be defeated. It's true that we have a chance against a magicraft that used Awakening, but the price of using Demon Awakening made the decision difficult. The magical awakening is triggered by eating the rider's lifespan. Rafishal's face was slightly smiling as he said this. Eating a rider's lifespan means cutting off his precious life. It is not something to be explained with a laugh, even if it is someone else's problem. I was angry and protested against the lifespan eating system, but Rafishal laughed even harder and said, "Isn't it far better to win and live, even if it costs you your lifespan, than to be killed on the spot by an opponent stronger than you?" That's a fair point, and I easily agreed that if I had the right to choose whether or not to use it, I would be fine with it. Chapter 460, C460. Red Aura/Cruise. If I don't do something, the Golden Magicraft will get me. It was only a moment in time, but after much hesitation, I made my decision. Renee, it can't be helped. Let's activate the magical awakening. If we don't do anything, we will be defeated. Although we had only known each other for a short time, I understood that Rihanna was a woman of even greater pride than I was. She hated defeat. Victory is more important than life, I understand. Let's not play games, Cruz. Please activate the Demon Awakening with me. She was wary of me, so she said to activate it at the same time. Of course, I had considered that idea, but it would have been troublesome later on, so I gave up on it and agreed to the simultaneous activation. Give me power with my life as sustenance. Activate the Demon Awakening. My voice and Rihanna's overlap, and intense pain shoots through my body. I was terrified by the sensation that my lifespan was being devoured, but the feeling was short-lived. Soon, I felt a surge of power that replaced the fear with a sense of elation and pleasure. That's an addictive sensation, not bad. The two machines, Dominion and Aphrodite, were enveloped in a bright red aura. The Golden Magicraft seems to be a little wary of the change in our magicrafts, but it's too late now. It should bow down before our overwhelming power. Aphrodite, who was originally a speed type, approached the Golden Magicraft with surprising swiftness. However, the Golden Magicraft reacted to even that movement. The scythe strike, intended to go for the neck, was blocked by its shield, and the Golden Magicraft immediately counterattacked with the axe in its right hand that Raina barely avoided. The Golden Magic Machine unleashes a follow-up blow as it chases after Aphrodite, who dodges to the side. The Golden Magicraft axe and Aphrodite's scythe clash violently. The attack and defense become a clash of auras, and a violent flash of light is scattered in the surroundings. The two were surprised to see such an evenly matched attack and defense. After all, the Golden Magicraft is also using Magic Awakening. While the Golden Magicraft kept its eyes on Aphrodite, Dominion circled above and got behind it. At the right moment, it released a spear strike as it swooped down. Dominion's power and speed jumped up due to the Magical Awakening, but unbelievably, the Golden Magicraft reacted to the blow. Pushing Aphrodite back with an axe strike, it turned around and held up its shield. I could no longer change its trajectory, and the spear hit the shield. The clash of auras caused a large explosion, and the flying dominion was unable to stand its ground and was blown away by the blast. Chapter 461, c. 461. Dangerous reaction / cruise dominion is blown up and knocked to the ground. Although the impact was strong, the magicraft was not damaged. Is this the power that I gained in exchange for great risks that Rafishal talked about? Does this mean that the golden magicraft is that powerful? Seeing an opening after the attack of dominion, Aphrodite moves behind the golden magicraft and attacks it with her scythe, aiming at its ankle. The golden magicraft leapt and dodged the attack, but Rihanna anticipated it, and the moment it leapt, she released the magic shot she had prepared. The black round mass that appeared in front of Aphrodite's eyes hits the golden magicraft. The attack seemed to be quite powerful, but it still did not wreck the golden magicraft. I was unwilling to go on the offensive with Rihanna's attack, but it would have been a waste to stand still, so I moved towards the golden magicraft. The true value of dominion is demonstrated only in the sky, so I took off into the sky again, and while making a sharp turn, I aimed and fired a high-intensity magic shot. From the tip of the spear, which was poised at the ready, several spears of light were released and rained down on the golden magicraft. Since Aphrodite's attack stopped its movement, it had no way to avoid them, so all the spears of light hit the golden magicraft. I was sure it couldn't withstand our attacks, but to my dismay, the golden magicraft was still alive and well. I think it was weakened a bit, but I don't see any damage. It's really tenacious. Renee, let's finish it off with a simultaneous all-out attack. I understand. Rihanna and I concentrated our Ludia to the utmost limit. Even the golden magicraft should be destroyed if it gets hit by our two ultimate attacks simultaneously. But then the warning beep sounded again. I was startled by the sudden sound, and then, thinking calmly, I was astonished. Now, Dominion and I have increased our combat power many times over with the Demon Awakening Jevan, though in terms of Ludia value, it has risen to over 1 million, but Dominions still sense the danger. This danger means that an existence far beyond the current Dominion's power is approaching. I was astonished to realize it, but thinking calmly, there is no such existence. Perhaps the sensors had miscalculated due to the fierce battle. When I came to that conclusion and decided to ignore the alarm, I received a powerful shock. I was confused by the suddenness of the event because there was no enemy approaching. The gold-colored magic machine was on the defensive and showed no signs of attacking. In reality, however, Dominion was being attacked by someone. Dominion was held down by a powerful force and jostled around. Unable to move and to resist, it was finally left in a defenseless state and crashed. When Dominion hit the ground, I felt a powerful shock and saw who knocked me down. It was a flying white magicraft, and possibly the one that destroyed the Flying Dragon division. The white magicraft held Dominion down with unbelievable power, and not surprisingly, ripped off one of the beautiful angel's wings. Chapter 462, c. 462. Intercepting. I was unsure of my decision. I had to go save Nanami, but I couldn't let Marquis Dear Graffel run away. Emina was very concerned about my hesitation. I want you to leave the Marquis Dear Graffel and me to Pharma, while you go to Nanami's aid. The calm Emina would not do anything rash, and even if Marquis Dear Graffel tried to run, I believed that Pharma would control her emotional outburst. After reminding Pharma to not do anything rash, I left to help Nanami. As I arrived at the entrance to the pass guarded by Nanami, I saw that Vajrakai was attacked by a pink magicraft and a winged magicraft. Nanami, I'll help you now. First, I went towards the flying magicraft. The opponent didn't seem to notice me until I hit it. Furthermore, I grabbed the winged magicraft, which had been thrown off balance by my kick, and swung it around to suppress its movement. Eventually, it lost its ability to fly and it plummeted down. Once on the ground, it would be troublesome if it flew again, so I first forcefully ripped off one of its wings. The enemy magicraft, which had its wing ripped off, tried to move away from Arleo too, flailing wildly, but I chased after it with my sword drawn. In order to save the winged magicraft, the pink magicraft attacked me with her scythe. It was quite fast, but the trajectory was straight and easy to read, so I lightly avoided it. Not giving up, it struck a second blow, but I repelled it with my sword. The pink magicraft was thrown off balance by the attack, so I tried to follow up and slash it down, but the opponent avoided it desperately. However, it could not avoid it completely, and the arm holding the scythe was cut off. While holding back the part where the cut was made with its remaining arm, The pink magicraft, perhaps sensing its inferiority, tried to flee. It was a wise decision since it had lost its weapon, but it was not so naive as to let it escape so easily. I tried to chase after it and end the game, but there was no need to do so because Vajra-kai blocked the way of the pink magicraft. "I won't let you get away." Nanami swung her axe down at the pink magic machine a little angrily. The opponent tried to avoid the attack by rolling on the ground, but the axe swung down and touched its shoulder and blew it away. Vajra-kai tries to pursue the fleeing pink magicraft, but it is intercepted by countless enemies approaching from behind in droves. Furthermore, as if to protect the winged magicraft as well, a wall was built with magicrafts between it and Arleo too. It seems that they realized their inferiority and ordered their allies to advance. If possible, I would like to defeat those two powerful enemies here, so I decided to eliminate the enemy magicrafts in my way and chase after the fleeing winged magicraft. I fire a series of magic light bullets while destroying nearby enemy magicrafts with my sword. Nanami seems to have the same idea and begins to take out the enemy magicrafts that got in her way. However, although we overwhelm the group of enemies, there are too many of them to catch the two escaping magicrafts. While cutting down the attacking enemy magicrafts one after the other, I waited for the right moment and flew up into the sky to search for the two fleeing magicraft. In the end, I could not find the pink magicraft and the winged magicraft, which had already fled into the crowd of enemy troops. Chapter 463, C-463, Defeat/Cruise Rihanna and I were fleeing for our lives as we retreated from the front lines. "This is an extraordinary situation. Let's report it to the headquarters at once." Rihanna also seemed to be truly terrified by the monstrous magic machine and spoke up while trembling. "I didn't expect that there was an opponent who could fight on equal terms with our trump card, the Demon Awakening, and that was an even more monstrous magicraft that surpassed even that. If we continue to fight, there is no telling what kind of monsters will appear in the future. Although it is a humiliating choice right now, I decide that we have no choice but to retreat." Reina did not oppose this either. It seems that she was very much afraid of that magicraft. The troops under the direct command of the 10 war guards and the main body of the army should prepare to retreat. All other units and forces should block the enemy's pursuit. I returned to the flagship and immediately gave that order. The reason I ordered them to block the enemy was because I was terrified of the white magicraft, but they didn't need to know that. "Does that mean we are abandoning those units?" One of the staff members said so, perhaps thinking of his subordinates. "If they return alive, they will be rewarded with a suitable military medal, and it would be an honorable mission, wouldn't it?" He was silent, as if he could not find the words to say anything back. It seems that those who have not realized the strength of that magic machine cannot understand this retreat. I hear protests from the unit commanders as well. Certainly, if I were in the same position, I might have reacted in the same way. I understand them, but it is a different matter to allow a foolish act to go against me, and the unit commander who protested was punished accordingly. My defeat as commander of the Western Area Army will be unacceptable, but the unexpected forces on the enemy side were too powerful. This was not my fault alone, as it was also the fault of the Elysian Imperial Intelligence Department, which failed to obtain information in advance. Moreover, the Demon Awakening, which was said to be our absolute trump card, did not work. Needless to say, this was Rafashal's gross negligence. I had enough evidence to claim that I was not at fault. Therefore, I was not worried about withdrawing. The retreat began with the main force in the lead. The enemy forces did not show any signs of pursuit, but it is thought that they have caught us off guard. During the retreat, the army of the nobleman, who is a traitor to the Allied powers, began to move suspiciously. I thought I had given him the order to block the enemies during the retreat, but there was no sign that he was going to carry out his mission. Well, I did not trust him in the slightest to begin with, but I did not feel good about him turning his back on me as soon as he learned that we were at a disadvantage. So I ordered my subordinates as follows. Fire in the direction of the Marquis de Graffel's army. The order was immediately carried out, and shells exploded from the guns of the ride carriers, causing loud explosions. This is an ultimatum, Marquis de Graffel. If you refuse to follow orders, the Elysian Empire will sentence you to death. If he is abandoned by the Elysian Empire after abandoning his country, there will be no place for him to live on this continent. Marquis de Graffel seems to fully understand this, and reluctantly begins to move to the rear. Chapter 464, C 464. Opportunity/farmer. The thought that my father's killer is close by makes my heart flutter, but I can't cause any more trouble for Yuta and the others, so I suppressed my feelings and refrained from acting. But there was a big move from Marquis de Graffel's army, and it was clearly moving in a direction unrelated to the battlefield. It seems that Yuta and Nanami did something on the front line, and the entire Elysian Imperial Army is on tenterhooks. But it's strange, dear Graffel's movements don't seem to be linked to the movements of the Elysian Imperial Army as a whole. Could it be that he is acting alone? As Emina says, the entire Elysian Imperial Army is on the move, and Marquis of Dear Graffel does not appear to be acting with them. Emina, could it be that Marquis Dear Graffel is trying to escape? That's a possibility. I've only heard rumors, but he seems to be a man far from righteousness and humanity, and it wouldn't be surprising if he betrayed even the Elysian Empire that he had turned to. What should we do? Shouldn't we go after him? Yuta, who went to rescue Nanami, has not returned yet. If this continues, Marquis de Graffel will escape. While I was lost, Marquis de Graffel was moving further and further away from the battlefield. I was about to make my move when Emina decided, we have no choice but to attack him in order to stall him. Farmer should go around in the direction they were going and stop them while I sneak into the ride carrier and destroy its power source. Hearing Emina's instructions, I moved quickly. From the air above, I turn around in the direction in which Marquis de Graffel's army is heading. However, Emina immediately shouted to correct her instructions. Wait a minute, Farmer. Don't go that way, something is happening. I didn't notice it because I was only paying attention to the movements of the Marquis of Dear Graffel, but there was something flying from the Elysian Empire's army, and it fell right in front of Marquis Dear Graffel's army, creating a huge explosion. If Emina had been a little slower to stop me, I might have been caught in the explosion. Marquis Dear Graffel army stopped moving, perhaps startled by the huge explosion. Then, after standing still for a while like frightened kittens, they slowly turned ship and began to return to the battlefield. It seems that the commander of the Elysian Empire has hammered a nail into the coffin of Marquis Dear Graffel. Now there's no way he's going to run away from the battlefield. I was relieved to hear that because now I can wait for Yuta to return. Even better, Marquis Dear Graffel will be moving away from the main Elysian army and toward the front lines. This made it easier to target him since we didn't have to worry about other forces. All that remained was to execute the plan when Yuta returned. It felt like a very long time had passed, but I finally saw Yuta's Arleo 2 coming toward me. The Elysian Imperial Army is also retreating, so there is no longer a need to protect the pass. That's why Vajrakai was next to Arleo Roman 2. The time has come for me, Yuta and Nanamito fulfill our promise and avenge my father's death. Chapter 465, C 465. Revenge. As the Elysian Imperial Army began to retreat, I was worried that Marquis Dear Graffel might flee, but somehow only the Marquis army was coming toward us. Well, it's not a problem since it's convenient for us. Nanami, let's hurry up, Farmer's patience is probably running out. I know. After beating that powerful enemy, the movement of the Elysian Imperial Army changed drastically, and they gave up on continuing the battle and began to retreat. Nanami accompanied me to Farmer, thinking that there would be no problem even if she stopped defending the mountain pass. Vajrakai was not able to fly, so we headed for it by moving on the ground. Arleo 2 can fly with Vajrakai in its arms, but I chose not to push it because the remaining ether level was getting low, and current Arleo 2 might not be able to show even 1/10 of its original ability. As we approached Marquis Dear Graffel's army, Farmer noticed us. Yura, Nanami. Farmer, thanks for waiting. Farmer, let's destroy Marquis Dear Graffel together. When Nanami and I called out to her, Farmer replied emphatically, I'll never let him get away again. Now, even if we were to defeat Marquis Dear Graffel, we need to think about how we would do it. If we destroy the entire ride carrier, we may not know if we really eliminated Marquis Dear Graffel, so it would be best to stop the ride carrier. All right then, let's get started. Nanami and I will deal with the enemies. Magicraft and Emina, you will make sure that Marquis Dear Graffel's ride carrier is stuck so that he can't escape. Farmer, you will cover us from the air, aiming at the artillery and the enemy magicrafts. Okay. Yes, we moved quickly. I think it's safe to say they're retreating, but I'll be on the lookout for other Elysian troops that might attack. However, although we launched a spirited attack, the fighting spirit of Marquis de Graffel's army was much lower than I had imagined. Even though Nanami and I had only defeated a few magicraft, they seemed to be completely spooked and began to flee in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were no soldiers left to protect the ride carrier of Marquis de Graffel, and he was completely isolated. Marquis de Graffel also tried to escape, but stopped in place, unable to move due to the fact that Eminas destroyed the power source of his ride carrier. Farmer, I want you to aim at the bridge, but don't shoot. Farmer levitates in front of Marquis de Graffel's ride carrier and aims her arrow at the bridge. The bridge was targeted by the huge arrow, and the inside of the bridge was in panic. I spoke to them through the external output sound. We're here for Marquis de Graffel. Give him to use and no one else will be hurt. The words "no one else will be hurt" seemed to have an effect, and a few moments later, a fat, elderly man dressed in wealthy clothes appeared, being led away by several men. Chapter 466, C 466, Choice. Sorry for the delay. This man is Marquis de Graffel. Do as you please, you betrayed me. Do you have any idea how well I've treated you? Get off me, you outcasts. It seems that Marquis de Graffel has been given up on by his subordinates. It is understandable that they value their own selves more than the master-servant relationship of the money. Farmer, are you sure this man is Marquis de Graffel? It is possible that they offered us a fake, so I checked with Farmer since she knows her face. Yes, I'm sure it's my father's enemy, Marquis de Graffel. Garuda Roman II pointed the tip of its arrow at Marquis de Graffel. Garuda Roman II arrow could penetrate even the armor of a magicraft and will obliterate a living person without a trace. If she fires, Marquis de Graffel will surely die and Farmer's revenge will be fulfilled. Stop. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. I have money. How much? How much do you want? Farmer said in a calm tone to the Marquis de Graffel, who was begging for his life. Marquis de Graffel, do you know who I am? Oh, who are you? Do you know me? Please help me. Help me. Please don't kill me, because if you knew me, you would know that I am not the kind of person who would die here. My father was also not someone who would die at a time like that. How did my father, Viscount Belfast, die? Wait a minute. Perhaps you are the daughter of Viscount Belfast. You don't have to tell me your name. I don't want to hear my name out of your mouth. No, you misunderstand. I did not order the murder of your father. Ordered the kill. I didn't tell you that. Why did you think I thought you ordered the murder of my father? Ugh. It appears that he dug his own grave. I will never forgive you, Marquis de Graffel. The arrow held by Garuda Roman II trembled and seemed ready to fire at any moment. I had no objection to ending the fight with a single shot, but I was not willing to let Farmer do such a cruel thing as firing an arrow at a live person. It's my job to get dirty. Farmer, wait, I'll take care of it. Yura, I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore. The arrow held by Garuda Roman II began to glow due to her heightened feelings. Seeing this, the subordinates who had betrayed Marquis de Graffel, perhaps fearing that they would become collateral damage, took an unexpected action. Wait. If you shoot that thing, we'll die too. I don't want to be a part of this. After these words, the 10 or so people around Marquis de Graffel drew their swords. Then, signaling to each other with their eyes, they all slashed him, who was being restrained. Without time to scream, the tyrant who wielded power in a small country was turned into a bloody corpse. Neither I nor Farmer could react to what had happened before us, and we felt our desire for revenge fading rapidly. It seemed to be the same for Farmer, who quietly lowered the arrow she had set up. Chapter 467, C 467, Reunion and Report / Gene. An urgent request was made, and we were to go to the Kingdom of Melteria for military support. Yura, Nanami, and Emina followed Farmer to Ludowan, and although I'm a bit uneasy about our strength, we have a contract, so we went ahead with only the remaining members of the team. On the way, they stopped at the northern district of the Amurian Federation to meet up with Fugaku. While there were urgent matters to attend to, the former members of the Sword Clan were reunited with the Sword Saint there. Grand Master, you're safe. It's so good to see you in good health again. Grand Master, I'm glad to see that both BRNN Hilda and Triss are doing well. Your behavior is much more refined than before. I have heard that the two who have been undergoing Rafishal's training program have not only increased their Ludia values, but also their overall power. Since I can't be outdone by my grand disciples and disciples, I'm going to work on my Ludia training too. Then I will teach you, though it is beyond my reach. Keon, a senior in Ludia training, says this a little triumphantly to her father and master. I never thought I'd see the day when my daughter would teach me something. I don't like being old. He is casually talking about Ludia training, but everyone is interested in how strong that sword saint will become if he is strengthened by Ludia training. I was also excited by my meek imagination. After the meeting, Alana and I had a chance to exchange information. I introduced my new friends, Emitz, Miri and Moyle, and told them about what had happened at the research facility. From Alana, I heard about the growth of the members and the strengthening of the magic crafts. I heard it was tough, but I didn't realize it was that tough. Alana says this with heartfelt sympathy. It seems everyone's progress has far exceeded my expectations. I guess we can take on bigger jobs now without any worries. I wonder, do you only look at us with a commercial interest? For mercenary companies, the strength of individual mercenaries is directly related to money. When he said this, Alana and Linicarlo, who was listening to the conversation, seemed to be truly disappointed and switched the topic of the conversation. Instead of talking about work, I'm more worried about Yuta and the others. Yuta is single-minded, Nanami is childish, and Pharma is losing her cool. Well, I'm sure they'll be fine unless something really bad happens, since Emina will be with them. I knew that whatever was going on over there, that single-minded guy would take care of it in the end. Instead, I was more concerned about the situation in Melteria. Even if there were no problems in terms of military strength, there would be situations where political decisions would be required. In my mind, I had already envisioned a number of possible scenarios, so that I could respond to any situation. Chapter 468, C 468. The growth of the sword saint/Jean. I am reminded again that a master is still a formidable thing. The sword saint, who had begun training in Ludia, had grown so rapidly that even Rafishal, who had lived a long time and seen many different riders, was surprised. In the short time he had been in the capital of the kingdom of Melteria, his Ludia value had already increased dozens of times, to the point of approaching Yuta's. It's an incredible rate of increase, although this is supposed to be a program designed for gradual enhancement. I got the hang of it the first time. It's all about the image of squeezing the power from the depths of your body, and anyone can do it if they have the control to meditate and concentrate. Rafishal's impression of the Sword Saint was explained to me in a matter-of-fact manner. It takes ordinary people a long time to get the hang of it. I couldn't believe my ears when he started saying, I got it after the first few minutes. The daughter of the Sword Saint, who had been boasting the fastest growth rate in Ludia training, was also stunned by his unusual development. In addition to the Ludia value, his high adaptability is also demonstrated in his operation of the magic craft. Many unfamiliar new functions were implemented in Excalibur, the Sword Saint's beloved machine that Rafishal had enhanced and maintained, but he quickly understood the intent of the functions and mastered their use. Perhaps inspired by this, Keon and Linicarlo offered to engage in a mark battle at rest. They wanted to have a one-on-one mark battle, but since we were in a hurry to get to their destination, I gave them permission if they wanted to fight at the same time. It was a mark battle against our aces Keon and Linicarlo, but it turned out to be an amazing situation. Keon and Linicarlo, two former heavenly masters who have grown tremendously, were completely outclassed. The way he lightly deflected Keon's sword blows and Linicarlo's magic attacks shows that he is truly a master of his art. How can you be more skilled than before when you've been asleep in a medical capsule for so long? Keon protested, perhaps not satisfied with the ease with which her full-power sword blows were being parried. We're not done yet. Let's go for another round, good spirit Linicarlo. On the other hand, Keon, instead of messing around, you should try to devote yourself to higher goals. You have a flaw in that you are too logical sometimes. Keon, unable to respond, swung her sword instead of talking back. However, the sword was also lightly bounced by the Sword Saint. It's amazing no one can beat the Sword Saint now, I muttered to myself, and Alana, who was listening, agreed with me. I think they are a kind of monster. Well, I'm sure Yuta can handle it though. The two of them are not the same type, but Yuta is the same kind of monster, so it should be a good match. Either way, Sword Saint is now a member of our Iron Knights. With these two trump cards, Yuta and Sword Saint, I didn't feel like we would lose no matter who we would fight against. Chapter 469, C 469. A long time ago Jean we, the Iron Knight who entered the kingdom of Melteria, were greeted with an enthusiastic welcome, aided by the return of the princess of their own country. Seeing this scene, Sword Saint, Kion, and other first-time visitors to the Melteria kingdom were surprised. You are very popular. When the Iron Knights Corps joined the Triple Alliance, we were welcomed with open arms, but not as much as this. That's how much the Iron Knights are adored by this country. Arthur, perhaps flattered by their words, boasted. The popularity of Arthur, the genius swordsman and the most beautiful man of all time, as well as that of Linicarlo, the princess and one of the 12 heavenly masters, is enormous. They also heard that the national treasure, Victor, has returned, so I think the whole country is in a state of panic over the welcome. If that's the case, there will be a lot of people who will have a stroke when they find out that the number of the 12 heavenly masters is increasing. Yes, that's possible. The people of Melteria have a Me Too nature and a weakness for famous people's names, so there could be even more panic. I said this half in jest, but Arthur agreed without hesitation. As soon as we entered the palace, we were greeted by the king himself. Yudin looked more fearless and kingly than before. I am glad to see you are well, sister, he said. I am glad to see that Yudin is also in good health. You seem to have acquired the appearance of a king. No, I still have a long way to go. What's more, I don't see Yura-san. What's going on? He was concerned, so he asked before anything else. Yura is on a separate mission, so he will be late. Don't worry, the current Iron Knights will be dependable even without Yura. I am not worried about that. Then what is your concern? Oh no, I mean sister's future. Yudin replied tartly, as if he was still unable to stand up to his older sister, even though he has gained the stature of a king. It was clear that the young king was aware of the seriousness of the issue of his sister's future husband. Now, King Yudin, it's time to talk business. I couldn't listen to their brother-sister talk forever, so I intervened. I'm sorry, he said. Yes, well, let me explain the current situation in Melteria. Although roughly expected, the situation was a little worse than I thought. According to Yudin's story, the nations surrounding the kingdom of Melteria had apparently formed an alliance against the Elysian Empire. If that were all, there would not be much of a problem for the kingdom of Melteria, but for some unknown reason, Melteria was declared as a pawn of the Elysian Empire, and the alliance declared war on the kingdom. How big is the alliance? 15 nations with a force of over 12,000 magicrafts. That's most of the southwestern states, isn't it? Yes, the kingdom of Melteria is currently in a state of isolation. No real fighting has yet taken place, but it is only a matter of time. In fact, since the kingdom of Melteria has nothing to do with the Elysian Empire, why don't you explain this to that alliance? I have already sent envoys to explain it to them, but for some reason, the misunderstanding has not been cleared up. I feel something is going on behind the scenes. This is going to be more troublesome than I expected. Chapter 470, C 470. The power of persuasion / Gene. The measures to be taken against the Southwest National Alliance were to be discussed with the Iron Knights. It is highly unusual for a mercenary group to take part in a discussion on national policy, but the heads of state don't seem to mind. So what do you think, Mr. Gene? The current commander of the Royal Army of Melteria asked me, as if he really wanted my advice. There is no doubt that we should avoid fighting the alliance as much as possible, since the Elysian Empire is making strange moves toward the entire continent. Forming an alliance to counter them is inevitable. The problem is that the Kingdom of Melteria is not part of that framework. Why is the Kingdom of Melteria, who is not pro-Elysian, being left out of the framework of the alliance? I suppose the first thing we need to do is find out. Hearing this, Yudin thinks about it, but he can't seem to even come up with anything. I have no idea what you're talking about when you say you're going to find out what's going on behind the scenes, he said. We had our intelligence services investigating, but we have no conclusive information, and if there is no such thing, we don't even know if it's a country or an individual. Let me see some of your research. I had an idea of what might be going on, so I picked up the documents to check them out. I knew it. One of the countries leading this alliance had a familiar name. Furthermore, I found traces of subterfuge in the information that seemed to have spread from that country. After all, that guy could easily handle this level of subterfuge. There is no doubt about it. What have you found out? I don't have any proof, and I'll have to look into it, but I've come up with a hypothesis. What is the hypothesis, Mr. Jean? Explain it so we can understand it. The isolation of the Kingdom of Melteria is probably due to the manipulations of the Elysian Empire. It is likely that President Budarga of the Republic of Dalaran, one of the major countries in the Southwest Alliance of Nations, is carrying out the subterfuge under the direction of the Elysian Empire. President Budargathet can't be true. President Budarga of Daran is the spearhead of the anti-Elysian alliance. It is hard to believe that such a person would work for the Elysian Empire. That's misinformation. He always had a longing for the strong and big Elysian Empire. He was absorbed in their culture and history, and if the Elysian Empire contacted him in secret, he would definitely be interested. Jean, you know about this president? Alana asked. Yes, I knew him a long time ago. I didn't want to go into too many details, so I answered casually. Everyone was a little surprised to hear that the president of a country and I were old friends, but the discussion continued, as that was not the point of the meeting. If so, does that mean that Daran is behind this and has planned to isolate the Kingdom of Melteria? The information and the responses of the countries make this a strong possibility, but we'll have to find out to be sure. I don't like the idea, but I may still need to return to Daran, and the thought of it makes me feel depressed due to the memories of the past. Chapter 471, C 471. Investigation/Jean, what are you going to do about it? The Iron Knights will be going to the Republic of Dalaran to conduct an investigation, and we were having a meeting to confirm the roles of each of us. First, Alana asked me what I thought. We can't leave with all our forces because the Alliance could attack at any time, she said. That means we have to divide our forces between Fugaku and Musashi. That's what I mean. Which one do you want to stay, Musashi or Fugaku? Fugaku was originally given to us by the Melteria Kingdom, so I think it's best to leave it here, both emotionally and symbolically. Ho ho, that means I might have a turn after all. Practice is the best way to get rid of my soreness, the Sword Saint says with a lively expression. The current riders on each ship were Fugaku with Alana, Linicarlo, Arthur, Largo and Miri, while Sword Saint, Kion, Brunhilde and Triss stationed at Musashi. Well, there is also Nagisa in Fugaku as a guest, but she is a rider of the Amurian Federation, so she does not count as an official force. I am sorry to say this, but I would like to avoid fighting as much as possible. One battle could completely destroy the relationship with the Alliance. Then there would be no point in even going to investigate. That would be boring. So there is a possibility that the trip will end up being nothing more. Don't worry, there is a good chance that we will have to deal with the Elysian Empire in the future, and there will be plenty of battles to come. Sword Saint seemed to understand this development and simply nodded deeply. So, leaving the defense of the Kingdom of Melteria to Alana and Linicarlo, I headed for the Republic of Dalaran with Musashi. My belief is to act as soon as the matter is decided, so after a brief supply run, we set out immediately. I don't know what kind of country Dalaran is, so I can't comment on it, but the Kingdom of Melteria and the Republic of Dalaran are in a very tense situation, aren't they? Is it safe for me to go there? Emits Schneider, who has been entrusted with the command of the Musashi because of his experience in the Royal Army of Lubel, asks me this question since she knew how dangerous it is to have troops of a hostile force visiting a country under tension. We're not at war yet, and we're just a band of wandering mercenaries, so they won't harm us for no reason. Would they believe we are a band of wandering mercenaries? Well, they're not stupid. They know we're an organization affiliated with the Kingdom of Melteria. So why would we? It may be hard for Emits, who comes from a monarchy, to understand, but even if they no, they can't easily get their hands on us. Things work differently in a republic. But what if he finds out that I'm Herathan? Maybe he'll ignore everything and attack me. I still think it's best to refrain from hanging around carelessly. Chapter 472, C 472. Entering Dalaran/Jean, we moved across the border as covertly as possible to avoid irritating the neighboring allied countries. Fortunately, we were able to arrive at the capital of the Republic of Dalaran safely, without any minor obstructions from the allied countries. However, as one might expect, after entering Daran, we were marked by the Republican government and were constantly under surveillance. They seemed to be willing to let us know that they are watching us, since a few ride hovers equipped with magicrafts could be seen from Musashi's bridge in Keone. Seeing them expresses her feelings. It doesn't feel good to be in a situation where you are constantly being watched, she said. You have to allow them that much. The other side must not be too happy about the fact that the forces they consider hostile have entered their capital. Well, that may be true. Don't worry about that. I've made a list of people who might have some useful information. You can look at this and gather information. Evidence of President Budarga's subterfuge, yes. And with it, we can discuss with our allies and avoid unnecessary military conflicts. I gave the list I created to Keone, Brunhilde and Triss. Sword Saint, who did not get a list, asked the obvious question. What about mine? Sword Saint will stay in Musashi with me. It will be bad if all the riders are missing. I understand that one rider will stay behind to guard Musashi. But what does it mean that Jean will also be staying? I think that information gathering and negotiation are domains where you can really show your talent. I can't show my face in the capital, but I have a detailed list of ways to gather information, so Keone and the others should be fine on their own. Keone nodded as she reviewed the list. It's true that there are some detailed instructions, but Jean, how did you get all this information? It's unusual that you even wrote down the personalities and quirks of the dignitaries on the list. Well, this country is my hometown. The people on the list are people I've known for a long time. The people you know are even at the very top of the government. How do you know all those people? I know them, but they don't know anything about me. I don't know her. Is it more accurate to say that I don't remember anyone who thinks is a great man, doesn't care about those below him. Chapter 473, c. 473. Visitors/Jean, Keone, Triss and Brunhilde headed out to gather information. The officials who were watching them and those who were in the hands of Budarga might mess with them a bit. But as former members of the Sword Clan, they would have no problem with that. All we had to do was wait for them to bring back some incriminating information. But it didn't work out that way. Someone wants to see you. Soon after the three of them went out to gather information, Musashi received a visitor. If that was all, there would be no problem. But the fact that a visitor came to visit me by name was a big problem. The information that I am here has been leaked. If that were the case, it would be a bit of a problem. If he finds out about it, he might even try to take serious measures. I guess I'll just have to meet the visitor for the time being. However, it would be no fun to greet him normally, and I wanted to check something, so I asked Sword Saint for his cooperation. The guest was a young woman. She had long indigo-colored hair, a pleasant-looking face, and was dressed maturely, but her actual age seemed younger than she looked. Of course, I did not know her, and I had never met her before. What is it you want to talk to me about? Sword Saint asked the young woman. I asked him to meet the guest as me, and I was there as a third party to check on the guest. Yes, actually, I'd like to say something. The woman seems to have no doubt at all that Sword Saint is me. It's strange that she knows I'm here but doesn't know my face. What's wrong? Didn't you want to talk to me? The woman was hesitant to talk, but Sword Saint asked again. Actually, there is someone I want you to meet. What kind of person do you want me to meet? I can't talk about it here. It is absurd to ask me to meet someone when you can't even tell me what kind of person it is. I have not even heard your name yet. How can I have the least bit of confidence in you? Oh, excuse me. My name is Luca. Who do you want me to meet? He turned his sharp eyes on her and asked, not giving her the chance to think of a lie. He is a student living in the capital. I'm sorry, but I can't say more. Excuse me. With that, she tried to leave. There are still a lot of things I don't understand, but one thing I do know is that she has no ill intentions. Wait a minute, I'm not done talking yet. An amateur like you has dared to come all the way here, so you must have a good reason, right? Can you leave like this? When I said that, she stopped moving and looked at me with an expression of, "Who are you?" "Nice to meet you, MS. Luca. I am Jean." When I say my name, Luca starts to panic, perhaps because she is confused. I don't think it was an act, so perhaps she is a pure and honest person. "What? Then this person is, I'm a humble swordsmanship instructor." "You are a swordsmanship instructor. For now, sit down again, because I need to hear what you have to say." She sat down on the sofa again anxiously, still not grasping the situation. Chapter 474, C 474. Assassin/Keon. The meeting with the person on Jean's list went more smoothly than I had imagined. Simply by telling the person the words on the list, the conversation proceeded easily, and all kinds of information was gathered. "Jane is amazing." After hearing the words he wrote, everyone's attitude suddenly changed. After getting the information from the third person on the list, BRNN Hilda says she is impressed. It must be a marvelous ability to be able to easily sway an opponent's mind with a few words. The information from the 3 people on the list alone was already enough to provide evidence of the subterfuge carried out by President Budarga. But the amazing thing about Jean's list is that each piece of information is just a trivial piece of data that is meaningless. It is amazing that multiple pieces of information can be used as evidence, and since the data is so trivial, the people on the list can easily provide us with information by simply saying a few words. Jean's list was really well thought out. Master Keon, as I enter the alleyway and make my way to the next person on my list, BRNN Hilda informs me of the unusual situation with a mysterious expression on her face. Of course, I had also noticed the deadly presences that appeared around me. There were about 10 of them, and from the way they appeared, I expected them to be suitably skilled. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the wind breaking and spotted the approaching signs of death, but I avoided them. 2 arrows made of steel and with high killing power pierced the wall of the alleyway. BRNN Hilda Triss, they're coming. They nodded and drew their swords, ready to attack. I put my hand on the hilt and searched for signs. It seemed that we were surrounded, and it would be difficult to avoid the battle. Slowly, one by one, the assassins appeared, and all of them were wearing black hoods that hid their faces. From the way they stood, there was no doubt that they were not your average gangsters. They are probably either government intelligence or military special forces. Either way, they are not easy opponents. As if on cue, the assassins attacked all at once. 3 assassins armed with daggers approached from the front. They seemed to be trying to give me no chance to draw my sword, but I can draw my sword even at 0 distance, so I drew my sword at a distance of almost close contact and slit the neck of one of the assassins. The assassins did not seem to be perturbed when they saw their comrade nearby with blood spraying from the neck. I can't see their expressions through their masks, but I can imagine that they are probably expressionless. The remaining 2 assassins attacked me with their daggers. They are quite fast, but not fast enough to make me take them seriously, and I repel all their attacks with a simple hand movement. By repelling the assassin's attack so strongly, I have thrown my opponent off balance. It is a minor imbalance that a layman would not notice, but it is enough for me. With a single flash, I slashed down the 2 assassins at the same time. By the time I had cut down 3 assassins, BRNN Hilda and Triss had cut down 1 assassin each. The remaining 5 assassins seemed to realize that their target was no ordinary opponent, and they fled without achieving their goal. Chapter 475, C 475. Judgment/Jean. Why can't you tell me the details of the person you want me to meet with? I asked directly what was bothering me the most. Luca thought for a moment with a troubled look on her face and replied, "If I tell you that, perhaps Mr. Jean will not meet with that person." With those words, I had a rough idea of what to expect. There are not many people in this country whom I would not want to meet. Then let's change the subject. Why are you trying to make me meet this person? Because to me, that person is a benefactor. That's why, after that, she just moped around like she was having difficulty talking about something and stopped talking. However, I knew that she was not acting out of malice or some strange scheme, but out of genuine desire. All right, I will meet that person and Yao'll guide me. Really? But I can't guarantee that we'll have a good conversation afterwards. If I don't like it, I'll leave immediately. Yes. I was not sure about this, but I chose to meet him. The person I would meet who I didn't want to meet. and who also understood the way I was feeling was definitely that guy. Normally, Luca would have expected me to refuse her request, but there was one thing that bothered me. The man I know is not the kind of person who gives favors to others. He is a pragmatist who only thinks of himself, a man who was ruthless and even left his own son to die. Jean, going to see that person means going out, doesn't it? Are you sure? You said it wouldn't be convenient for you to go outside. As Sword Saint said, it would definitely not be convenient, but I answered by formulating a countermeasure based on the situation and other factors in my head. If we keep our activities to a minimum and move around in disguise, I don't think we'll have any problems. Well, then I'd better get ready to go. Are you coming with me? Of course. If anything happened to you, I would not be able to face Yura. There was no doubt that it would be dangerous to act in this almost hostile country, and the fact that Sword Saint is coming with me is reassuring, but it's not convenient for Musashi to be left without a rider. I appreciate you saying so, but it is dangerous for Musashi to be without a rider. If it's attacked by magicrafts, I heard that Musashi's defensive capabilities have been greatly enhanced by Rafishal. Emitz will take care of it in my absence. It is true that, as Sword Saint said, the current Musashi might be able to withstand the attack of a battalion or so of magicrafts, and considering the offensive capability of this country, this may indeed not be a problem. I understand. Then please come with me. Yes, I'll escort you. In addition to Emitz, Musashi has about 30 crew members, and after giving them all instructions in case of emergency, Sword Saint and I decided to go to the person whom Luca said wanted to see me. Chapter 476, C 476, discussed/Jean Merry Christmas. Luca took me to a facility on the outskirts of the city. There was a building in the middle of a quiet forest where several hundred people seemed to be living. Many of the people there were elderly, and it seemed to be a medical facility of some kind. What kind of facility is this? Yes, it is a place for people with chronic illnesses or physical disabilities who have difficulty living on their own, but have no relatives to help them. Is it run by the Republic of Darren? No, it is run by donations and fundraising under the leadership of Alice Abbey. The state does not support us with even 1 gold. I'm sure they won't. It's impossible with the current president. He doesn't have the slightest mercy for the weak. Mr. Jean, if the secret police hear you talking like that, they'll... It doesn't matter, it's the truth. President Budarga is a scoundrel of the highest order. He's a bastard and he's irredeemable. He had become loud without realizing it, and his expression had become quite stern, as if admonishing him, and Sword Saint pointed that out. Control of emotions is one of the most important elements of a commander. I don't know what happened, but don't startle a woman unnecessarily. I'm sorry, Luca, I didn't mean to frighten you. No, you just startled me a little. I'm fine now. I'm not quite there yet either. When I entered the forest facility, Luca and a staff member had a conversation about something, and after a while she showed me around, saying, "This way. Well, move around the facility and go out again through another doorway. From there, well, follow a well-maintained pathway through the forest and arrive at a circular pavilion in an open garden-like area. On a bench under a roof covered with ivy and other greenery, a person I had known for many years was sitting there. I am not surprised to see him, but somehow my heart begins to beat strangely. The staff member who guided us bows his head and leaves while I walk in front of the man. It's been a long time. When I spoke to him, the man stopped reading his book and glanced at me, but immediately returned his attention to his book, seemingly uninterested. Irritated by this reaction, which I had not imagined, I reiterated my greeting. "What's the matter? Have you forgotten what your son looks like?" This man was my father. I used the word "used to be" because I had disowned him and cut off our father and son relationship. My 2 sons are away on vacation, and they are only 5 and 8 years old, not old like you. What are you saying? Are you serious? I was upset, and Luca came over and quietly began to explain. It's a brain disease. Not long ago he still recognized himself, but now, due to memory loss and the deterioration of his brain function, he is unable to maintain new memories. Now Mr. Gior's memory has regressed to 20 years ago and time has stopped there for him. PFFT, don't be ridiculous. You mean to tell me that this man has forgotten how he betrayed his family and how he left my brother to die? I thought he was at least living to regret the mistakes he made. but the fact that he didn't made me boil with anger. Chapter 477, c. 477, past/Gene. When I actually saw my father's face, it reminded me of the old days I knew my father worked for the government. As a child, I thought he was just a low-level government official, but the job he had was not what is commonly referred to as a front job. He worked in a department called the Intelligence Division, which was responsible for the less publicized work of the government. Aside from the nature of his work, because my father was a government official, I was able to go to a prestigious government school, even though my Ludia values were not up to the general acceptance level. It was at that time that I met the current president of the Republic of Dharan, Budarga. He and I were rivals for the top spot in our class, but we had a strange affinity for each other and became close friends. That relationship began to fall apart when my younger brother, Little Shan, began his radical political activities. Little Shan's targets were corrupt politicians and the corporations that were connected to such politicians and gorging on their interests. Budarga's father was a politician, one of the 5 most prominent men in the Republic of Dharan, and one of the people Little Shan hated the most. My brother's activities were radical but supported by many citizens. As a young charismatic figure of only 20 years old, he was admired and attracted many collaborators, and his influence had grown to the point of threatening the country's authorities. But this may have been unfortunate for Little Shan. I've advised Little Shan a few times to be careful, since I was afraid of what the powers that be might do to him if he continued to live like that, but my brother would not listen to me. I asked my father for advice, but he showed no interest in my brother's activities, and simply said irresponsibly that it was Little Shan's choice and that I should leave him alone. Then the time came Little Shan was stabbed to death in broad daylight in a crowded city street. Unbelievably, the security department that investigated the case announced that there were no witnesses and no physical evidence was found. I was not convinced by the unnaturalness of the situation, so I decided to investigate on my own, and I even found out that Budarga's father was involved. It appeared to be a carefully prepared assassination plot that had been in motion for quite some time. As I investigated, I found out that my father's organization was involved in this plan. This alone was quite shocking, but when I became convinced that my father knew about the assassination plot, anger, sadness, and hatred welled up in me. Not only that, when I learned that Budarga was also involved in this matter at his father's direction, I hated everything in my life so far. My brother was killed by the power of money. Then I would use the power of money to avenge my brother's death. In order to earn money, I gave up everything in my career and became a merchant. Then I cut ties with my father and left the country. After that, I traveled around the world as a merchant, gaining knowledge and ability. I was planning to return to my country when my funds and connections had matured to a certain degree, but then I met that guy who had the same eyes as my brother. Yuta, who was stupid and single-minded, was in danger, and I couldn't leave him alone, so I decided to go with him. I would like to avoid involving the Iron Knights when I investigate Budarga and my father makes an appearance, whether I like it or not. In some cases, I was prepared to take full responsibility. Chapter 478, c. 478. The story of Luca/Jean. The memories of my father, whom I've not seen in a long time, regressed, and he didn't even know I existed now. But despite the circumstances, Luca wished for this reunion, so I went to her and spoke harshly because of my emotions. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing letting me meet with my father here? What's the point of meeting him in this state? Sorry, an explanation would be better than an apology." Luca, who is at a loss at my words, glanced at my father and signaled me to walk with her. Apparently, she was hesitant to explain in front of him, no matter how crazy she said he was due to a brain disease. I understood that, so I honestly followed Luca. As we moved to a bench a short distance away from where my father was, Luca began to speak in a slow tone. Luca said that she met my father 3 years ago when she was in a desperate situation, and her life was in danger. Her father was an accountant for an organization, and when he was accused of wrongdoing, the organization tried to kill him. For a while, there were only a series of suspicious accidents around him as a warning, but when Luca's father did not drop the accusation, the organization decided to take the final step. One night during a happy family birthday celebration, Luca's family was attacked by masked men. Her mother and father were quickly killed, and the blade of death was about to be swung down on Luca as well. But either the attackers made a mistake or accidentally spread combustible materials that they intended to use to destroy evidence, but the house was engulfed in flames before they could lay their hands on Luca. Luca barely escaped from the house, but the masked men would not let her go, and they chased her as she fled. Cornered in a cul-de-sac, Luca was prepared to die, but a stranger came to her rescue. The masked men were blinded and surprised by the rescuer, so she managed to escape. She told me that the person who helped her was my father. When I heard this story, I could not believe it. I couldn't believe that my father, who had left even his own son to die, would help people. Since then, he has been helping her in any way he can. He helped her find a place to hide from the organization and arranged for her living arrangements. Even after the organization collapsed due to my father's accusations of wrongdoing, and she was able to live in peace, he continued to take care of her. I wondered why my father had gone to such lengths, and Lucas seemed to feel the same way, so one day she asked him. Then my father told her the story of a past mistake he had made. It was a truth that even I didn't know. Chapter 479. C 479, The Truth/Gene. My father, Virgil, got information about an assassination plot against his son. Moreover, the assassination was to be carried out by a government organization that was affiliated with his workplace. Of course, there was no way that a government organization would be foolish enough to leak information to the father of the target of the assassination plot, so it was an intentional tip-off. It was a choice that had to be made in advance, rather than being interrupted by unforeseen circumstances. He could act to save his son and turn the organization against him, or he could let him die and protect the rest of his family and himself. I, for one, thought my father made the latter choice, but according to Luca's story, he made the third choice, which was neither of those. Father acted to help little Shan and further protect his family and himself. In order to thwart little Shan's assassination attempt and further protect his family, he tried to obtain the weakness of the upper echelons of the organization and use it as a leverage to secure our safety. However, in the end, little Shan's assassination was carried out. After losing little Shan, my father made a deal with the organization to at least ensure the safety of his remaining family members. I don't know why my father risked his life to save Luca, but perhaps he saw an overlap with his own family when he learned that her life was threatened by the organization. Also, my father said that he had always wanted a daughter. Perhaps the overlap in their circumstances made him think of Luca as his daughter. But from what I had heard so far, I still didn't understand why Luca wanted me to meet my father. When I pointed this out to her, she continued her story. Mr. Virgil spoke a lot about Mr. Jane. He said he was proud of you and regretted little Shan's death. He was always sad when he told me that I had lost 2 sons, but after some time, he happily told me that he had found out that Mr. Jean was in a mercenary group called the Iron Knights. Since then, Mr. Virgil has been gathering information on the Iron Knights and keeping an eye on their activities. I was surprised. Surely my father, who had done intelligence work, would have been able to gather that much information, but I would never have dreamed he would do so. He was happily talking about Mr. Jeans until he became ill with a brain disease and suffered from memory loss. He seemed to be watching over you all the time, telling me that that battle was actually won by the Iron Knights, or that the Iron Knights played a big role again. This is unthinkable for the father I knew. Maybe the brain disease had progressed before Luca thought it had. It is common to hear that brain diseases can change one's personality. I was surprised when I heard that a group of mercenaries called the Iron Knights had come to this country, and I thought that if I missed this chance, Mr. Virgil would never have the chance to see Mr. Jean again, so I couldn't stand still. Mr. Virgil is in such a state, but I thought that perhaps a miracle would happen if I met Mr. Zhang. I also thought that a miracle would happen. The result was no miracle. Luca seemed to recall the shock of the outcome and looked sad. I understand your story. Thank you for telling me. In the first place, I don't know if this story is true or if it is a fantasy created by my father, but as a result, there seems to be no doubt about the fact that he saved the girl. I don't think he fulfilled his responsibility for my brother's death, but I did feel a little better about it. Chapter 480, C 480. I'll deal with it/Jean. After hearing Luca's story, I saw my father one more time. This would probably be the last time I would see my father. Although it may be meaningless to meet with my father, who does not recognize me now, I thought it was necessary in order to put my feelings into perspective. My father seemed to have already forgotten that we had met earlier, and I did not dare to tell him I was his son. I pretended that he was my teacher when I was 8 years old, and we had a casual talk about the old days. That was all, but I felt more refreshed than I had expected. In direct contradiction to my refreshed feelings, my anger toward Budurga's family for killing my brother and ruining our family is amplified. It seems that I still need to settle things with my former best friend. After a conversation which may be the last conversation I ever have with my father, I bid farewell to Luca and decided to return to Musashi, but as I expected on our way back, we were ambushed on an empty street. The masked group that appeared had at least 20 members. They quickly formed a formation around us with sophisticated movements that even I, an amateur, can confirm that they are skilled. As expected, even the master of swordsmanship, Sword Saint, would have difficulty dealing with this number of people while protecting me. However, he said to me with a cool expression on his face, "Jean, stay behind me." As I was told, I moved to a close enough distance behind Sword Saint. Seeing this, he nodded broadly and held his hand on the hilt of his sword in a ready stance. From there, a strange scene unfolded. The moment the masked men approached us, they fell one after another. The distance between the masked men and us was not right, even if they were fighting the Sword Saint, since they were falling down at a distance that his sword could not reach. "Wait!" the masked leader of the group shouted. Normally, assassins do not speak, but communicate their intentions by signaling each other, but the manner in which they were beaten was so bizarre that they could not help but speak out. The leader of the group let out a startled groan. The masked people stopped, but the chain of collapses did not stop. Clearly, the area where they were falling was expanding. Seeing their allies falling more and more, the surviving masked men began to flee, but this time they failed, and not a single person managed to escape. The leader of the group is alive. Let's hear what he has to say. After all the masked men fell, the Sword Saint said, "I'll ask him a few questions." As we approached the leader, he grunted and moved slightly. "He certainly seems to be alive. I don't think he will talk easily, but I will try to get some information out of him." Chapter 481, C 481, Hardball/Jean Happy New Year. The leader of the masked group that attacked us was reluctant to talk, but when Sword Saint asked him nicely, he gradually gave us more information. From the information provided by the leader, it was clear that the government was involved in this attack. Furthermore, I learned that if this raid failed, the government would resort to a more aggressive strategy. I see. That's how much they understand that they are trapped. What are we going to do? We could go back to Musashi and prepare for their attack. I'd prefer to avoid a showy battle, but we might have to show Budurga where we stand now. Even if we were to engage in battle with the Republic of Daran here, it would be possible to use the information Keone and her team is gathering to persuade the other allied nations to proceed. Then we may be able to show them our power and advance the negotiations in our favor. Then we'd better get back to Musashi as soon as possible. Someone was watching us from distance, and they probably knew that the attack failed. Mastery is a terrible thing. It seems that even during that battle, the Sword Saint was exploring the surroundings. They were prepared for this attack to fail, so it's not surprising if they attack us again immediately. So I and Sword Saint rushed to Musashi. The other side moved faster than expected. Musashi was already surrounded by countless magicrafts and was about to be attacked. What a nuisance. It's going to be hard to get back to Musashi, I said, but the Sword Saint lightly denied it. The encirclement is not enough, and it is easy to get through there. The encirclement was so tightly packed that it was hard to believe that it was that way, but it seemed that Sword Saint was serious. When I was stunned, he made this suggestion. "Jean, you stay here and I'll go back to Musashi first and make it easier for you to get home with Excalibur. Please, I don't think I can keep up with you." The Sword Saint headed for Musashi with light steps. However, while the Sword Saint was on his way to Musashi, the encircling Daran forces began to move and launched an attack on Musashi, while Emitz and the others immediately counterattacked to defend themselves. The approaching magicrafts are attacked by an iron shell anti-magicraft gun, a new piece of equipment newly added to Musashi for close-range defense. The iron shell anti-magicraft gun is a weapon that creates a magical explosion in a sealed space and ejects a solid mass of Madine iron, capable of firing as many as 30 rounds in 1 second. The force of the hard iron bullets striking at high speed is considerable, and even S-class armored magicrafts cannot survive. Countless bullets were fired from the iron shell anti-magicraft gun, mercilessly turning enemy magicrafts into beehives. With considerable force, the enemy was already unable to get close to Musashi. However, I was conversely concerned about the safety of the sword saint who was trying to return to Musashi, but to my surprise, he read the movements of the enemy's magicrafts and took the best route to reach Musashi without any difficulty. Chapter 482, c. 482. The Holy Sword/Jean. A short time after the Sword Saint instructor arrived at Musashi, the hatch was opened and Excalibur was launched. The Daran forces, perhaps alarmed by the appearance of an enemy magicraft, retreat a little to keep their distance from Musashi. To make it easier for me to return, the Sword Saint is coming toward the enemies that are in front of me. Perhaps thinking that they are outnumbering him, the enemy is not intimidated and attacks Excalibur. I had just seen the Sword Saint fight in the flesh, and I was curious to see how he would fight in a magicraft. However, his fighting style was not significantly different from that in the flesh, and was the same as the battle I had just seen. I was shocked and speechless at the threatening combat power. Daran magicrafts approaching Excalibur were shattered into pieces by a single swing of the sword from a distance. Obviously, the distance between the sword and them is not within reach, but how he does it is a mystery. Such movement is possible with a magicraft. Yura's and Nagisa's movement is quite similar to human movement, but Sword Saint is on a different level. The very movements were those of a flesh and blood human being, and not just an ordinary human being, but a human being with superhuman physical abilities who was destroying the enemy without wasting any movement. Perhaps realizing that they could not win individually, 5 enemy magicrafts all slashed at Excalibur at once. The Sword Saint raised his sword without any sign of haste, as the 5 enemy magicrafts raised their weapon arms to the sky in unison. In theory, it is understandable that Excalibur repelled the enemy's weapons. However, what the naked eye caught was a figure raising its hands as if manipulated by an invisible force, and for a moment I was confused, not understanding what had just happened. The defenseless enemy magicrafts were cut down by Sword Saint before they could react. Although it looked as if he was swinging his sword lightly, the tremendous speed and power of his sword cut down 5 enemy magicrafts in an instant. I felt a change in the atmosphere of the enemy forces when they saw this scene. They were completely terrified of Excalibur, and as if in response, the Sword Saint performed a great move. As he held the sword in the center of his body as if raising it to the heavens, an aura rose up that could be recognized even with the naked eye. I couldn't hear what he said, but the way he swung his sword sideways with a spirited movement conveyed a heavy, spirited voice, and a crescent-shaped shockwave spread out in front of him like a ripple. A moment later, there was a silence on the battlefield, and the enemy riders realized that they were fighting someone they should never fight. One of them staggered out of the scene with awkward movements, and this triggered the others to run, trying to get as far away from the object of their fear as possible. Chapter 483, c. 483. Disclosure of information/Jean. Thanks to the Sword Saint, the enemy army fled, and I returned to Musashi with ease. After returning to Musashi, I had a talk with Emitz about the future. Jean, what are you going to do now? We should move on to discussions with the allied countries as soon as possible, but we haven't received any information that can be used as evidence yet, so for now, we just want to be ready to move as soon as Keone and the others return. The Republic of Daran, which has taken a hard approach to the issue, has openly confronted us, so we need to hurry things along, but we can't move without confirming the information. But still, Keone and the others are late. It should be time for them to return by now. It is true that it is taking longer than planned. It is possible that they were attacked as we were, but since Keone is a master, there is no need to worry about her safety. However, there is a possibility that this is why she is late. As we were talking about them, Keone and the others came back, and as expected, it seems that they were attacked and their schedule was disrupted, so it took them longer than I thought. I was further surprised to hear that there had been 3 attacks, and yet, Kion and the other former members of the Sword Clan seemed unconcerned. You were attacked 3 times. We were attacked only once. Sword Saint seemed to be disappointed that the battle with the attackers was somehow unsatisfactory. How was the new Excalibur? Kion asked. The new Excalibur has a much stronger power and speed than the old one, and it has the passive strength feature that the great sage mentioned. That will not be a letdown against any opponent. I'm curious to see how good it is. I heard Rafishal saying that the Sword Saint did not need to do any tricks, so he strengthened Excalibur by simply improving its performance and increasing its limit value. With the background music of the conversation that began as they started talking about swordsmanship techniques, I confirmed the information Kion had brought back. This would be enough to accuse President Budarga of manipulating information. After confirming the contents of the report, I immediately contacted Fugaku in the Kingdom of Melteria and obtained permission to release the information and its contents to the various countries. I then asked Sister Musi to release the information and evidence to the allied countries using the information network of the Alice Abbey. The evidence was conclusive, and the unrest spread quickly, forcing the nations to rethink their direction toward the Kingdom of Melteria and to turn their anger toward the Republic of Daran and President Budarga, who had tried to bring down the southwestern nations by spreading false information. Budarga, now isolated and helpless, will be done for. At best, he would be removed from office, arrested, and forced to live behind bars for a while. At worst, he would lose his life. When I imagined this, I remembered Budarga when he was still my best friend and felt a little sympathy for him, while Emitz informed me about the approach of a large army. Chapter 484, C 484. The last struggle/Gene. The approaching army was the regular army of the Republic of Daran. Immediately, the Sword Saint, Kion, and the others prepared for battle. When the Daran forces surrounded Musashi, they did not immediately launch an attack, and only one ride hover approached. The action was too defenseless to be a trap, so we decided to wait and see what would happen. Jane, can you hear me? Do you know who I am? It was a familiar voice coming from the ride hover. Apparently, he knew I was here. Well, it seems that's not the only reason he was here with his army in tow. I could tell from the angry and impatient tone of his voice that he was being very hard-pressed. I hear you. What does the great president want with such a commoner? Don't play games with me. Your manipulations have ruined everything. With the help of the Elysian Empire, this country would have grown bigger and richer, but me plans me ambitions, Jean. You are the only one I will not forgive. You really are an idiot. I don't know what you were promised by the Elysian Empire, but do you really think they will keep their word? They'll just use you and leave you to die when you're no longer useful. Ugh, shut up. I will not let that happen. I am the one who is using the Elysian Empire. I am the one who will win in the end. Where did it go wrong, and how did he become such a distorted human being? When we first met, he may have had an elitist attitude, but he would not have been this arrogant. There must have been something that changed him, but I don't have time to think about it now. What kind of victory are you looking at? Are you really happy with that victory? Are you acting with the people in mind? You are the head of this country, and your first consideration should be the happiness of your people, not your own ambitions. GGHH, don't lecture me. Enough. You are going to disappear now. There's no use talking to you. I won't even accept your surrender, so be prepared. After spitting this out, Budarga returned to his own army. It seemed that he was going to launch an attack. From the look of him, I guess he knows there is no point in winning this battle. I guess he was frustrated that I had interfered, and in a way he was just taking out his frustration on me. The enemy is attacking. Excalibur, Kiku Ikemanji, Onimaru Kunitsuna Toratetsu go out. Give them a thorough beating. Musashi, cover the Magicraft squadron and bombard the enemy ride carriers. Although we were outnumbered and only had 4 Magicrafts while the enemy had over 300, we were stronger. After seeing Sword Saint fight earlier, I think he alone can deal with all the enemies here. Chapter 485, C 485. One-sided/Gene. The battle unfolded as imagined. Musashi's Magicraft squadron, which had set out, scattered to the 4 winds and headed toward the enemy. Then, undaunted by the overwhelming numbers of enemies, they charged into the enemy forces. Triss, the most humble of the 4, made the most spectacular start. Leaping and diving into a group of enemies, he moved with quick steps and swung his sword as if drawing the character 8, slashing 3 enemies at a time and blowing them away with his sword pressure. The enemies try to finish off Triss with spears and swords, but he reacts as if he can see attacks from all directions and easily repels them, then slashes them down with his sword in return. Brennhilda's personality was shown in her movements. Steady and honest, she approaches her enemies slowly and cuts them down one by one, without fail. Even if enemies attack at the same time, she responds by subtly changing her body position, never confronting more than one magicraft. However, strangely enough, she does not lose to Triss in the speed at which she destroys them. That is how lean her movements were. The way she efficiently and without overreacting and surely defeating the enemy should truly be called a combat master. Keon's movements were like adding the movements of Triss and Brunhilde and doubling them. Her quick, efficient, yet dynamic movements transcended those of a magicraft. She avoided the enemy's attack with a single movement and cut them down with a momentary counterattack. Furthermore, with gliding movements, she approached the enemy magicraft and destroyed them one after another. The enemies who went toward the Sword Saint were the most terrified. Most enemy riders did not even know how they were hit. In addition to being so fast that his movements could no longer even be seen, his attacks were so weird that people could not even tell which enemy had been cut by which attack. However, the fact that the enemies around Excalibur were being destroyed one after another was real, and an incomprehensible threat was more than effective in spreading confusion and fear among the enemy forces. Soon there were no more enemy magicrafts heading toward Excalibur. As in the battle between magicrafts, the bombardment between ride carriers was one-sided. The shells from the enemy ship, called bomb ballistas, which are reinforced ballistas with improved explosive power, bounced off the salamander cannon and the armor of the Musashi, which was reinforced with 4-element cannon in mind, without even a scratch. In contrast, the Efreet cannon, the new main gun of Musashi, crushed the enemy's ride carriers with a single blow. The battle did not last long in such a one-sided development. By the time about half of the enemy ride carriers had been destroyed, the enemy soldiers had completely lost their will to fight. One ship raised the white flag to indicate defeat, and the rest began to run away. Even though most of the enemy soldiers admitted defeat, the president did not seem to give up, cursing his fleeing allies. The soldiers, however, were too fearful and confused to follow any words. Chapter 486, C 486. Thoughts/Gene sorry for the late releases. Budarga loudly complains about his fleeing allies and instructs his ride hover to move forward. I admire his guts for not running away in this situation, but I am dismayed at his poor judgment of the situation to continue fighting a battle that he no longer has a chance to win. But then I remember the old Budarga and change my mind. No, this fight is too shallow for Budarga, who is Ashima and has knowledge of tactics. It's as if he never thought about winning or losing from the beginning. Then he must have another objective. When Budarga ride hover paused, several people jumped out of it. Apparently unable to keep up with the president's actions, they ran away. Naturally, Budarga was not among them. After the people had fled for a while, the ride hover came toward us again. Budarga is firing its meager ship's guns at me, cursing me loudly. Jane, what's the matter with you? Try to shoot me down. If you have enough firepower to sink a battle cruiser with a single shot, it would be a piece of cake to sink such a small ride hover. Why don't you just get it over with? It appears that Budarga really wants to end this. Maybe he wants me to kill him in a reckless suicide attack. That guy. Sword Saint, can you capture the ride hover without killing that guy? When I asked him that, he immediately replied, okay. Can we destroy the ride hover? As long as the contents are intact, no problem. Sword Saint responded lightly and gave support to Keon and the others, who moved quickly. Brennhilda's Animaru Kunitsuna approached from the front to draw attention, and Kiku Ikemanji got behind Budarga's ride hover. However, Budarga seemed to notice the approach from behind and tried to flee to the side, but Triss was waiting for him in that direction. Cornered, Budarga screams as he fires his cannon. Don't leave it to the magicrafts, try to kill me yourself. You won't even dare to kill the president of a country. He was still about to shout something, but was interrupted by Excalibur's sword, which struck the ride hover's power unit with a single thrust. Sword Saint completely destroyed the ride hover and restrained Budarga, then returned to Musashi along with the others, since the battle was over. My old friend whom I had not seen in a long time seemed to have lost a lot of weight. I was a little surprised because I remembered that he had a rather stout build. Oh well, surely destroying the whole ride hover means you won't feel it. Avenge your brother, feel free to kill me and be done with it. I'd love to, but I need to talk to you. Talk? I have nothing to say to you. If you don't kill me quickly, Darren army will come to my rescue. I don't care how many armies this country has, we won't be defeated. You already know that, don't you? How can a bunch of mercenaries have that kind of power? Jane, why do you always go beyond my imagination? I'm Budarga, who had been so vigorous, dropped the tone of his voice. Chapter 487, C 487. Mastermind/Gene. I tell Triss to remove Budarga's restraints. Then, glaring at the freed president of this country, I tell him, Budarga, can you tell me a little of the old story that you couldn't say back then? I thought I had done enough research on my brother's case, but maybe there are some facts I don't know. There was a possibility that I would hear things I didn't want to remember, but I was prepared. Fine, but listening won't change anything. Your real enemy is that powerful, and it is true that I am part of it. Whatever the story, I will never forgive you or your family. I promise you that. PFFT, maybe you think your brother's case was planned and carried out by someone in my family. If so, you can rest assured we weren't that good. The mastermind is the upper echelons of the Liberal Party, and you and your father are a part of them, I know that much. Ha 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 ha. Don't make me laugh. My father, me, and even the leader of the party are lackeys. You only saw the toes of the mastermind. Listen, your brother touched someone he shouldn't have. Who is the mastermind behind this? Tell me. I don't care who it is, I'm not afraid of them. Kukakui's a good one. I'll tell you something you don't know. It was Rafishal who ordered your brother's assassination. Rafishal. The name of Rafishal the Great Sage is something that even a child knows. You've probably never even heard of it. Rafishal is a shadowy organization with influence throughout the continent. Its official members include many royalty and royal families of major countries. To make an enemy of the association is like making an enemy of the entire continent. That's nonsense. You can't be so sure of that. You are right. The Rafishal Association is not completely hidden. It exists in the open as a name you know. Jean, I think you can guess what it is. There is only one such entity. An organization that has influence throughout the continent, but whose true nature is shrouded in mystery. The Raddle Company. That's right. The Raddle Company is the front of Rafishal's association, and Raddle Vega is rumored to be the head of Rafishal. Since you use the word rumored, I guess you don't know the facts either. How can a member like me know all the facts? I only know some of the facts. Even if I am the head of a country, I am at the end of the line. Do you know what that means? The Rafishal Association is that powerful. I don't care if they are powerful or not. If that Rafishal Association is really the killer of my brother, they will pay the price. I am amazed that you are not the least bit cowed by this fact. Where do you get your confidence from, Jean? After all, Budarga tried to speak about me, but I wasn't going to let him continue, so I changed the subject. I know that the Rafishal Association is the mastermind behind it. Now tell me how my brother was killed. That will determine what I do with you. I'll tell you everything I know, and then you'll realize the real horror. Budarga seemed to have made up his mind and began to speak in a slow tone. Chapter 488, C 488. Truth and determination/Jean. Budarga's expression hardened a bit. I could sense his nervousness. He said he would talk, but he still seemed a little hesitant. However, after taking a breath to compose himself, he began to speak slowly, as if he had made up his mind. Your brother was trying to get evidence of corruption in the upper echelons of the Liberal Party. He was a brilliant man, as you know, but he made a small mistake and obtained some pretty damning information. But the content of that information was bad, I know that much. You assassinated my brother because you feared the disclosure of that information, didn't you? No, it would have been very inconvenient if he had been made public, but I was ready to cover it up, and I didn't make the decision to assassinate him. Then why? My brother is dead. Your brother, realizing that this information was not enough to expose the corruption, went further and looked into it. There were secrets there that were never to be touched. What secrets? The biggest taboo of Rafishali's the true identity of Raddle Vega. What brother has found out the true identity of Raddle Vega? Radlviga is a key figure known to all, but his true identity was considered a mystery. One theory is that he is royalty from some country, but the truth is unknown. Many people have tried to find out who he really is, but most of them have disappeared or died in accidents. I heard that it was an accident of miraculous proportions that your brother found out the identity of Radlviga, but an ordinary man would never have reached that point. An unfortunate consequence of being so brilliant. Don't be silly. What misfortune. I don't care what he knew, they can't just kill people for their own convenience. In response to my anger, Budarga became silent and then he said something unexpected. You're right. That's not a good reason to kill someone. I thought so too, but I couldn't do anything. I defied the association and tried to stop the assassination plan, but my opinion was squashed as easily as crushing a louse. In the end, my family's life was in jeopardy. So I had no choice but to let your brother die. Budarga admitted that was trying to save my brother. Normally, this might sound like an excuse to beg for his life, but I know him, and he would never beg for his life. I have one question, Budarga. Why did you try to connect with the Elysian Empire? If you are a member of such a powerful organization, why do you need to rely on other forces now? I've had enough of this, so I tried to break free from the shackles of the association and take on new powers, but that is no longer the case. The Elysian Empire will give up on me. Abandoned by two great powers, I can no longer live on this continent. Then I don't mind taking that life. I was ready to die when I found out that my plan had failed. You can kill me any way you like. Who said you could die? Your life is in my hands. You are to be a pawn in the fight against the association under my direction. I will not allow you to die until I avenge my brother. Jean, are you really going to fight against the association? Don't do it or you will lose your life. Budarga, do you see the crucial difference between me, you and my brother? You mean the difference in our abilities. I admit that you are better than me, but you are still not strong enough to fight against the association. You don't understand, there is no difference between you and me. The difference is that I have friends I can trust to help me even if I have the whole continent against me. You've decided to fight a huge organization by trusting your friends. I'm not going to lose no matter who I'm up against right now. Damn, that's fine. I might as well be your pawn rather than live as a dog of the association. It's a life with no future anyway. The expression on Budarga's face was not so gloomy. Chapter 489, c. 489. Post-war management. The Elysian Empire has retreated, and Marquis de Graffel is dead. Although the threat was not completely eliminated, the Allied forces were disbanded and returned to their respective countries due to exhaustion and fatigue. We were about to head for the Kingdom of Melteria, where our friends were. The representative of the gladiator army wants to meet Yuridono of the Iron Knights. Is it because of Alana? I don't know the reason, but since they helped us, I have no choice but to meet with her. I told her I would meet with her and asked her to let me through to the simple lodging house. My name is Jenage, representative of the gladiator army. I am honored to meet the esteemed Yurisama. To my surprise, Jenage was a soft-spoken woman. She was dressed neatly, so I was surprised to see someone who was the complete opposite of a gladiator. Respect is not such a big deal for me. What are you talking about? I still get excited when I think back to that legendary match with the Gladiator King. That match is now a standard topic of conversation among gladiators at the drinking table. I see. I was embarrassed because I was not used to being praised in such a way. I hear you have some business with me. I was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject to the main topic. As a representative of the gladiators, I have been asked by many gladiators, and I wanted to ask you to confirm whether or not this is a realistic possibility. Realistic? Is it something I can judge? I thought it was only because you are the leader of the Iron Knight, Yursama, that you could make such a judgment. It's a fact that I often forget, but I am indeed the leader of the Iron Knights. So what is it you want me to judge? It's a group job, what? I'll tell you straight to the point. Many gladiators wish to join the Iron Knights. I was surprised since I had never thought she would ask that. Certainly, it is not surprising that there are people who want to join a mercenary group, but I never thought they would want to join the Iron Knights. I was aware that we were an unknown group, but I guess that means that we have become a little famous. How many people want to join? About 100. 100? Of course, you can have them go through a test and so on. Can you think positively about it? We don't pay that much, do we? It's also quite dangerous and I don't recommend it. I am not that concerned about how I will be treated since I made this decision, because I admire Sama and Alana Sama, the two riders who fought with me in this battle. I'll talk to our manager, so give me a minute. I can't make a decision without Jean's opinion since he is the one who manages the money, so I decided to contact Jean. Chapter 490, C 490. The Great Mercenaries. When I contacted Fugaku, I got a reply that Jean was in another country with Musashi. Why are they going there? To look for evidence of enemy subterfuge. Darin is Jean's hometown, so he is the right person for the job. What's so urgent? I explained the situation to Alana in a few words, as it was also relevant to her, and she was not so surprised when she heard what I had to say. The quality of gladiators has changed. I can't believe that these windbags, who believe in freedom, would go out of their way to become employees of a crippled organization. I agree. What do you think, Alana? I think you should answer that we don't have money to hire that many gladiators, but we can hire a few after they go through rigorous testing. I had similar expectations as Alana. However, the reality was very different. What? You can hire everyone who wants to join. Gladiators are more promising than regular soldiers of a small country. With our rider enhancement program, they will be a force to be reckoned with in no time. I'm sure that's true, but is the money going to be enough? The Elysian Empire's invasion has caused major conflicts all over the continent. It's easy to get big jobs, so I don't think we'll have to worry about that. Well, I wouldn't be opposed to it if the money wasn't a problem. Jean makes an immediate decision to purchase magic crafts, ride carriers, and increase the number of riders, as well as to supplement the maintenance staff and ship's crew. I wonder where such money will come from, but he talks as if he has something to count on apart from the group's funds. I was impressed to see his skills as a former merchant being put to use in such a situation. Jean, who is in the Republic of Daran, is also heading to the Kingdom of Melteria, so the Iron Knights will be gathering there. In the meantime, we are going to recruit new members and purchase magic crafts and ride carriers at the same time. A new Iron Knights mercenary group might be born in Melteria. Genage, were you also an applicant? It seems that Genage, who came to visit me as a representative of the gladiators, was actually a prospective member of the Iron Knights. She was the first to line up at the reception desk for those wishing to join the group, and when I found her, I called out to her. Of course, I am one of the gladiators who admire Alana Sama and Sama, so I do not intend to miss this opportunity to be able to fight alongside the two people I admire. If she is a representative of gladiators, her ability must be considerable. While I feel reassured, I also feel a little fear as I look into her glazed eyes when she talks about such things. I had heard that there were about 100 people who wanted to join the group, but when I opened the door, I found that the number had increased significantly to 250. We had told them that we would accept all who wanted to join, so we couldn't just reject them because there were a few too many. We would have to purchase more magic crafts, and inevitably we would have to hire more maintenance staff, so I was beginning to worry if the funds would really be enough. Chapter 491, C 491. Returning to Fugaku, I'll try to release 15 chapters this week to make up for the ones I missed. While the Iron Knights were gathering in Melteria, we conducted a recruitment drive for personnel, and there seemed to be a response that we had not anticipated. Alana, who was waiting for our arrival in Melteria, informed me that many people had already been recruited. Why didn't you use the information network of the Alice Abbey to advertise the position in the first place? There are already close to 500 people here, and we won't be able to respond in time. That many people. The number of people is more than I expected, and I am surprised too. What is Jean doing? What's taking him so long just to get back to Melteria from Daran? If he won't get over here and help me with the paperwork, we're going to have a flat tire. I understand that it takes time because we are taking the recruited gladiators with us to Melteria, but surely Jean and the others could have already arrived in Melteria. Maybe something went wrong. The cause of Jean's delay, however, was simpler. When we confirmed our concern, this was the answer we received. I was just making preparations for the upcoming need to raise sufficient funds. Oh, so you think you'll be able to manage the funds? We'll be fine for the time being, he said. I think we can pull money from several southwestern countries. I can't even imagine what it would take to get funding from those nations. But the great thing about Jean is that he does it so easily. By the time we arrived in Melteria, the Iron Knights had become a large group. It was already impossible to accommodate them in Fugaku, and countless temporary tents had been erected around it. This is a big deal. Nanami hopes that her room is safe and that no one took it. I'm sure it's fine. Nanami looks at the many people coming in and out of Fugaku and says with concern, and Pharma was worried too, but she didn't show it. With this concern in mind, we entered Fugaku and were reunited with our friends, who were busy moving around. I expected them to welcome us back after a long absence, but only one of them welcomed us. Emina, good, I need a little help with the paperwork. Yura, Nanami, and Pharma, I'm sorry, but could you please deal with Lorgo and the others as you see fit? It's true that there's no place for me or Nanami in this situation, so we went to the riders' waiting room where Lorgo and the others were waiting so as not to get in the way. It's my brother. Welcome back, big brother. Mayu hugs me happily when she finds me. Although she is a young girl at heart, she is a fully grown woman, so the thick embrace was too stimulating for me, a male underage. Hey Mayu, don't get too sticky with Yura. Before I can stop Mayu, Nanami warns her with a grim look on her face. What? Why do you mean we? There didn't seem to be any particular reason, and Nanami was at a loss for a reply, but Mayu, perhaps also bothered by Nanami's warning, slowly backed away from me. Chapter 493, C 493. Preparations for the festival. There are festivals in this world as well, perhaps due to the influence of Earthlings who have migrated here, but they seem to have a strong religious element and are often more like rituals than festivals. As Nagisa mentioned, few people seem to understand the idea of holding a welcome party in a festival-like atmosphere. Is it okay if the place is outdoors? How are you going to cook the food? We'll set up food stalls and serve the food. People can choose what they want to eat and eat as much as they want. Oh, can I eat as much as I want? Good. Enjoy it as much as you want. Yay. Nanami and Pharma will eat. Yeah, sure. But Nanami, you can't eat as much as Lorgo. Ode will eat what Nanami didn't eat. I see. Then we'll be fine. I don't know if it makes sense, but I'm glad Nanami and the others seem to be having fun. So are you going to get us some booze? Father doesn't seem to be interested in the festival, but he is happy to have an excuse to drink sake. Of course, we'll have several kegs of all-you-can-drink sake, and we'll have stalls set up where you can pick and choose what you want to drink. That'll be fun. Jean answered Father's question. The fact is that the actual festival is going to be a lot more than just a party. It's going to be a celebration of the people who have joined the Iron Knights. Although me and Nagisa came up with the idea based on our experience with festivals, in the end, it was Jean who was in charge. It's all right to drink, but only in moderation, please. She's a picky girl, isn't she? Her mother, who was usually so strict, used to let me drink freely on such occasions. I am different from Mother. I will not be lenient at any time. Kion said so clearly that Father could not say anything back to her. Still, I expect that he will make me drink at the festival. Linacarlo, can you do me a favor? Jean said while looking at his notes. I don't mind, but what do you want me to do? I would like to ask for the cooperation of the restaurants in the royal capital, since it is impossible to run all the stalls with only the members of the old troupe. Can you use the authority of the royal family? I understand. I will talk to Yudin. I don't think it's right to use the royal family's authority for something like this, but the royal family accepts it without any sense of uneasiness. Yudin would also probably accept it willingly. Now that we've got the food and drinks, we're left with the entertainment. What's the standard thing to do at this festival you guys are talking about? Jean asked Nagisa and me. Well, it varies from region to region, but in the simpler ones, there's dancing, singing, and even shooting games and goldfish scooping at food stalls. He didn't seem to understand about target shooting and goldfish scooping, but he nodded, so I guess he got the idea. After that, we called vendors, ordered a few things, and started making preparations. Chapter 492. With the arrival of the gladiators who had joined our group, the paperwork increased, causing further confusion, but with Jean's return, the situation quickly improved. The piles of paperwork were quickly reduced, and at the same time, personnel matters were handled and the organization was solidified. He also purchased 10 large ride carriers, and even decided on room assignments, which was more than impressive. It was actually quite astonishing. I've been thinking for a while now that maybe Jean isn't even human, Emina said with a straight face as we all took a break from the hell of paperwork to enjoy a cup of hot pea charcoal tea. Yes, he isn't. He did the paperwork for 10 veterans by himself, Alana assured them, and they all nodded in agreement. Don't talk about people like they're monsters or something. I'm just good at paperwork. Jean came into the cafeteria with this remark. I wonder why the smartest people are so sharp-eared. I can hear you when you talk so loud. We don't have time to take a break, since we have to decide on the future direction at the meeting. Yuta, Alana, Sword Saint, Kion, and Emina come to the conference room later. What's the plan for the future? We've become such a large organization that we can't feed everyone with the same work style. You mean we're going to focus on bigger jobs than before? That's what we're going to do. We could also split up into units and do more of the same work. I see. Nanami, perhaps not amused by such adult conversation, makes a proposal that is true to her own desires. Nanami thinks that we should hold a welcome party for the newcomers. Nanami wants to eat lots of delicious food. I agree with the welcome party. Pharma agreed, and the conversation drifted in that direction. It would be difficult to organize a welcome party for 1,000 people, don't you think? No matter how I imagine it, I can't picture a welcome party for 1,000 people. I felt bad for Nanami and Pharma, but I expressed my negative opinion. I agree that it's a good reason to drink, but it's also a lot of work to set up the venue. Preparing the food alone is a lot of work, and as Yuta said, it's probably a bit difficult. Father and Alana also expressed their calm and mature opinions. The atmosphere was close to becoming that of a welcome party was not going to be possible, but my childhood friend pulled me back. I can handle 1,000 people. My grandfather used to organize a festival of that size every year. Why not? What's the difference between drinking, eating food, and having a good time with everyone? Well, if you put it that way, there may not be much difference. I guess you can have a festival-like welcome party. Chapter 494, C 494. Collaboration. That's all for today. The welcoming festival was supposed to be an Iron Knights only event, but it took a funny turn when we asked Yuden for his help. It became widely known to the public that the Iron Knights were going to hold an interesting event. A high-ranking official of the king's government came to Fugaku with an important proposal from Yuden. I had no idea what he was talking about, but Jean immediately guessed what the proposal was. I see, you are asking if the people can participate in this festival. Yes, nowadays, the talk of the town is all about the festival held by the Iron Knights, and many people are appealing to the government to participate. As far as the enthusiasm of the people is concerned, there is even a concern that it could turn into a riot if things go badly. The government would like to keep things quiet and is wondering if it would be possible to hold this festival as a joint event between the kingdom and the Iron Knights. The kingdom and the Iron Knights are not in a position to benefit from jointly hosting the festival. What kind of conditions did Yuden prepare? Yes, we will bear all the expenses related to the event, and we will also provide local ingredients from all over the kingdom. That's not a bad deal. What do you say, Yura? If you're willing to cover the expenses, that's good. I'm also interested in local ingredients. Yes, that's right. However, we will take the initiative and you will provide the funds and personnel. Yes, of course. We will put together a project team immediately. You are free to use them as you wish. The welcoming festival is going to involve the Melteria kingdom and will be bigger than we can imagine. However, we must not forget the original purpose of the festival. We must also make sure that the event welcoming the new members will be a success. Even as we were preparing for the Welcome Party Festival, additional applicants were arriving in droves. Many of them were former riders of the Sword Clan, and it seemed that they had come because they knew that Kion and Brennhilde were in the Iron Knights. They were all very surprised to learn that Sword Saint was still alive, and greeted him with tears in their eyes. "Grand Master, you are alive. The greatest joy of my life. I never thought I'd see you again, O-sensei. We can fight together again, O-sensei." Among the former members of the Sword Clan was my classmate Teppei, but he never showed up. Maybe he didn't want to be around me. With the materials and stalls set up, the festival site is finally being prepared. Hundreds of thousands of people are expected to attend the festival, including the people of Melteria. The sight of hundreds of food stalls lined up was a sight to behold, perhaps comparable to a large festival in Japan. A large circular stage was set up in the center of the festival site. I was told that some kind of event would be held here, but I was not told the details yet. I think it will probably be a karaoke contest or something, but I am looking forward to it. Chapter 495, C 495. Welcome Party Festival. After careful preparation, the festivities began. The Welcome Party Festival was to last 3 days and 3 nights, as the scale of the event had increased, and the event was to be led by the people of Melteria. I had expected to be busy behind the scenes, but Jean and the staff of the Kingdom of Melteria did most of the work, and I was told to just enjoy myself on the day of the festival. "Yura, let's go around together." The festival was based on the motif of a Japanese summer festival, and the atmosphere at the festival site was just right. Nagisa, who was in a good mood, invited me to go with her. I think it would be nice to experience the atmosphere of the old days. I was deeply moved as I remembered how I always enjoyed summer festivals with Nagisa, but soon the childhood friend of my memories brought me back to reality. Come to think of it, what happened to Nanami, Alana and the others? They seem to hook up with Yura at times like this. Alana is getting ready with Emina, Kiyon and Linacarlo, as if she has to help with some event. Nanami took off with Lorgo and Pharma, saying she was going to eat a lot of good food. Yura wasn't invited to go with them. She invited me, but I turned her down because I had plans to talk to Jean at that time. Well, instead, she asked me to spend the day with her tomorrow. I'm not sure if that's true, but what about Mayu, who calls herself Yura's sister, and who seems to be the first one to come after you? Mayu just had her regular checkup and is in the doctor's office with Ferry. Well then what? You're asking me like it's my fault for being alone. No, it's not that, but it's just that there's always someone around Yura, so it's a little weird. It's true that when I'm in Fugaku, someone is always nearby and I'm rarely alone. I guess I'm blessed to be in such a good environment, if you think about it. Anyway, let's get something to eat soon. I hear there are tons of food stalls selling local cuisine from all over Melteria, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I guess so. Nagisa, who agrees, looks happy for some reason. I see, so this guy is also nostalgic for the old days being hungry. We decided to put something in our bellies first. I insisted on a large piece of grilled meat on a skewer, but Nagisa said, "You can always have just grilled meat on a skewer." She had a point, and we ended up eating a dish that consisted of a blue liquid simmering in a slug-like substance the size of the back of my hand. To be honest, it didn't look very tasty, thanks to the fact that I chose it in favor of rarity. Nagisa, just take a sip. What? Yura should eat first. I'd love to, but I don't have the courage to take a bite. I feel the same way. The blue slug-like dish has a peculiar smell like vinegar mixed with black ink, and it exquisitely reduces one's appetite. Nagisa seems to feel the same way, frowning at the smell. All right, let's play rock, paper, scissors. I'll take my chances. The result was a straight loss for me after 3 rounds of play. The point system introduced in the middle of the game was no excuse for my 5-0 defeat, and the first bite of the game was mine. I fearfully put the blue slug in my mouth. The warm temperature makes me even more terrified, but the taste that comes through is... It's not bad. I can't say it was delicious because it tasted like nothing I had ever tasted. Here, try some, Nagisa. What? I'll get angry if you cheat me. Despite her doubts, Nagisa also took a bite. Her face was full of apprehension, but her expression changed when he put it in her mouth. It's true, it tastes good. We shared a new discovery, and out of the corner of our eye, we looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 496, C 496. At the food stall, the festival had a well-developed Japanese summer festival atmosphere. I think the fact that many of the participants were wearing yukata light cotton kimono was a major factor. By the way, where do all these people get the yukatas they are wearing? I heard they rent them at the entrance to the venue. It's free and yukatas are rare, so most people seem to be renting them. That's very generous of them to give them away for free. That's because all the expenses are paid by the Kingdom of Melteria. Then it must be Yuden who is really generous. The Kingdom of Melteria is said to be relatively wealthy due to its resources and easy trading terrain. But since Yuden became king, the economic situation has become even more stable, and they have ample funds. Let's try something else. Nagisa pointed to one of the stalls, which looked like one of those target practice games you see at fairs. But it was different from the shooting game I know. Yeah. Is that a projectile? Looks like it, but there is no firearm like a rifle in this world, so I had a little trouble explaining the projectile to Jean, but apparently that didn't go over well. The rifles that shot out corks and aimed at the prizes had been replaced by bazooka-like cylindrical objects that were carried on the shoulder and fired. Furthermore, on the shelves lined with prizes, a target-like object was placed between the prizes, and it was not clear whether the correct answer was to aim at the prize or at the target. Welcome. How about a shot at one of our gorgeous prizes? The man who was on duty at the store called out to us as Nagisa and I approached. What are the rules? Yes, it's a game where you use this rifle to aim and shoot at a target. But be careful, if you hit the prize and break it, you will have to pay for it. Seriously, it's a thrilling and fun experience for sure. Go ahead, it's free of charge. Even if there's no charge, it could be expensive if you have to pay for a broken prize. Well, since we're here, let's give it a try. Okay, I'll try. Here you go. Pull the trigger here and it will fire a bullet. Don't point it at anyone. I had a bad feeling about this, but I thought there was no way I was shooting at a target with such a dangerous object. So I took it easy and aimed at the target. A little more to the right, don't you think? I know, I took good aim and pulled the trigger. At that moment, with a loud bang, something flew out of the end of the tube on my shoulder with great force. The object that flew out did not just blow one of the prizes away, but also punched a large hole in the wall behind us. We were all dizzy from the force that far exceeded our expectations, and the storekeeper calmly said to us, "Oh my goodness, you destroyed the prize." As we were dazzled by the power that far exceeded our expectations, the storekeeper calmly said to us, "I'm sorry, you'll have to pay 30,000 gold for destroying the prize. That funny vase costs 30,000 gold. That's a work of art made by Marley. The market price is 100,000 gold, but Mr. Marley kindly gave it to me at a low price." I was tempted to ask, "Who's Marley?" But it was true that I had broken the prize. I had no choice but to pay the storekeeper 30,000 gold. All right, Nagisa, avenge me. Leave it to me, you know I'm good at target practice. I know she was good at target shooting, but I don't think this is target shooting anymore. Nagisa smiles at me with a relaxed smile and holds the tube on her shoulder. She took aim and pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a sound that surprised me no matter how many times I heard it, the bullet shot out and destroyed 3 of the prizes. Chapter 497, C497. The best part of the festival, the total amount of the prizes Nagisa destroyed came to 120,000 gold. I ended up having to pay for it on behalf of Nagisa, who didn't have any money on hand, which made my wallet very lonely. You'd better pay me back later. I'm sure you forgot about the loan I gave you in junior high school when you asked me for 10,000 to buy a video game console you really wanted, but you still haven't returned it. I think we're even now. No. Oh, that reminds me, didn't I pay you back? No, you didn't. No, I borrowed 10,000 in the first place. I'm not sure if 120,000 is a fair deal. I lent it to you when we were in junior high school. It's obvious that's interest. Damn, I can't say anything back if she puts it that way. I'm not sure if that's a goldfish scooping game. I don't think that's supposed to be goldfish scooping, is it? Well, if it was, wouldn't it be fun? No, it's not funny. The reason I am not sure if it is goldfish scooping or not is because the goldfish I am scooping is abnormally huge. It looks like the goldfish I know, but it's a little bigger than a great koi carp, and I can't think of how it would be scooped. How is this something to play with? Yes, it's a game where you use this net to catch the big fish. You can take home the fish you catch. That's it. Well, this one looks like it's free too, so I don't have to think too much about it. When I decided so and told the storekeeper that I would play, the gallery, which had gathered before I knew it, cheered loudly for some reason. Then, out of the corner of their mouths, they began to say things like, "As expected of an Iron Knight's rider, you are very brave." It bothered me a little, so I decided not to worry about it. I received a net that was short but large enough to hold a giant goldfish, and immediately set my sights on a goldfish that swam nearby. As soon as I put the net in to scoop the goldfish, Nagisa, who was standing behind me, shouted, "Yura, Yura, look out." Hearing her voice, I quickly put down the net and moved away from the pool. The moment I left the pool, a goldfish bit into the net I had put down. The goldfish, which had seemed so docile until then, changed completely and turned into a fang-bearing, terrifying creature. The net was shattered and turned into a mess. I shudder to think what would have happened if it had bitten my arm. Be careful. They are ferocious predators, and if you approach them from the front, they will bite your arms off. Say it first. My heart is still racing. I had never experienced such fear even in magicraft combat. In any case, we could not allow such a dangerous business. Using the authority of the Iron Knights, the organizer of the event, I closed the stand. Chapter 498, C 498. Main event. Just as we were enjoying the festival, a loud announcement was made in the hall. The main event of the day would be held later in the day. What's the main event? I don't know either. I heard that Alana and Emina are helping out. While Nagisa and I were talking about the main event, I heard a loud voice calling me. I looked and saw Nanami and her friends coming toward me with their hands full of food. You guys hear the announcement and come here. I thought you were only interested in the food, but it seems that you are also interested in enjoying the event. The main event is the eating part, but it seems that the participants are also willing to enjoy the event. Well, Nanami, did Alana tell you what they're going to do? Nanami doesn't know. I asked her, but she said it's too early for Nanami. And you haven't heard from Pharma or Lorgo? No, they didn't tell me. Oh, doesn't know either. If so many people don't know, maybe they are intentionally hiding it. Are they trying to surprise us with something? Many people had gathered around the stage where the main event was to take place. As I was waiting for the event to begin, a man who seemed to be the MC appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. Thank you for coming to today's main event. With your permission, I, Lerond, will be the MC for today's main event. I was wondering in my mind who Lerond was, but from the reaction of the gallery around me, she seemed to be a well-known personality, and some of the ladies were making a lot of noise. Now let me tell you what the main event of the day will be. Whoa, I'll finally know what they're going to do. I wonder what they're going to do. I think it's going to be karaoke. Nanami thinks it's a gluttonous feast. It's fun to eat a lot. I'm thinking maybe the unveiling of the new magicraft. Ode, whatever. The curtain hanging over the archway set up behind her was removed as the MC Lerond waved her hand in an exaggerated gesture. What emerged was the title of the Iron Knight's Miss Beauty pageant. Nagisa and I were stunned and speechless, wondering how they could have concealed such a thing from us and proceeded with it. Nanami and Pharma were pouting, not seeming to understand the meaning. Hey, what's a Miss Beauty pageant? It's to decide who the most beautiful girl is. The most beautiful girl. What are you going to do with that? It was a fair question, I thought. As I was wondering what to say, a familiar voice behind me answered for me. Because everyone believes without a doubt that their favorite is the best. That's why they want to see this farce, to make things black and white. Hey Dad, weren't you having a drinking party with the old sword gang? They're all drunk now and I've got some free time, so I came here. I'm sure you're not just attracted to the phrase beauty pageant while saying that, Nagisa pointed out. Nagisa's nasty remark seemed to have hit the nail on the head, and the old man coughs in embarrassment to cover it up. Chapter 499, C 499, Women's Battle, first half. It looks like it's starting, Father said happily, as if he was looking forward to it. Lerond, the host, began to explain the event. The Miss Beauty pageant contestants will now appear one by one and promote themselves. After watching them, 10 members of the judging panel will score them on a 10-point scale, and the woman with the highest score will receive the honor of being the first Miss Iron Knights. Sounds orthodox to me. I don't know what promoting themselves means, but I'm kind of looking forward to it anyway. Let's have the first one appear. A beautiful butterfly flying around the battlefield. Even the magic machine she manipulates oozes beauty. The miraculous gladiator queen, Alana. As soon as Alana is introduced, light and harp music starts playing. Then, from the gate behind the host, Alana appears, dressed in a swimsuit with little material. Alana raised her right hand in greeting to the crowd and the jury, then walked slowly on stage so that her body could be seen clearly. She stopped from time to time to strike a pose that emphasized her ample breasts, and the crowd went ooh and ah as she showed off her body. This is so much fun, it's quite a feast for the eyes, I agree. While father and I were gawking at Aluna's swimsuit, Nagisa gave us a strong elbow strike. Where are you looking, you disgusting? I'm just looking at the event seriously. I'm not looking at anything weird. What are you talking about when you look at her like that? What? You had the same eyes as the old man. I was shocked that she pointed out that my eyes were the same as my dad's, the same eyes of a dirty adult, and I couldn't say anything. In the meantime, Alana's appeal time was over. I don't know what the judging criteria were, but I think she left a good enough impression. Aluna's score was 92 points, which was a high score right off the bat. Next up was Emina. Unlike Alana, who was in high spirits, her expression was gloomy. Perhaps someone had forced her to participate. However, I thought she was attractive and beautiful enough with her well-trained and refined body, which was due to her military background. However, although Emina's appearance was second to none, her dark expression may have been a negative factor, and her score was a sluggish 82. But perhaps relieved that it was over, she finally smiled afterwards. The third one was Laser, who was not supposed to be there. This one was probably forced to participate by Alana. It was hard to believe that she had chosen a revealing swimsuit. In all probability, it was Aluna's choice. Lisa has a boyish body, and to be honest, she is not as feminine as Alana and Emina. However, her shy gestures were cute and appealing. The judges may have appreciated this, as she received a score of 91, an unexpectedly high score. The fourth runner-up was Keon. She may or may not know the meaning of the Miss Beauty pageant, but for some reason she appeared dressed in a hakama-like outfit. Although it was less appealing to the audience than a bathing suit, she looked beautiful enough in her formal attire, which was crisp and brave. Keon danced on the stage with her feet on the floor, and then she suddenly pulled out the sword at her waist. She then performed what could be described as a sword dance, swinging the sword in a spectacular manner. The dance was quite beautiful, but the lack of exposure may have affected the judges, who gave her a low score of 90 points. Where are you looking? What part of this impeccable, refined, beautiful dance did she score 90 points for? Take another good look at it. Father loudly protested to the jury that he was not satisfied with the score, but he was not listened to. Chapter 500, C500, Women's Battle. Second half, there will be 10 chapters next week since I couldn't release 15 chapters this week. The event was interrupted by a dispute between the judges and father, but Keon came out and managed to get the situation under control by getting angry and telling him not to do anything embarrassing. When the event resumed, the first person to appear was no way Linicarlo. Her appearance brought even more excitement to the venue. She is indeed the princess of this country, and in terms of simple popularity, she is without a doubt the most popular. I think Linicarlo is the favorite because of the location advantage. Nagisa and I predicted that Linicarlo would have the advantage, but father had a different point of view. She's definitely favored, but she also has a weakness in that she's not fresh enough. Maybe a surprising dark horse will win. The words of an old man with life experience were heavy, but I let them go lightly, remembering that it was just a prediction for a beauty pageant. Linicarlo, who had been walking around the stage for a bit to make her appeal, suddenly took off her jacket and threw it right over her head. The audience was even more excited to see her well-balanced body in a revealing swimsuit. I wondered what the prize was since Linicarlo was so aggressive. I don't think she would do this kind of service with normal products, perhaps due to the atmosphere at the event. Linicarlo scored 97 points, the highest score to date. Linicarlo was delighted with his score, perhaps even satisfied with the result. She was so happy that even though it was time for her to leave the stage, she stayed on stage to answer the gallery's calls. In the end, she was forced to leave the stage by the staff. Next up was the MC. I was surprised that she, who denies her gender, was competing in such an event, but she appeared in a different way from the purpose of the event. A beauty dressed as a man, she was dressed like a stage actor with a woman playing a man, and she did not give any flirtatious performance at all. Her imposing appearance was not only beautiful but good-looking, and she won the hearts of the women in the audience at once. Perhaps this kind of contest is possible in the sense that it is a contest for beautiful women. In fact, the audience was as excited as for the other contestants. However, the fact that most of the judges were male may have had an effect on the score, which was only 81 points. However, she was not disappointed and responded to the cheering female audience with a smile and a wave of her hand. I wondered who would be next and thought it would be Amitz or Miri, but then someone unexpected showed up. Whoa, Festina! The appearance of Festina, the beautiful pilot of Fugaku, caused an explosive buzz in the hall. Female riders like Lina Carlo and Alana are usually the center of attention, and apparently there is even a fan club in this country. But it seems that even the most dedicated enthusiasts had not marked the pilot of the ride carrier. The crowd could not contain their surprise and excitement at the unexpected appearance of this beautiful woman. Festina's style is perfect, and her dress, which is wide open at the bust, arouses men's curiosity. The way her thighs are glimpsed in a gesture that could start a riot is a little frightening. Her clear, well-defined face, a rarity in this part of the country, seemed to be more acceptable than I had imagined. Stimulated by their male instincts, the jury members offered a high score of 98 points. Chapter 501 C 501, Women's Battle, and so far Festina has the highest score with 98 points. I thought Festina would be the winner if things continue as they were, but I was told that in order to ensure fairness in the order of entry, if the difference is as close as 1 point, there will be a runoff vote, and there is still a chance for Lina Carlo, who has 97 points. Next to make an energetic appearance was Miri. She is uninhibited and generously shows off her body, which is full of healthy beauty. In terms of exposure, she is probably the most revealing so far, no longer in a swimsuit that is about the size of a string, but only minimally concealed. I was looking at her with a hot face, but for some reason Nagisa shook my head and removed my gaze. Miri received a high score of 92 from the male audience. Nagisa analyzed that the reason it was a little sluggish was that there was not much support from women. I don't know what it means, but I was taught that blatant flirtation is disliked by the same sex. After Miri's sweet exuberance, it was newly joined former gladiator Genage, who appeared with the exact opposite dignity of hers. Normally innocent and mature, she had long, lustrous black hair that was set on top, giving her the air of a dominatrix. She was also dressed in a sexy bondage outfit that I imagined would look good with a whip in her hands. She was a newcomer, and her freshness increased her score to 95 points. She exited with a cool expression on her face, not caring about the score. At this point, it was impossible to predict who would appear next. On the contrary, I was looking forward to it and eagerly awaited their appearance. And it was Brn Hilda who came out. Her young appearance seemed to be used to her advantage, pushing her childlike cuteness rather than feminine beauty to win the competition, and she went for a less revealing character with cat ears. Since there were many children in the audience, the families were smiling and excited by this adorable outfit. However, the score of 82 points was not as high as the excitement, as it was clearly out of line with the purpose of the event. The MC announced that the next contestant would be the last. I think most of the women I knew had participated, but was there anyone left? I wondered who it was, and as I was talking with Nanami, Pharma, and the others as well, pop and light music started playing. I wondered when they had prepared more, but when the flashy lighting lit up the stage, the last contestant showed up. You're kidding me. It was Rafishal dressed in a frilly idol costume. Leaving me and Nagisa in a state of shock and disbelief, the audience was in its own way excited. Rafishal began to sing along with the music. He sang a song that sounded like something some idol group would sing, and he did it very well. Surprisingly, he even choreographed the song and performed it as if it were a live idol show. Come to think of it, I have never seen this kind of entertainment since I came to this world. Aside from me and Nagisa, who are from Earth, it seemed to be a new experience for the people here, and the venue seemed to explode with unbelievable excitement. The judges seemed to be impressed by Rafishal's stage performance, and the score was an astonishing 100 points, making him the undisputed winner. No, in the first place was it right for a man, Rafishal, to win the Miss Iron Knights competition. There was such a question, but the people around did not seem to care at all. Chapter 502, C 502. Operation/Yuki. The Central Area Army commanded by myself, Rosetta, and Arjane was advancing on Fort Manoni, a strategic point to attack the Kingdom of Lasha, a large country adjacent to the south of the Elysian Empire. Compared to the Elysian Empire's Central Area Army, which had 50,000 magicrafts, the Lashian army defending the Manoni fortress was outnumbered by 12,000 magicrafts, 300 battleship-class ride carriers and 300,000 soldiers, but they were showing fierce resistance, taking advantage of the fortress' defensive capabilities and the advantage of its terrain. "The first thing we should do is to hit the group of guns to the northeast," he said. "That would make it easier to attack the fortress headquarters in the center." A large number of enemy artillery pieces had been installed in the northeast of the fortress. As we were suffering from that bombardment, Arjane made such a proposal. However, Rosetta looked at the current situation and pointed out the difficulty of the operation. "It's true, but the countless artillery pieces are all set up on top of the mountain, so destroying them will be a challenge. Moreover, the canyon below the group of guns is like a fissure, and the army cannot move as it wishes, so it will be difficult to capture it all at once with a large army. Yes, and it is reported that there is a powerful magicraft unit positioned in the northeast, so it won't be easy." The Central Area Army's Chief of Staff, Horostoy, also agrees with Rosetta's point of view, and although I had no intention of voicing my opinion, I couldn't help but say this. "How about taking a small group of elite troops to the top of the mountain and destroying the weapons? If we carefully select magicrafts that are capable of climbing the cliff, we can take a route to avoid the powerful enemy forces." "That's a good idea. If we do it in the dark, the success rate will be even higher. However, there are only a limited number of magicrafts that can climb the cliff. Can't we use a flying squadron?" Rosetta offers an alternative to Arjane, who immediately agrees. "The flying squadron, which makes a loud noise when flying, will be noticed immediately and will be targeted by enemy anti-magicraft artillery." The unfamiliar term anti-magicraft artillery is explained to me by Horostoy. "It is a weapon used against flying magicrafts. At present, only our country, the Kingdom of Lasha and Radal Company possess flying units and anti-magicraft artillery. Apparently, it is a cutting-edge weapon. It is true that I have seen flying magicrafts a few times, but the overall number seems to be small." After that, talk of attacking the Manoni fortress continued, and as a result, the operation to destroy the artillery with my small, elite force was officially adopted. However, it was difficult to select magicrafts that could climb the cliff lightly, and in the end, I, Rosetta, and Arjane joined that unit. There were some concerns about the three commanders acting in a separate unit, but it was agreed that there would be no full-scale attack from the Lashian army, which was on the defensive at the fortress. Chapter 503. While we were away on a separate mission, Horostoy was to take command of the entire force. It was not necessary to make large-scale movements, but it was necessary to attack intermittently to avoid the detection of the separate unit and to be prepared for unexpected attacks from the enemy. The unit went to destroy the artillery guns, instructing Horostoy to attack on a small scale in order to divert the enemy's attention. The unit consisted of 10 men, 3 of the 10 war guards and 7 ex-landers, including Mary, and although small in number, we were capable of defeating even a division of mediocre opponents. Unfortunately, however, Lasha is no ordinary opponent. There were also some very powerful riders, so we could not let our guard down. "Let's take the east route. The projecting rocks will give us a blind spot from the watchtower, so we'll have less chance of being seen. Another hard route to climb. That's why we're trying to outwit the enemy." As expected, the enemy's surveillance was thin, as they did not seem to expect a magicraft to climb the sheer cliff. Slowly but steadily, we began to climb the cliff. Climbing steep cliffs is more important for mobility and dexterity than for power, and it is difficult even for a very high-ranking magicraft. However, it did not seem to be a difficult move for this unit, and we were all following along without difficulty. "Don't drop a single rock or they'll notice you." Hearing Arjane's words, I brace myself. It would indeed be dangerous if we were noticed while climbing the cliff and attacked, so we carefully climbed up the cliff, making as little noise as possible. Once we had a small rock fall, but it looked like we would be able to make it up the cliff. Rosetta, who was the first to climb, silenced the nearby guards by destroying their cockpits without giving them time to send warnings. We've all made the climb, and from here I don't care if the enemy notices us, but we'll get to our objective quickly. We decided to further split up our unit and work in pairs to destroy the enemy artillery, and I would be in charge of the eastern flank with Mary. After the first one was destroyed by the duo in charge of the west side, the enemy finally noticed something was wrong. An alarm rang out loudly, and the defending magicraft units moved about. A squadron of magicrafts appeared in front of Mary and me. I accelerated and closed the gap between us and skewered them with my rapier. At the same time, Mary used her sword to reap and destroy an enemy magicraft approaching from the side. Moving quickly and without rest, we silenced enemy magicrafts one after another. In addition, in between, we targeted and destroyed the cores of nearby weapons. However, as one would expect in the midst of enemy lines, the number of enemies increased with each weapon destroyed. "It's getting a little tough," she complained, partly because she was tired from the increasing number of enemies she had to defeat. "But I'm surprised that we haven't faced any formidable opponents. I think we can get rid of this level of enemies no matter how many come." Certainly, there seemed to be no enemies that could be called strong, as the information indicated. Therefore, we were able to proceed with the destruction of the weapons without much difficulty. Chapter 504. Sorry it took so long, but we're back to regular releases. The schedule will be 5 chapters/week Monday, Friday. It took a little time, but we succeeded in destroying about 80% of the cannon gates. This was one step closer to capturing the Manoni fortress. However, our relief was short-lived, as we received an urgent message from Horostoi, who had been entrusted with the task of taking care of the fortress. "What is it?" "The main squadron has been attacked by the enemy. The Vanguard Magicraft Battalion has been destroyed, and the main division has sustained heavy damage." No way. I went out to a good vantage point and looked down, and sure enough, a large-scale battle was taking place. Even from here, the intermittent explosions and chaos were evident. "So we need to go back now. If we don't, things will get worse." Everyone in the detachment agrees to return as soon as possible. It's not that I don't trust Horostoi to stay, but he seems to be in over his head. However, although we want to hurry back, there is no way that the enemy troops around the cannons will leave us alone. Besides, it is more difficult to climb down a cliff than to climb up it, and it seems quite dangerous to do so while under attack. I'll stay behind to defend against the enemy. Yuki and Rosetta, you go back and regroup with the main group. Arjane and one of Ixlander's were to stay behind to defend against the enemy, while the others hurried down the cliff and headed for the main army. They had been caught completely off guard, partly because they had not expected such a large-scale surprise attack. Without being able to mount an organized counterattack, our allies were being taken down one after another. Ride carriers were also allowed to approach, and several vessels seemed to have been destroyed. What does this mean? No matter how much we were caught by surprise, to have been beaten so one-sidedly, Rosetta muttered, unconvinced as she looked at the battlefield. It is true that we are outnumbered and outgunned, but the fact that Horostoi was competent made him able to understand the current situation. He said, perhaps it is the strong enemy that Mr. Arjane was talking about, the terribly strong magicrafts that are going around destroying our important forces. Even the Ixlander-class magicrafts are toothless and unable to stop him. Horostoi, who had heard Rosetta's mutterings, explained so. I will stop him. Where is this formidable foe now? It appears that it's time to step up to the plate. I don't know if I can win against the powerful enemy that Arjane couldn't even touch. But if anyone can stop him, it would be me. We are currently engaged with heavy armored corps on the left flank. Please be careful. In addition to the strong enemy, there is also an enemy of the Ixlander class accompanying them. I understand. In the meantime, Horostoi, please concentrate all your efforts on reorganizing the army. Yes, once the powerful enemy is stopped, I will be able to handle the rest. I knew immediately which one was the powerful enemy's magicraft. Despite its red coloring and slim appearance, it had the power to easily blow away the large magicrafts of the heavy armored corps. And there was something there with a presence that could be called alien. It had the appearance of a noble warrior in warrior's armor, a red aura that shimmered as if enveloping the magicraft, and his movements were lean and steady, so much so that an ordinary rider would shrink back and be unable to move due to its intimidation alone. Perhaps noticing my approach, the warrior-armored magicraft turned toward me, twisting and cutting the neck of my ally, a heavily armed magicraft. I was convinced that this magicraft was quite strong and would not be easily defeated. Div Chapter 505. The warrior magicraft slowly approached and I braced myself for battle. For a moment, the warrior magicraft accelerated so fast that I thought it had moved instantaneously, then raised the sword in its right hand and slashed at Elvira Kai. I half-twisted my body to avoid the sharp sword strike. However, a second attack came at me immediately without a pause, but I caught it with my rapier as a dry, heavy metallic sound echoes, and a wreckage of light like sparks scatters, while the sword and rapier push against each other. Damn thighs is more powerful than expected. The warrior magicraft was not only intimidating. Elvira Kai is pushed down by force, so I took a step back and parried the push of the warrior magicraft. Then, while moving sideways, I unleashed a high-speed series of thrusts with my rapier. As all my rapier attacks were repelled, I realized that this warrior magicraft is not only powerful and fast, but also has excellent swordsmanship. It easily repelled my rapier's thrust attacks, which were difficult to parry, and then unleashed a counterattack with a sword strike which I narrowly avoided, and then I retreated to get out of the enemy's range. Yuki, perhaps sensing my struggle, Mary comes to my aid, but unfortunately, there was a big difference in their abilities. Terra Male, the magicraft controlled by Mary, was blown away like a rubber ball. Mary, are you okay? Ugh, what power, it's like I can't even stand up to it. I was a little relieved to see that she seemed to be okay despite the damage. Mary's hand was taken out, and the enemy machines that had been deployed around the warrior magicraft also entered the fray. Rosetta's Agnia roasted one of them whole, so the enemy magicrafts all stopped moving in unison, as flames erupted from Agnia. Yuki, leave the small fry around you to us. You concentrate on that strong enemy. Rosetta seemed to have decided that she could not win against the warrior magicraft. I don't mean to be overconfident, but I think I'm the only one here who has a chance of beating that thing. I took a big deep breath and concentrated on my Ludia. Then, after glaring at the warrior magicraft, I closed the gap between us at once. The warrior magicraft is undaunted, waiting for the approach of the Elvira Kai, so I unleashed my prepared magic shot at the enemy. The dark masher was unleashed as black dust spreads out at once, as if enveloping the warrior magicraft. If it were the armor of an ordinary magicraft, it would be destroyed by corrosion in a few seconds. But after all, this magicraft is not ordinary. A gust of wind suddenly appeared around the warrior magicraft, which scattered the black dust from the dark masher. The sharp, invisible wind also strikes Elvira Kai, and the impact is deafening. However, the strong armor of Elvira Kai was able to withstand it, but other magicrafts would have been cut into pieces and dismembered. I look around to check the battle situation, and I was astonished. There is no doubt that Rosetta, Mary, and the other members of the detachment working with me are among the elite of the Empire. However, the enemy was fighting on equal terms with the elite of the Elysian Empire. The Exlander class is still understandable, but Rosetta is one of the 10 gods of war, and she is a superior force to be reckoned with, so I was genuinely surprised that the enemies had a rider who could hold her off. Div Chapter 506. The relentless attack of the warrior magicraft continues as multiple blades of wind draw semicircular trails, chipping away at the armor of Elvira Kai. Although I was being attacked unilaterally, I was finally getting used to the enemy's attacks, and I can now see the wind attacks, so I begin to avoid them. In addition to the wind magic attack, they also attacked me with a series of sword blows. But now that I am in a state of Ludia concentration, I can deal with them, so I concentrated even harder and began to counterattack. I intensify the black aura and cloak the 2 rapiers in my hands with it. I cross my rapiers in front of me, which have become fangs of death that inflict heavy damage just by touching them, and then I turn on the attack at once, unleashing countless thrusts. The warrior magicraft was so rattled by the barrage of blows that created countless afterimages and looked flustered. However, the warrior magicraft responded by evading and defending with his sword, but he was unable to prevent all of them, and was eventually hit in the shoulder. The rapier blow blew off the rugged armor-like component, knocking the warrior magicraft off balance. I think it was angry that its shoulder was destroyed, and the aura of the warrior magicraft expanded and the pressure increased. When the rapier's continuous attack was forcefully repelled and stopped by raising the sword forcefully, he swung the raised sword at the head of Elvira Kai. I managed to cross my rapier and catch the sword as it was swung down, but my magicraft creaked from the impact, as if a huge rock had fallen on it. However, even under the pressure of the tremendous force, I further increased my Ludia concentration and saved my strength to hold back the pressure. Then I took a breath, measured the timing, and released the stored power all at once. The released power transformed into a large black aura and pushed the warrior magicraft away with a thunderous roar, but as it staggered back it turned its head to look at me as if it was startled. As I was about to make a further pursuit, the warrior magicraft called out to me. I asked the rider of the jet black magicraft, "What is your name?" The voice of the rider of the warrior magicraft sounded like a woman. What made it even more disconcerting was that I felt like I knew that voice. I heard the voice somewhere. If you are going to ask someone's name, shouldn't you be the one to introduce yourself first? My words were met with a startling answer after a moment's pause. I had heard that you and Rihanna are the Elysian Empire's 10 gods of war. I was hoping to see you too in this battle. No way could you possibly be. Yes, it's me. I'm your class teacher, Ruriko Minami. Unexpectedly, the rider of the warrior magicraft was Minami-sensei. However, rather than the joy of reunion, several questions came to mind. Minami-sensei's Ludia value must have been a mediocre number, so this strength now could not be explained. And she should not be in a powerful country like the Kingdom of Lasha. But Minami-sensei went on to tell me facts that shook off such doubts. I am not the only one. There are many of your classmates here. Everyone, let's rejoice in your reunion with Yuki-san. Many classmates. I didn't understand what she meant, but I was surprised to hear one voice after another from the enemy magicrafts around me. MS. Shareuki, it's me, Shinsuke Yamakura. Yuki, it's me, Sakura. I'm Neiashi Horaibe. I'm Haranishi. Shareuki-san. Incredibly, most of the enemy magicraft around us seemed to be my former classmates. However, the reunion was so sudden that there was no time to feel joy. Div Chapter 507. Yuki-san, stop fighting like this and come with us. Everyone is waiting for you. Minami-sensei spoke to me in a tone of voice that was so relaxed that I couldn't believe we were on a battlefield. The other classmates around me also called out to me in the same manner. MS. Shareuki. Let's go together. There's no need for classmates to fight each other. That's right, Shareuki, come with us. The Rattle Company will guarantee your treatment. They'll give you a safe and even more luxurious life. Yes, Yuki, we can go home. All we have to do is help them a little bit and they promise to send us back to the world we came from. The Rattle Company. We can go back to our world. If that's true, there's no reason to say no. I grabbed the red gem embedded in my chest in my hand and remember the reality. Betraying the Elysian Empire, or even Rafashal, means death. Is everyone with Professor Minami except me and Riane? I asked that because I was curious about someone. If Yuta-kun was there, I thought that I would drop everything and follow him even if my life was in danger. No, unfortunately, besides Yuki and Riane, 4 more people have not been able to join us. Who are they? Iwanami-kun, Sakaki-kun, Nagisa-san and Yuta-kun. But don't worry, Iwanami-kun and Sakaki-kun have already arranged to join us. We don't know where Nagisa and Yuta are yet, but we will find them. After all, Yuta-kun is not here. I felt disappointed and somewhat relieved. I'm sorry I can't be with everyone right now. That was all I could say. The most important thing to remember is that I can't just go back to my old world with everyone else. But I have to find a way to deal with this red gem before I do that. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get back to your original world with your entire class. Why don't you understand that? I do understand. I know, but now is not the time. Please give me a little more time. I told her not now, but for some reason Professor Minami did not accept it. My God, you were an honor student, Yuki, but you have been poisoned by this world. Have you learned luxury and can't get rid of it? No, or have you found someone you love in the Elysian Empire? If that is the reason, I understand, because we are both women, but the most important thing is your classmates. We are the only ones you can trust. Think again. Yuki Shareuki. Give up that man and come over here. Minami-sensei's tone suddenly became scary. The sudden change made me feel fearful. Something is wrong. Minami-sensei was supposed to be a kind and sincere person, not someone who would order her students around in such a rough manner, even if they were wrong. And strangely enough, the surrounding classmates, instead of questioning such words of Minami-sensei, began to blame me. MS, Shirayuki, you got a man. I'm so sorry, I didn't think you were such a slut. Yuki, that man is deceiving you. Wake up and come with us. Even an honor student like you can make mistakes, or has lust changed you? There was something wrong with everyone's tone of voice and the words they uttered. I was going crazy because people I knew blamed me unjustly. Div chapter 508, Minami-sensei and my classmates did not stop cursing. The fear I felt reached its limit and I wanted to run away from the place. Yuki, what are these people? Do you know them? Mary also seemed to feel uncomfortable with the unusual situation of my classmates, and even interrupted the battle to ask me. I didn't have the energy to explain, so I told her, Marisaru can't fight here anymore. I am ordering all troops to withdraw. Mary was surprised at my sudden decision, but she agreed to it, perhaps sensing the resolve in my tone. I was not comfortable fighting Minami-sensei and my classmates as it was. No matter how much I said I could not betray them because of the red gem, and one of the reasons was that I felt a strange fear from their words and actions. Furthermore, if I am unable to fight, there is no way for us to stop Minami-sensei, and if we continue to fight, we can expect considerable damage. So I think the best option here is to withdraw all troops. Can't you listen to what Sensei says? However, Minami-sensei did not care about my decision to retreat and exploded with anger at my refusal to come with her, shouting and slashing at me. I dodged the attack and jumped backward as hard as I could to keep as much distance between us as possible. Rosetta, Mary, I will draw the enemy here, and in the meantime, please prepare for the retreat of the entire army. The biggest obstacle to the retreat of the entire army would be Minami-sensei and the others. If we don't hold them off, we won't be able to escape. I understand. Rosetta, who was quick to understand the situation, did not even ask back, as if she instantly understood my psychological situation and its impact on the war situation. When I told Horostoi about the withdrawal of the entire army, he said many things about the emperor's intentions and the prestige of the Elysian Empire. But when I told him that I would take full responsibility for the situation, he reluctantly agreed. When Arjane heard of the withdrawal, he agreed without refuting it, perhaps because he was tired of being stopped in his tracks. I said it was easy to attract Minami-sensei and the others, but it was not that easy. They surrounded me many times and tried to restrain me. Furthermore, their strong words to me escalated and could now be described as cursing. Yuki, it's wonderful that you can move so much, but it seems that the only thing you've grown is your strength. Now you are just a man crazed, so take my lessons quickly and reform yourself. Go back to being an honor student like before. Minami-sensei swung her sword as she spoke strongly. What she says is absurd, but the power of the sword strike is real, and a direct hit will result in great damage. I managed to avoid all of them while being nervous, but it would be difficult to keep avoiding them forever. I was checking the situation while running around, but it seems that the retreat has somehow started. All that remained was for me to shake off Minami-sensei and the others, and I would be able to escape, so I took advantage of the opportunity and jumped into the thickly wooded area. Minami-sensei and the others followed me without giving up and tried to surround me, but as I moved quickly through the trees, only Minami-sensei was able to follow me to the end. When I confirmed that Minami-sensei was the only one left, I took her by surprise and launched the magic shot I had prepared as dark spots oozed from the jet-black fuselage of Elvira Kai, and mixed with the darkness of the deep forest, it blocked Minami-sensei vision. Yuki-san, where are you? Do you think that hiding and running away like that will solve things? Come out quickly and take my lesson. Minami-sensei shouted, having lost sight of Elvira Kai, but I quickly left the place and her hysterical voice behind me. Div chapter 509. The first man was in a large, dimly lit room. He was seated in a large chair like a king would sit in, listening to a young man who looked to be about 20 years old. So how are things going in the kingdom of Lasha? Is Ruriko Minami doing well? Yes, they seem to be doing quite well in the war. The Elysian Empire will not be able to break through the kingdom of Lasha. Is it the strength of that woman's heart? Or is it the effect of the new burst nitro technology? Or is it that she is as talented as the others, but she fights well against the Elysian 10 guards? I guess she wants to get the reward you offered her so badly, But was it really a good idea for you to promise her that you can send her back to Earth when you can't do that? The side effects of the burst nitro will keep her sane for 2 years at the most. By the time she achieves her goal, her ego will have collapsed. You're a bad man. I am not interested in right and wrong. All that matters to me is that the pieces on the board do what I want them to do. So far, nothing unexpected. No. Unfortunately, I am not all-powerful, and Astaroth's resurrection was faster than expected. I did not expect Lucifer to play his trump card so quickly. Can't Ruriko Minami defeat Astaroth after all? That's out of the question. Even with more heinous modifications, her chances of winning are not even 0.1%. In that case, we'll have to rely on our trump card. And what is the growth rate of this trump card? According to Festina's report, it's still at about 20%. The reason for this is that the number of people who have been using the product for a long time is still very small. Even if it is Class 2, that level of skill is no match for Astaroth, who has already broken through the limits. After all, we need to revive those 2 heroes of the old civilization, don't we? But it could be a double-edged sword, not only for Lucifer, but for Fairy and Medes as well. The most important thing to remember is that the best way to get the most out of your business is to be a good businessman. Tell the abbot of Alice Abbey to ensure that all information regarding the Iron Knights throughout the continent is blocked. Yes, Master Rafishal. Hey, I always told you not to use that name. It belongs to Emtis now. For me, you're the only Rafishal now and forever. Forget about the name I've given up. I understand. I will forget the name you have given up. The young man nodded and left the dimly lit room. The man called Radlviga watched the young man leave and looked up at the ceiling. Then he murmured in a small voice to whomever he was addressing. Progress is only made in strife. Medes, Fairy, Lucifer. If you cannot reach the next height, then I will have to climb it. The lonely-sounding words echoed in the dimly lit room as if he had made up his mind to do something. Radlviga nodded his head and pressed a button on his desk. And after a while, the young man who had just left the room returned. I've changed my mind. Tell all the members of the association that we are moving into a new era. Destroy everything in the old world. The young man was not surprised but simply nodded. Div Chapter 510. The Welcome Party Festival came to an end with great success. It seemed that both the citizens and the members of the Iron Knights had a great time, and even after the festival was over, there was still a lot of excitement at the banquet, using the events of the festival as the topic of conversation. Well, Rafishal, what was the prize for winning the beauty contest? I asked Rafishal, who was enjoying his evening drink with a local dish of raw fish that had been pounded and mashed. I begged for a large amount of rare metals that I think this will make everyone's magicrafts more powerful. Rare materials. Could it be but the prizes for the winners were different for each individual? There was no way that Alana and Keon would want rare metals, so I questioned him, but Jean, who entered the cafeteria at that moment, answered on behalf of Rafishal. That's right, Rafishal answered. Everyone wants different things, so it's best to let the winner decide which prize is the most useful and appreciated. By the way, what did the other participants want? I was curious to hear what everyone else wanted. Alana wanted a week-long date night with you. Emina wanted full forgiveness of her debts and a pay raise. Keon wanted a rare karma sword, and the rest of them wanted. I was again reminded that what people want is so unique. But what's with Aluna's week-long date trip with me? We're always traveling together, so it's like we're on the road all year round. Couldn't understand why they went to the trouble of making it the winner's prize. The judges were too blind to see that a male ruffian of all people would be the winner. Yes, it's insane that they don't appreciate my healthy beauty here. Alana was just too revealing and vulgar. And you, princess, in your dangerous swimsuit, you're not exactly a woman of decency, are you? That swimsuit is the work of a renowned designer from the royal city of Melteria. I was only competing on the basis of artistry. What art? It just shows off your breasts and buttocks. Well, it's vulgar to say buttocks. A butt is a butt, isn't it? What else would you call it? Buttocks. You think you can say anything? I do. Alana and Linicarlo started a very unpleasant argument, so I left the dining room for a while without getting involved. The first thing to do is to make sure that I have a good time. "Oh, Yuri-san, where are you going?" "Oh, Festina, I was thinking of going out on deck to catch some rays. I was wondering if I could join you." I had no reason to refuse, so I agreed and followed her, maintaining a one-step back distance. While walking, I suddenly remembered Festina from the beauty pageant. The thought of walking alone with such a beautiful woman made me feel embarrassed, and my face got hot. I was probably blushing, so I had to quicken my steps a little so that she wouldn't see me. Div chapter 511. Once on deck, I sat down on a bench set up for resting while Festina sat down next to me, keeping a perfect distance. It feels good. The deck of Fugaku, a large ship, is at quite a high altitude, so a good breeze blows even when we are stopped. It depends on the climate and the season, but it is often a bit sweltering and hot inside the ship, so the natural breeze feels cool and pleasant. Speaking of which, that was a close call, the results of the beauty pageant. Festina responds to my topic with a slightly stiff smile. "No, I originally thought it was impossible for me to win the contest. Rafashal is too irregular to begin with, in my opinion." Festina laughed elegantly, and after a short pause her expression turned serious. Then she began her story. "Yuri-san, where will the Iron Knights go from here?" I was a little puzzled by the abrupt question. "I don't know, I guess it depends on the work. The Iron Knights have grown a lot, but great power attracts great enemies. Depending on where we go, I have a feeling that we may face powerful enemies that we have never met before." "Is that a prophecy or something?" "No, just a woman's intuition. By the way, which way do you think is the best place to find this foe?" I sense something ominous in the north. I think it's a big country, and I know it's a powerful enemy, but we've fought it many times before. Well, either way, it depends on the job. If I have to, I'll head north, and if I have to fight a powerful enemy, I'll fight. Yura still doesn't get it. Even Yura-san doesn't know if he can win. For a mere hunch, she seems to have a concrete image of the opponent, so Festina spoke passionately as if she knew the opponent. "It doesn't matter what kind of opponent it is. If we have to fight, we fight. If we don't have to fight, we don't fight. If I can't win the fight, I'll run away." "You can't run away. If you can't win, no one can win. Yura, please become stronger. Grow stronger and stronger, so strong that you can beat any enemy." I don't know what her intentions were in telling me this, but it didn't sound like she was joking. I have no objection to becoming strong enough to protect my friends. I promised her this. "I understand. I will be stronger than anyone else." Hearing this, Festina seemed relieved and smiled. I wondered why she was so concerned about my growth, and I felt a little uncomfortable with her unusual words and actions. Div chapter 512. For some reason, I have suddenly become very busy. We received a number of work requests from the Kingdom of Melteria and its neighboring countries, but I had planned to slowly consolidate my growing organization, so it seemed like a bad time to get busy. I'll accept the requests from the Kingdom of Melteria, with which we have a contract, but what about the requests from the other neighboring countries? Let's turn them down. It's too much work if we take on that many jobs. We have a big family now, so we have to take on more jobs to make ends meet, even if we don't want to. I think it would be better for the future if we divided our forces and handled as many requests as we could. Alana and Emina insist on taking on all requests. They are both serious at heart and positive about their work. What do you think, Yura? Well, I guess we can take them since Rafashal Prize is draining our funds and we're in trouble, right? I'm surprised you care so much. It's true that it's in our best interest to take the job, but it's also important to solidify the organization. So you're going to turn it down? No, I'm more inclined to take it. I was tempted to ask him which one he meant, but his explanation was logical. The other members of the team will be left out of the action. Practice is also the best training, so it is better to do more work, even if it means spreading out the workforce, in order to help the new members grow. It was hard to argue with such a statement, and the other members were convinced. So the discussion turned not to whether or not to accept the offer, but to what kind of organization to divide the troops into. Let's see, the requests we're getting now are from 7 countries and 1 organization, right? So we need to split into at least 7 units. What is the nature of each request? Wait, my Nuruhat, the heck is this? Jean, who was checking the documents, noticed something and muttered, "What is it?" All 7 countries are suppressing rebellions, which is strange because it means that at the same time, Civil wars are taking place in all 7 countries. How is that a coincidence? It's not possible. All of these countries have stable internal governments, so it's unlikely that a rebellion would occur. And it's not like there's been a global catastrophe. So how could domestic conditions suddenly become unstable at the same time? Linicarlo, is the request from Melteria also to stop a rebellion?
Yes, it is.
Udin told me that several local lords have colluded to march on the capital. Is it so large that they need us? The number of rebels is so great that they are having a hard time dealing with them. Even within Melteria, there are multiple rebellions going on at the same time. While everyone was pondering the strange situation, there was a knock at the conference room door, and the communications officer rushed inside with an urgent message.
It's an emergency.
We have received a call from the Amurian Federation with an urgent request for help. Apparently, a large-scale civil war has broken out, and President Raynell is in dire straits. Nagisa dropped the teacup she was holding when she heard his words. Div Chapter 513. It seems that economic growth is going well in all countries. As he said this while reviewing the data for each federal country, the director of the Economic Affairs Agency began to explain. It seems that the effects of the Federal Economic Zone are finally starting to take effect. Tariffs on exports and imports have been eliminated, and open economic activity is resulting in wealth for the entire Federation. Well then, perhaps it's time to start thinking about tax breaks for ordinary citizens.
I don't think it's time yet.
Why is that? I think it's possible looking at the public budget, because there's not as much money left in the federal government as the numbers indicate. Then where is the abundance of money in these numbers going? In the pockets of royalty, former royal families, and high-ranking government officials.
I see.
I knew there was some corruption, but when so much money is being siphoned off, it is unacceptable and something must be done about it. It was difficult to uproot the bad systems in each country, since their roots were so deeply rooted in the system. I thought I had eliminated the corruption on the surface, but I had no idea that there was still so much influence that the wealth could not be returned to the citizens. I then tried to gather trusted government officials to discuss how to deal with the situation, but before I could do so, anomalies began to occur that shook the Amurian Federation.
A rebellion within the Chinook Kingdom.
Yes, we have already dispatched the federal army, and I am sure it will be put down soon, but what should we do with the people involved? The ringleaders and key figures should be arrested and put on formal trial. No charges will be brought against anyone other than those involved. As a large nation, there can be internal disputes. I had thought of it lightly, but the bad news did not end there.
It's a disaster.
A rebellion has broken out in the Republic of Valent and the state of Revenant. The scale of the rebellion is growing rapidly, and it seems likely that it will spread to neighboring countries as well. More reports followed, and the next one shocked me to the point that my heart almost stopped.
Urgent report.
Queen Menimaya of the Linear Kingdom has been assassinated. It seems that all hell has broken loose in the Kingdom of Linear. I wondered if I had been lucky and things had been going well, but my chest tightened at the bad news that came one after the other. Before the paperwork could be processed, more bad news arrived one after another from various parts of the Federation. Large-scale riots broke out in various countries, including Ewam, Lardum, and Melorica. Government facilities have been attacked, and many people have been killed or injured. The Kingdom of Razam has declared its secession from the Amuria Federation and has deployed its army to neighboring countries, which are now at war. The 108th Division of the Federal Army has staged a coup d'etat and has taken control of several cities in the east. The final report came from a well-known person. President Raynell, King Amu has an urgent message for you. I immediately picked up the phone because I wanted to discuss the current situation with him. King Amu's voice was heavy and somber, as I had not heard it for a long time. I have no time to waste, so I'll just tell you what I need you to do. Get a trustworthy escort and leave the place at once.
What do you mean?
A plot to assassinate you is underway, and it seems that things are already moving so fast that there is nothing we can do to stop them.
Who the hell is doing that?
Also, don't trust anyone in the government or military. It's hard to tell who the enemy is in the Federation now. I wish I could help you, but my house is already surrounded by an unknown army, and it will be impossible for me to escape. I will send an army to help you immediately. If you have time for such a thing, run away. Yes, rely on the Iron Knights. You can trust them, Saying this, King Imu cut off the communication, but before the audio was completely cut off, I heard a rustling noise, so it might have been the encircling army rushing into the mansion. I was very worried and my chest was tightening, because I did not know what the situation was like.
Div.
Chapter 514. As advised by King Imu, I should rely on the Iron Knights here. I tried to contact them immediately, but an unexpected person prevented me from doing so. What are you doing? The word box for long-distance communication was destroyed by one of the guards. Unable to comprehend what had happened, I could only scream angrily. Madam President, I am sorry to inform you that your dream story has come to an end here. I had no idea that an assassin was mixed up with the presidential guard. The assassin approached me with a gnarled sword in his hand, so I look around for help from the other guards, but for some reason I don't see any of them. I run out of the communications room because I thought that the assassin would soon come after me, but for some reason there was no sign of him. However, I soon found out why. When I left the communication room, I found guards waiting for me with swords at the ready. Apparently, the assassin was not alone. Just as I was about to give up, I heard a voice calling me. President, you are safe. About 10 soldiers broke into the room shouting and moved into position to protect me and confronted the assassins.
Who are you people?
We are former members of the Imu Kingdom's Kingsguard, and we have come here with urgent orders from King Imu. It seems that King Imu had been working on my behalf. I was thrilled that he had prioritized my safety over his own. Soon the assassins and the Imu soldiers are engaged in battle. Meanwhile, I left the scene protected by a few soldiers. We are gathering the old Imu army's Magicrafts unit at the west gate. Let's hurry there. First of all, it would be important to ensure me personal safety. After that, I will contact people I can trust, regain my position and work to get this mess under control. The presidential office was in a bigger mess than I had imagined. I don't know who is my enemy and who is my friend, and those who were my allies not long ago are fighting each other. The captain of the former Imu guards explains to me that things like what is happening here are happening all over the Federation. I wonder if the Kingdom of Amuria is safe, if my father, Yukiha, and Himari are safe, and I am suddenly worried. There was about 1 battalion of troops waiting for me in front of the big gate in the west. The Magicraft unit rushed to the scene as soon as they spotted me and the old Imu soldiers fleeing, and seeing this, our pursuers fled, as they realized that they could not win. When I met up with the unit, I was immediately ushered into a large ride carrier. This ship looked familiar. I was sure it was a ship named Echigo, owned by the Imu royal family. From now on, by order of King Imu, the Imu royal army will act directly under the command of Her Excellency President Raynell.
Please give us your orders.
The captain of the Echigo bowed deeply as he made this declaration.
Thank you.
Then I would like to contact the Kingdom of Amuria and the Iron Knights as soon as possible.
What?
I will make arrangements immediately. However, we have received information that the military forces of the coup d'etat are approaching us, so I would like to leave this place as soon as possible.
I understand.
Then please leave for the Kingdom of Amuria immediately. In a situation where I don't know who is my friend and who is my enemy, my family is definitely the one I can count on. Div Chapter 515. After leaving the presidential palace, I was on my way to the Kingdom of Amuria to escape from the rebel forces. While doing so, I was gathering information about what was going on in the Federation. I can't communicate with the Kingdom of Amuria.
What do you mean?
I don't know, maybe they already have. Even the Kingdom of Amuria, a small country, has several communication lines. It was not normal for them not to be able to connect. Did you have any contact with the Iron Knights? No, for some reason we are not able to communicate with them either. Perhaps there is a problem with our environment.
What is the problem?
I heard about a magic technique that could nullify the effects of the word box a long time ago. I thought it was just a legend, but maybe such technology really exists. If it is true, it would explain why the Federation was in turmoil without me getting any information. I don't care if it's a legend. What is this magical technology you speak of? It's called a jamming stone, and the story is that it weakens the effect of the word box within a certain range from a certain location.
How large an area?
I don't know the details, but legend has it that it affected an entire country, so I'd say it's pretty broad. I see, if we can't communicate, I guess we'll have to head out there on our own. I'm sorry, but would you be willing to send one of your high-speed ride hovers toward the Kingdom of Melteria?
Yes, I understand. I will have it ready.
I entrusted the ride hover with a message to the Iron Knights. In the meantime, I am heading to the Kingdom of Amuria. On the way, I try to communicate with each direction. However, I still cannot make contact with any of them, as if there is a legendary jamming stone. As president, I feel a little frustrated at my inability to do anything in this crisis. President, it seems that the rebel forces have found us. A large number of magicrafts are approaching our location. Are you going to be able to shake them off? They may be rebel forces, but they were originally allied federal forces, and I would like to avoid combat if at all possible. However, the captain shook his head. No, sir, they are approaching from 3 directions, and there is no way out. I see there is nothing I can do but to call out to them as president first. If that doesn't work, let's break through one corner of the encirclement. I called out to the approaching coup forces using the external sound system. This is Raynell, president of the Amurian Federation. I don't know to which military unit you belong, but immediately stop and break the encirclement. Some of the riders of the rebel army's magicrafts moved in agitation at the call. After all, it seems that many of them are just moving under orders. This might be manageable. If anyone takes part in the attack operation knowing that I am here, it would be treason against the federal government. But if you back down, you will not be charged with a crime. I hope you will act according to your own judgments. The title of president still seems to be in effect as unrest spread among the rebel army's magicraft units, and after a while more than half of them retreated, perhaps having lost the will to fight. Div Chapter 516. Many had retreated, but the remaining rebel forces had no intention of stopping the fight. They were slowly approaching and were about to launch an attack. Seeing this, the captain gave an order to the allied magicrafts. Magicraft squadrons prepare to intercept. Eliminate the attacking magicrafts. The remaining rebel forces had about 100 magicrafts, and we had 50, so we were clearly outnumbered. However, the mighty Emu army was still alive, and well, even now that it had become part of the Federation, and there was no sense of impatience on the part of the Allies. The battle soon began, and as the approaching enemy forces swarmed around them, they came into contact with the friendly forces trying to eliminate them, and a fierce battle ensued. Even in a battle in which they were outnumbered 2-1 or 3-1, the allied magicrafts were fighting more than evenly. After all, the Emu army was strong, and the difference in numbers is hardly perceptible. In the midst of the melee, a single enemy magicraft aiming at the Echigo's power unit approached with a harpoon hammer, an anti-ship weapon. It was a powerful weapon that could destroy the armor of a ride carrier, and if it approached and attacked, even the Echigo's armor would not be able to block it. However, friendly magicrafts noticed this and immediately rushed to the scene. The harpoon hammer is a weapon that specializes in anti-ride carrier capabilities, making it unsuitable for fighting against moving magicrafts. Furthermore, the long spear, the weapon of the friendly magicraft that rushed to the scene, was a particularly good match for the harpoon hammer. The enemy magicraft tried to attack the friendly magicraft with the harpoon hammer, but the large, heavy-looking weapon cut through the air without hitting it. On the other hand, the long spear of the allied magicraft cornered the enemy machine. It thrusts at high speed, and several times it hit the enemy magicrafts and popped off a piece of its armor. However, the attack that was supposed to be the final blow was intercepted by another enemy magicraft. The enemy machine that interfered was a white combat-type machine equipped with a one-handed axe, and conversely, it was compatible with a long spear. The one-handed axe-equipped enemy magicraft caught it by surprise, overwhelmed, and eliminated the long spear-equipped friendly plane. I was so emotionally involved because I had seen how it happened, and I felt my heart tighten. In addition, several enemy magicrafts equipped with harpoon hammers were approaching, and the captain, perhaps thinking to threat, gave the following order: increase the speed of Echigo and move forward. We will shake off the enemy fighters. The rest of the ships will shoot covering fire to break up the enemy. Following the captain's order, Echigo increased its speed and moved forward, leaving behind a swarm of enemy magicraft while the other 2 ride carriers formed a wall between Echigo and the enemy units. President Raynell, this ship will leave the battle at this point.
Wait a minute. What about the other peoples?
After the battle, we will rendezvous at another location. We have informed them of the rendezvous point, so there will be no problem. First, we will ensure the safety of President Raynell. But how can you leave your allies in the middle of a battle? The old Imu soldiers are not that weak. They will destroy the enemy forces and join us safely. Safe is probably a lie since the battle was evenly matched, and it was impossible to predict how much damage would be inflicted. Still, I was speechless at the thought that they would put my safety first. Div Chapter 517. I'm going back to Amuria right away. Nagisa quickly makes this decision, perhaps out of concern for her friend Raynell, but I stopped Nagisa, who was about to board Diatina immediately, as she was not able to make a calm decision. I know what you're thinking and how you feel, but what are you going to do if you go alone? I'm going to bring a squad from the Iron Knights, so wait a minute. But don't worry, the Amurian Federation is an important client for the Iron Knights, and Raynell is a friend of mine, so I will be there to help you. Then an urgent meeting was held, and we discussed how to divide up the team to deal with the multiple requests. First of all, the two biggest requests are for the Amurian Federation and the Kingdom of Malteria, so we will need to divide the team into at least 3 units to handle this and the other requests. Fugaku, Musashi, and the newly built Yamato will be the flagships, but the problem is how to divide up the riders. Yamato is a ship that Rafishal had secretly designed and built from the ground up, and it was newly built when the Iron Knights grew in size. It is said to be a monster ship, far surpassing Fugaku and Musashi in terms of combat power. Yura and Sword Saint should be separated, and Kion or Linacarlo should be assigned to the other unit. What do you think? Since we don't know which site will be the toughest, it would be better to divide the forces evenly. With no time to spare, the discussion was hurried, and the formation of the 3 units was decided upon. The unit heading to the Kingdom of Malteria consisted of Linacarlo as leader, Emina, Arthur, Lorgo, and Genage as core members, Fugaku as flagship, and 100 riders on 3 other ride carriers. The unit headed for the Amurian Federation was the newly built Yamato as flagship, with Jean in command and me, Nagisa, Nanami, Pharma, Alana, and others as core members. Since we were heading for the furthest point, we gathered the fastest ships and kept the number of riders low, so we had the fewest number of riders among the 3 units at 50. The rest of the team is made up mainly of former members of the Sword Clan, commanded by Emitz, and is the largest of the 3 units in terms of size in order to respond to a wide range of requests. The members are mainly composed of Sword Saint, Kion, Brunhilde, Triss, and Misty, with 5 ride carriers and 180 riders. The 3 units are connected by a new standard communication device developed by Ferry and can communicate smoothly over long distances, so we could cooperate with each other depending on the situation, and were ready to send reinforcements to the tough sites. Quickly resupplying, the 3 units immediately went into action, while I too boarded Yamato and headed for the Amurian Federation. So what's the situation like in Amuria? I'm afraid I don't know the details, but there's been a communications failure, and we can't contact President Raynell directly. What the hell is that? How can a message box have a communication problem? According to Rafishal, such technology exists. The most annoying thing is that we don't know what's going on. Anyway, I hope Raynell and her family are safe and sound, leaving aside the situation of the Federation. Div Chapter 39, Episode 39. Control of the border town. A great number of magic crafts were stationed in the border town. We were going to retake it's not 100, there must be 300 of them. The first thing I did was to scout the town, and it seemed that there were considerably more enemies than I had been informed.
Is it bad?
No, there don't seem to be any Highlander magic crafts, so it looks like we're okay in terms of strength. Most of them are Bourbon, a general-purpose machine from Teachalakia. Bourbon's performance is 1,200 activation Ludia, 8,000 maximum output, F-ranked armor, and G-ranked maneuverability, which is one of the lowest performance military magic crafts. Thanks for the information, Pharma. When I thanked her, Pharma's face turned red and she was embarrassed. As I returned to the ride carrier to begin the attack, Alana called out to me, "Yura, why don't you try using this weapon?" What she showed me was a spear-like weapon with a large blade attached to both ends.
What's that? It's a double spear.
There are a lot of enemies this time, so I think this weapon is more suitable for annihilation than the Tonfa, which has a better balance of offense and defense.
I see, I'll try it.
On Alana's recommendation, I changed my equipment from the tanfa to the double spear. The strategy was pretty much the same as the fortress battle. Me, Alana, and Nanami would charge into the enemy, and Pharma would shoot arrows at them from above. I'm not even sure if I can call this a strategy when the enemy's magicrafts noticed our approach. They all started moving, we accelerated at once, and rammed into the enemy group. I slashed the enemy's magicrafts while spinning the double spear. The mere touch of the double spear's blade would slash the enemy's magicrafts, and if the timing was right, it would split them in half.
That's a hell of a cut.
No, it doesn't normally cut that well. I think it's probably the effect of Ludia's augmentation, but I'm still curious about Yura's Ludia value. Ludia values also influence attack power. Yes, it affects all the abilities of the magicraft.
Yeah.
Even as we were having this conversation, we were slaying the enemies. Pharma's arrows, however, have a much higher rate of fire speed and accuracy than before. If she's careful, she's going to get the most kills. Nanami's swordsmanship has also improved greatly, and her dancing fighting style is probably based on Alana's, as she slashes through her enemies in rhythm. An hour after the battle began, we had eliminated more than half of the enemies, and their attacks began to slow down. As expected, the enemy is starting to get scared after this much fighting, Alana said as she saw the change in the enemy's movements. Maybe if we eliminate a few more, they'll run.
Nanami, I'm tired. I'd appreciate it if you could help me.
I'm tired too. As Nanami and Pharma said, fatigue will accumulate, and after an hour of fighting, Thea's starting to get tired. Okay, let's give it one more try and force them to retreat. Everyone responded well to my words.
Oh.
And I resumed my attack on the scared enemies. After defeating more enemies, just when they were about to retreat, there was a magicraft unit approaching at great speed from the east. At first, I thought they were enemy reinforcements, but I recognized that magicraft. How come the Beast King mercenaries are in the picture? Yes, the unit was that Beast King mercenary group. I'm here in response to your call for reinforcements. That's what the leader of the Beast King mercenaries said. But I didn't ask for any reinforcements. No, I didn't ask for reinforcements, I said, and got a surprising response. Not from you, but from a junior officer in the Kirk's army who is accompanying you.
What?
It seems that the Kirk's army, which is accompanying and waiting behind us, has requested reinforcements from the Beast King mercenaries. Wait a minute, this is a solo mission for us Iron Knights. We don't need reinforcements. I really don't need reinforcements when the battle is already won. HMPH, you people who pretended to help us who didn't need help during the Battle of Ruba Fortress, and then snatched our prey, have no right to say that. No. If I hadn't helped you, then you would have been in trouble. After such a ridiculous exchange, the enemy forces, judging that they would be further outnumbered by the appearance of the Beast King mercenaries, immediately began to retreat. Chapter 44, Episode 44. Strong enemies. Yes,
that's the 10th one.
I decided to use the double spear as my weapon for this fight as well. I prioritized annihilation because I often avoided enemy attacks and didn't have much of a chance to prevent them. But it was still nice to be able to kill enemies quickly and stress-free. Yura, you look like you're doing well, but you need to keep your guard up. This enemy, unlike the Salatian army we've fought so far, is very strong, with lean movements, coordination, and control. It's true that my attacks have been dodged a few times too. Well, they're still not our match if we're careful. As Alana said, there were no visible struggles against such a strong enemy force, and Nanami and Pharma increased their number of defeats one after another. In the middle of such a smooth battle, I heard that nasty voice over the long-distance communication. Gaga Gaga, help me, we need reinforcements. We have a ridiculously strong enemy in the east. What are you doing, Iron Knights?
Come and help us.
No, to help me. Zaza, it's the voice of the leader of the Beast King mercenaries. He is in dire need of help. I'm sorry, but we're too far away to help you, I replied coldly. Well, it's true. The Beast King mercenaries are making a strategic retreat. It's not our fault if we lose this battle. It's your fault for not coming to our rescue. Go ahead, run off on your own. I didn't want to deal with them anymore, so I replied that, oh my God, the way he's acting, he's going to blame us for losing this fight. That's what I thought when Alana said that to me. I'm not sure if I should have said it a little more softly. No, it doesn't matter what I say, I thought to myself. I regained my composure and began to eradicate the remaining enemies. After that, I encountered some resistance, but it wasn't until I was struggling that I was able to destroy the enemies one after the other. And then the last enemy was shot with Farmer's arrow. Okay, annihilation complete. Now what do we do? Rest a bit and head for the center. Yes, let's take a break for now. There seems to be a strong force to the east. Let's get ready for anything. As I was resting a bit, having a drink and a meal, I had a strange feeling in my chest. Hey guys, wait a minute, something's coming. What's the matter, Yuta? What are you feeling? Nanami doesn't feel anything either. What? I don't understand either. At the moment when Farmer finally said that, about 10 magicrafts flew out of the forest. It's here. They're early. The enemy's movement was quite fast, especially the jet black magicraft approaching us at a speed I've never seen before. The jet black enemy craft swooped down on Nanami's Vajra and began attacking with its slender weapons. Vajra is also attacked from behind by a purple magicraft, not as fast as the jet black one but quite fast, and Nanami is in trouble. I tried to move quickly to help, but 5 enemies blocked my way. Alana, like me, was tangled up in 5 enemy magicrafts and was unable to help. Farmer, rise and cover Nanami with arrows. Nanami, hold them off until we're clear. Ugh, yeah. Against 2 strong opponents, Nanami was fighting an even battle. On the contrary, an enemy that can fight evenly against the triple Highlander Nanami is we need to get this over with. I pierce a nearby enemy plane with my double spear, easily skewering it due to the fact that it was caught off guard. Alana also sensed the danger of this group and hurriedly began to clear away the enemies around us. But just like before, these guys are no ordinary enemies, and they're not going to be easy to defeat. When I slashed at it with the double spear, it sacrificed its right hand to catch it, and one of the enemy planes hit me with its body while I was out of balance. Then 2 enemies attacked me with swords and spears. I managed to eliminate them. One of the enemy magicrafts moved back a little, probably upset that his comrades had been torn apart, so I closed the gap between us and pierced it with the double spear. Only one left. In order to clear the last one, I accelerated and approached it. It didn't run away or avoid me, but came at me with a body blow. I was momentarily shaken by the unexpected action. My movements slowed down and I was hit. Damn, you're stubborn. The enemy magicraft clings to me, but I pull it off and slam it into the ground. Kaya. I'm horrified to hear Nanami's screams. Nanami, you okay? Amya just grazed me a little, but this enemy is strong. Even though she was covered by Farmer's arrows, Nanami was still vulnerable to the attacks of the 2 enemies. I immediately tried to rush to her rescue. The next thing I saw, however, was a defenseless Vajra, its movements blocked by a purple magicraft, about to be pierced by the slender sword of the jet black magicraft. Nanami! I quickly readied my magic bullet and sent the image of shooting through the jet black fuselage to the control sphere in order to avoid hitting Vajra. Tsiu! If anyone knows a better sound effect, leave a comment. A line of light extends, piercing the shoulder of the jet black magicraft in attack position, and blowing off its right arm. The purple magicraft also leaves the Vajra in response. Nanami didn't miss that moment, and with minimal movement, she swung the sword in her right hand and pierced the body of the purple magicraft. At that moment, I thought I heard some kind of scream. It was a loud voice full of sadness and anger. Chapter 54, Episode 54, New Friends. When we entered Lorgo's territory, we could see that it had been ransacked in places. It seems that the bandits have already started looting. There he is, Gainsha of Lorgo. It's already almost wrecked. Gainsha was being attacked one-sidedly by quite a few magicrafts. He tried to protect the people of his domain by fighting with his magicraft, but he didn't know what to do. Yura Arlio ready. Alana Bersia ready. Nanami Vajra ready. Farmer Garuda ready. We jumped out of the ride carrier and started attacking the bandits' magicrafts that surrounded and attacked Lorgo. What the hell is wrong with you people? You've come to steal what we have. I heard a shout from one of the thieves' magicrafts. We're not with you. We're here to save our friend. I replied as I smashed 2 magicrafts with my double spear. The thief's magicrafts were even weaker than the magicrafts of the Silesian army that we fought before. They were so fragile that they would stop working after a light hit, and their movements were awkward and slow. When I thought that a Highlander's aircraft had been beaten to shreds by such weak opponents, I realized how long Lorgo had been under a one-sided attack.
Lorgo, you okay?
Yuta Ode to protect everyone, but I don't know how to do it. Ode. Ugh, even through the magicraft, I could see that Lorgo was crying. I said, it's all right now, you don't have to cry. While I was consoling Lorgo, the thieves' magicrafts attacked me. Two of them attacked me from both sides at the same time. I pierced the one from the right with the double spear, and the one on the left was smashed in the face by Arlio's elbow. One of them came from further back, swinging a sword, but was pierced by Farmer's arrow. Alana and Nanami moved quickly to destroy the thieves' magicrafts one after another, and as they passed by, the thieves were unable to do anything. Who the hell are you against so many magicrafts? From the dozens of magicrafts, only 3 were left, including the one that looked like the boss. We are the Iron Knights, a mercenary group. The Iron Knight Task Force, such an obscure mercenary group. We're still Narbodis, but if we keep making a name for ourselves like this, I think we'll become famous one day. While blowing off the head of the enemy boss's magicraft, and chopping off its arms and legs to put it out of action, the other enemy machines were cleared out by Alana and the others. Once all the bandits were taken care of, I approached Gainsha. Lorgo opened the hatch and came out. Ode, Yura, Ode. He wanted to say something, but didn't seem to know what to say, so instead I shouted to Lorgo, I'm sorry.
Come with us. Join me, Lorgo.
Ode stupid and slow and annoys Yura and the others. Ode, I don't care about that. Lorgo is Lorgo, you're my friend companion now. When I said that, Lorgo looked up and shouted back excitedly.
I'll be one of you, Ode Yura. Ode quit being a lord.
Lorgo choose to quit being a lord and become one of us. Thus, we welcomed Lorgo into the ranks of the Iron Knights. We immediately made arrangements for the relinquishment of Lorgo's domain, informing the king in formal writing. Jean took care of all the paperwork and stuff. He can really do anything. Look, if you send this letter out, you'll no longer be lord of this place.
Jean made one last check.
Lorgo made his intentions known with a face full of hesitation. I can't be lord, I can't be nuisance to the people. I want to be friends with Yura and the others. Jean nodded and handed the letter to the courier he had requested to come, paying him in advance for the delivery. The courier immediately went to the king. I've heard that it's rare for anyone to relinquish a territory. I think the king would be surprised. Lorgo, we can be together forever. Come on, we have to find a room for Lorgo. Accompanied by Nanami and Farmer, Lorgo was pulled to the ride carrier. When I saw Lorgo's happy expression, I truly felt glad that I invited him to join the Iron Knights. Chapter 122, Episode 122, to war/Nagisa with the attack in the sphere of influence of the Eastern Alliance. Our safety on the way home is no longer guaranteed. Raynell has been communicating with the countries of the Eastern Alliance to check on the situation. What do you got, Raynell? Raynell finished her communication and the king asked her about the situation. It still seems that none of the countries are aware of the magicraft unit that attacked us. It's impossible for them to not know that more than a dozen magicrafts infiltrated their area of influence. After Delphine expressed his thoughts on this, Jihad did so as well. If that's the case, then one of the countries is lying. As King Amu said, there are countries that betrayed the Eastern Alliance. Damn it, which country is it? I don't think they're going to show their tails that easily. I think we should return to Amuria as soon as possible, since there is no guarantee that there won't be more attacks. Yes, and since the first attack failed, the next one is likely to be on a much larger scale. With the utmost caution, we hurried on our way back to Amuria. However, bad predictions often come true, and we found a large enemy force waiting for us just before the border of the Kingdom of Amuria. Damn it, 50 magicrafts. No national identity mark again, disguised exterior to obscure affiliation. We couldn't tell what country's army they were from just by looking at them, but Raynell was on to something. Nah, the enemy made a big mistake. I figured who they are.
What? Who are they?
Temerize betraying the Eastern Alliance, the holy nation Temira. It's the central country of the Eastern Alliance.
How can that be?
What other country in the Eastern Alliance can afford 50 magicrafts? That's true, but there's always the possibility of reinforcements from other countries. That's unlikely. The magicrafts are too standardized. Even if they are disguised, it's obvious from the outline and the type of weaponry that they are not a hodgepodge. but rather an organized unit. Raynell, my daughter is amazing. Don't be impressed. Get ready for battle, Nagisa. Sorry, you'll have to fight again. I hate it, but I can't help it. I'll do my best. I'll send a request for reinforcements to Amuria right away, so just hold out until then, and I'll go out with you this time, so let's do our best together.
Yes.
The four of us who are going out are me, Raynell, Jihad, and Delphine. We were up against 50 magicrafts. That's why our strategy was not to annihilate the enemy, but to buy time by consolidating our defenses and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Let's drop back, protect the ride carrier. The enemy noticed our movement and split their forces in two as they approached us. At short range, the magicrafts are much faster than the ride carrier, and the distance between us is quickly closed.
Jihad, Delphine, hold off the enemy coming from behind.
Nagisa, you and I will intercept the enemy in front. At Raynell's command, Jihad and Delphine moved to the rear. There were about 20 magicrafts coming from the front, but Raynell and I prepared ourselves for the oncoming enemies. My heart was pounding a little at the overwhelming difference in strength. I began to focus my attention to calm my nervousness. I can see the oncoming enemy moving a little more slowly. I visualize my response to the enemy in my mind. I avoid the first one's attack and use his strength to break his arm. The second enemy steps forward and attacks my head, but I grab him by the shoulder and swing him around, pushing him down to the ground. The third plane draws its sword and slashes down in a horizontal line. I twist my body to evade it, but the fourth magicraft also attacks at this moment. It was a countermeasure to the enemy that I had imagined in my mind in the blink of an eye, but I had unconsciously executed it. The next thing I knew, there were 4 enemy magicrafts lying on the ground. TL thoughts. I know that it seems like I skipped a paragraph, but that's just the author being lazy. It's not written how Nagisa defeated enemies NR 3 and 4. Chapter 123, Episode 123, Master/Nagisa Raynell. There's too many enemies in the rear. We won't last for much longer. When I heard the transmission from Jihad, I said, Raynell, let me handle this and you go to the rear. Nagisa, even you can't take on this Manabe yourself. Don't worry, I think I can manage to buy some time, so leave it to me. I wasn't particularly confident, but I said that to reassure Raynell to go to the rear. Okay, but be careful. I know. I don't want to die too. Despite my concerns, Raynell went to reinforce the rear. Seeing that there was one less foe, the enemy army immediately moved to take out the remaining one. The essence of Aikido is to use the power of the opponent. It was easier for me to fight if they attacked aggressively. While concentrating my attention, I subtly changed my standing position. With exquisite positioning, I minimize the number of enemies attacking me and make sure to kill them one by one. I clutch the shoulder of the enemy magicraft attacking from the right, and swing it around to hit the enemy coming from the left. When the enemy attacked from the front with a spear, I stepped forward to avoid the attack, grabbed the hand holding the spear, pulled it in the direction of the thrust, took the spear, and threw it at the enemy machine that was coming from behind the spear, pierced its body and it fell backwards. The head of the enemy machine holding the spear was pinned by my arm, and I twisted it to destroy it. Then I changed the trajectory of the large sword, wielded by the enemy magicraft coming from behind with my handwork, and sent the head of another enemy machine flying. I pulled the body of the sword-wielding enemy, dragged him down to the ground, and used the recoil from hitting the ground to destroy both of his arms. With a tremendous shout of enthusiasm, another enemy attacked me with a sword. I avoided it with minimal movement, only changing my standing position slightly, and drew my sword and stabbed him in the neck. The enemy that had been pierced in the neck let out a puff of white smoke and staggered backward, then collapsed. I could feel the unrest spreading in the enemy army. It seems that the one I just defeated was an important figure. I could see that they were losing the will to attack. I readied my sword and walked toward the enemy, emitting more deadly energy than necessary. They who had completely lost the will to fight stepped back. I further expanded my killing intent and then let out a loud ha. At the same time, I raised my right foot and stomped it vigorously on the ground. This was a threat. It was not a meaningful action, but it seemed to have an effect on them who lost their will to fight. The enemy panicked and ran away at once. After confirming that the enemy had completely retreated, I rushed to Raynell and the others in the rear. There were probably about 30 enemies attacking there, and 5 enemy magicrafts were lying at the feet of Raynell and the others. They seemed to be doing their best to hold on, but the difference in numbers was huge, and it looked like they were going to be overwhelmed at any moment. As I approached from the side of the enemy unit, I swung my sword sideways and sent the head of one of the enemy magicrafts flying. Perhaps out of anger at having their comrades defeated, the enemies in the vicinity all came toward me at once. "Najisa, what happened to the enemies in front?" Raynell asked me. I responded while handling the attacks of the enemy magicrafts coming towards me. "The enemies in front retreated, so we're fine. That's what I call half radar, very reliable." Then the 4 of us stood together to block the enemies. While we were taking our time and not forcing ourselves to eliminate the enemies, about 20 magicrafts rushed in from the Amuria Kingdom side. "Everybody's okay. We're here to help." It was Yukiha who had been guarding the country in our absence. When the enemy forces saw the reinforcements, they began to retreat, sensing their disadvantage. Seeing this, Jihad tried to pursue them, but Raynell stopped him. "Don't follow them." Raynell was right. It would be dangerous if they were cornered and fought back like crazy. For now, we should consider it enough that everyone is safe. Chapter 124, Episode 124. Top Secret Rafishal and Obi-Wan would be joining us at a later date. They said it would take them a few days to prepare, as they had to take care of the work they were currently undertaking and sort out the luggage they were taking with them. With an excellent mechanic on board, Lisa returned to the ride carrier in a good mood and began humming along as she serviced the magicrafts. Seeing that Lisa was so happy after all the hard work she had put in, it could be said that the addition of Rafishal and Obi-Wan was the right decision. Then there was a bit of an uproar when Jean reported my revealed Ludia value to our friends back at the ride carrier. "That's the man I'm in love with." Alana calmly accepted that. "You're talking lightly about 1 million to 2 million in Ludia value. But if the world finds out about this, it'll be a major uproar." Emina was concerned about the public's reaction. Jean listened to Emina's words and warned her that it went without saying. "This is a top secret of the Iron Knights, so Linacarlo don't tell Yudin or anyone else." "I know." "Well, even if I told them, no one would probably believe me." And the reaction of the rest of the group, Nanami, Pharma, and Lorgo, didn't seem to care about the 1 million Ludia value, and were happy to see what I had purchased on today's shopping trip. Arthur pointed at me, his mouth agape and shaking as if he was about to pass out. Furthermore, when I reported that the great sage Rafishal would be joining us as a mechanic, the quiet farmer was unusually excited. The great sage Rafishali's a person I admire. He was the first person to create a magic craft. How wonderful that he's alive. Yura, will he really join the Iron Knights? Yeah, he promised me, though I'll be forced to help him with something in return. What did he look like? A nice uncle. No, I think he's only an uncle on the inside. He's a beautiful woman on the outside. I see. So he is a sister. After all, the excitement level was at its maximum, and she didn't mind the contradiction between the older man on the inside and the younger woman on the outside. Yup, Yura. Arthur, who had been dumbfounded earlier, called me with a strange tone and grabbed my hand firmly. What are you doing, Arthur? You don't understand the gravity of the situation. 1 million, 1 million. This is a major event that will change the course of history. Don't react like that. Like Jean said, whether it's 1 million or 2 million, we're not going to announce it to the world, so it doesn't matter. What a waste. Just being a mercenary group with a rider with 1 million Ludia value is enough to attract a lot of attention, and that's enough to keep you in business for the rest of your life. The world will pay attention to the Iron Knights, they will become popular, and even I will be. I know what you mean though. Why do you hold my hand so tightly? Linacarlo, do something about it. When I asked her for help, she grabbed a magazine and smacked Arthur on the head as hard as she could. Don't be silly, Arthur. What do you think will happen if the world learns of the existence of the 1 million Ludia value? It will start a world war for Yura. Imagine the sacrifices that would be made. Arthur crouches down, holding his head, unable to refute her words, or perhaps his head hurts from the beating. Linacarlo is right. If we're not careful, we'll have to go to war with the world. And for the same reason, don't tell anyone about the great sage Rafishal. Jean reminded everyone of this. Well, even if I told anyone, no one would believe Yuta's Ludia value, or that the great sage Rafishal is alive. Chapter 132, Episode 132, a proposal we had to officially sign a contract with the Emu Kingdom to see what the job entailed. To be honest, I don't really need you to do anything right away. Oh, so why did you hire a bunch of expensive mercenaries? It is true that an imminent crisis is looming, and there is not enough time to prepare an army. But if it were only our country, there would be no need to hire mercenaries. But now that we have an ally who is slowing us down, we need a mobile unit to respond to requests for reinforcements. I'm sure you can understand. He rephrased the word hindrance to baggage, but it doesn't really change the meaning of the word, I guess, because he's now got such a troublesome ally. All right, so what's this imminent danger you're talking about? It's to prepare for the invasion of the neighboring Ruja Empire, the great power behind it, the Valkyria Empire. The Valkyria Empires. I don't mean to be rude, but if a power like that attacked, the Emu Kingdom wouldn't have a chance. The Valkyria Empire is merely manipulating the Ruja Empire behind the scenes. However, their support for the Ruja Empire has increased, and there is no doubt that the Ruja Empire will soon launch a full-scale invasion. Well, that's fine, but if Valkyria shows up, we'll be running for our lives. I'm not going to ask you to commit suicide with Emu. You can run away then. The Valkyria Empire that Jean said he was going to run away from was the same as Emina's home country, the Elysian Empire. The Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel, along with Elysia, are said to be the three most powerful countries in the continent, with outstanding military power. I heard that they have tens of thousands of magicrafts. It's settled that the Ruja Empire is the enemy. If that's the case, why don't we attack them instead of waiting for them to attack us? A preemptive attack would be more advantageous and effective. Jean wants to quickly end the matter and go to the giant beast's nest, so he advises King Emu. That's true, but I've been informed that with support from Valkyria, Ruja has close to 1,000 magicrafts, and we won't stand a chance if we go head-to-head. No, I'm not talking about a full-scale war. Just a way to reduce the enemy's strength and a little harassment. I see, we can slow down the enemy's preparations. Is there an enemy facility that we can hit first to make more damage? The front line base in Bern. It would be very unpleasant to be attacked there. Okay, then we'll attack there. The Iron Knights will be the main force, so get ready. You're being so aggressive. If there's going to be a war, it's better to deal the first blow. King Emu also thought that the benefits of the attack were greater, and he eventually approved of the first strike. Attacking the Bern frontline base is the Emu army, led by the Iron Knights with 100 magicrafts. The Ruja army stationed at the Bern frontline base has 200 magicrafts. Although the enemy forces were larger in number, our objective was not to destroy the enemy forces, but the facilities and reduce their strength, so this force was sufficient for a short surprise battle. Look, the Emu forces have battleship-type ride carriers too, Jean said, looking at the Emu military's fleet of ride carriers. I heard it's called Echigo. It's the flagship of the Emu military, but there are more and more battleship-type ride carriers these days. Come to think of it, our ride carrier doesn't have a name. I said casually, but apparently everyone was thinking that, and the atmosphere rapidly intensified. I think flowers and little birds is good, Nanami suggested, but Jean kicked her out of the room. Rejected, it's not a name for the flagship of a mercenary group. What kind of name do you want, Jean? Well, how about Purgatory? That's cool. No, it's not pretty. A mercenary's flagship name doesn't have to be pretty. I want Fantasia. Oh, Farmer's pretty. It's 100 times better than Nanami's, but not good enough. It could be anything. With that in mind, I went with the word that popped into my head. How about Fugaku? Fugaku is more known as MT. Fuji Fugaku. What does Fugaku mean? It's the name of the highest mountain in my country. I said that at random, but it was surprisingly well received. It's a good idea to aim high. I vote for Fugaku. I agree with Yura's idea. Purgatory is absolutely not possible. I agree with Yura's idea. I like it. It has a nice ring to it. I vote for Fugaku. I don't care what the name of the ride carrier is. I think we should go with Yuta's idea. The motion was approved by a majority vote. Apparently, people in this don't mind the sound of a Japanese name. Chapter 170, Episode 170, Rafishal's Awakening / Yuki Doctor. Brule is manipulating some kind of glowing string board that was in the room. Then, with a beep, the machines around her begin to respond. It is time for the great sage Rafishal to awaken as Doctor. Brule said this, she blew up a puff of white fuzz and the capsule opened. With a snap, the figure lying in the capsule reacted. He's alive, he was really just sleeping. The great sage Rafishel slowly rose from the capsule. He scampered around, and when he saw us, he spoke to us. How long have I been asleep? About 10,000 years, Doctor. Brule said, "Who are you?" "No, you've broken my seal, which means you're a descendant of the Messiah family." "Yes, my name is Brule, Great Sage." "Brule, thank you very much. I must reward the Messiah family handsomely." "No, no need for such a favor. It is enough that our long-cherished wish, Lord Rafishel's resurrection, has been accomplished. I'm impressed by your loyalty, even after all these years. By the way, I would like to know more about this world. Can you tell me about it?" "Of course, sir. I will prepare a room for you on the ride carrier, and we will go there." "Doctor." Brule's tone clearly changed in the face of the great sage Rafishel. "What about the Messiah family?" "Doctor." "Brule, did you know that the great sage Rafishel was sleeping here?" I wondered so much that I asked the doctor. "Of course, yes, we the Messiah clan have been waiting for 10,000 years for the seal to weaken. The procedure for lifting the seal was also handed down to us by Rafishel Sama himself. Well then, investigating the ruins that's just a ruse. The real goal is to revive the great sage Rafishel." Mary reacts to Doctor Brule's words. "Is that the will of the Emperor, Doctor?" Brule, no, the Emperor doesn't know, he just wants to investigate the ruins. It was clear that Doctor Brule is loyal to the great sage and not the Emperor. Doctor Brule, if it is not the Emperor's will, we cannot help you any further. Is the will of the Emperor so important to you, Mary? Of course it is. We're soldiers of the Elysian Empire. The Elysian Empire was created by the will of the great sage Rafishel. What do you mean? The Elysian Empire is the eternal kingdom, isn't it, Doctor? Brule, Rafishel, who was listening to the conversation, asked Doctor Brule. Yes, we are in the eternal kingdom, created solely for the purpose of resurrecting Lord Rafishel. It seems that the Messiah clan has been following all my procedures. Yes, we have eradicated the Ludia core-generating technology and sealed away the magical knowledge over the years. In this world, it is no longer possible to create a magic craft from scratch. That's good to hear. So you have found Fairy Ludia as well. I'm sorry you could not locate her. It's not perfect, but okay, we'll talk about it later. The Elysian Empire is the eternal kingdom. This is going in a direction I don't understand. Doctor Brule, I still don't believe that story. I'm detaining you for treason. Mary draws her sword and says, "Are you arresting me by yourself?" Mary ordered her guards. "Take Doctor Brule into custody," but none of the guards moved. "What are you doing?" "That's an order from a senior rider. I'm sorry, but your guards will not obey your orders." "What do you mean by that?" "All the soldiers here are under the command of the Messiah family." "You don't mean the regular soldiers of the Empire?" "I'm sorry to mislead you. It's true that the Emperor does not know this, but it is the will of the true ruler of the Elysian Empire, the current head of the Messiah clan, Amuno Sama. Aminono Way, Prince Amuno, that's right. You know what that means. Brule, this is troublesome. That one doesn't seem to want to obey me, so get it over with. Rafishel's order was to kill Mary. Doctor Brule obeyed the order without a word. Soldiers cut Mary down. Immediately the guards moved, swords drawn, and closed in on Mary. "Wait, please," I shouted at the top of my lungs. The soldiers did not stop moving at that shout. However, they obeyed the voice of another person. "Wait a minute, Brule, who are you?" "I am Yuki, a triple Highlander, the most senior rider of the Elysian Empire." "What is a triple Highlander?" "It's a generic term for riders with a Ludia value between 30,000 and 40,000. "What do you mean, the most senior rider with only 30,000 Ludia?" "In this generation, we don't have the technology for Nitro Ludia or the Ludia Enhancement Program." "What?" "Don't tell her natural value is 30,000. "Yes, it is. If it's natural and it's 30,000, it could be Class 5 or even Class 4. No way, that one too. She's a double Highlander, a rider with a Ludia value in the 20,000 range. Well, that's a valuable asset, let's not kill her." "Hey you, I'll let you live and you can follow me." Mary looked frustrated, but she didn't reject it. Chapter 188, Episode 188, Sworn Enemies / Yuki. The hatch was quickly repaired and we were ready to go. As soon as it was, Rafishel gave the order to attack the enemy. All magicrafts go out and battle that ride carrier's forces. You don't have to win, just go and fight them with flair. What do you mean? What is the point of going into battle when you don't have to win? Mary's question was valid. There was no point in risking our lives in a battle we didn't have to win. The battle has its own meaning, that's all I'm saying. So you're saying the battle is a decoy? That's what I'm saying. I'm going to undo the seal while you guys are distracting them. How are you going to do that when they're blocking the entrance to the ruins? You don't have to think about that. Go fight as ordered. Mary and I boarded our magicrafts while being bewildered. Enrique and the other riders had sworn absolute loyalty to Rafishel and were willing to follow his orders. Yuki, it's foolish to put our lives on the line in a fight like this. Let's just pretend we fought properly and get through it. Mary says to me in a private message. I fully agreed with her suggestion. As we charged out, the other side's ride carrier sent out magicrafts as well. They numbered 5 fewer than ours. But it wasn't the number or quality of the enemies that caught my eye. Among the enemies, I spotted a magicraft floating in the air. It resembled the blue magicraft that was in the Iron Knights. Thinking that it might be the one, I immediately looked for the golden magicraft. There is no golden magicraft that killed Emina. Is it not part of the Iron Knights? It looks like the people we fought at the last ruins haven't joined them yet. They are all new, but that might help. Those guys were pretty strong. It would have been troublesome if they were here. Mary unexpectedly said this over the calm. This means that there are still friends from the other side who are not here. Mary, what kind of body color was the one you fought in the ruins? Well, it was an unusual color. There were 3 of them, a red one, a white one, and a flashy gold one. When I was convinced that it was the Iron Knights, I was vividly reminded of the moment when Emina was killed by being pierced through the cockpit. I was filled with sadness and anger. Letting my emotions take over, I rapidly approached the isolated green magicraft. Then, in a fit of rage, I launch an attack. Iron Knight's Emina's revenge. I'll never forgive you. I was fighting with this in mind, but I was caught off guard and was hit by a bowgun attack with perfect timing. The arrow from the bowgun seemed to be special, and my magicraft froze. While I was distracted by the freezing, I lost sight of the enemy. I looked around, but I couldn't find him anywhere, as if he had disappeared. Yuki, look out! I heard Valiant's voice and turned around. I couldn't see the enemy, but I could see some kind of shimmer in the air. The shimmer was blown away and fell to the ground, revealing the enemy magicraft that was hidden. Valiant approaches the fallen enemy to give chase, but lightning strikes right in front of him, interrupting him. More lightning rained down on us. We were prepared to be hit, but the lightning was repelled just in time. It seemed that Valiant had done something. The new enemy did not slow down its attack. 3 thunderbolts came at us. Valiant blocked them again, but one of them hit him. God, Valiant, it's all right. It's all right. My anger was rekindled when Emina's killers, the Iron Knights, hurt Valiant. I started attacking the green magicraft again. In anger, I unleash my rapiers. As expected of the Iron Knights, I admit that they are quite strong, but I will not lose. As I was fighting, I suddenly felt a strange sense of unease. It was the first time I met an enemy, the first time I fought this magicraft, and yet I had felt this sensation somewhere before. I recall a mock battle with Emina. When I was still new to piloting magicrafts, she fought me carefully, teaching me how to fight. She taught me how to fight most of the time, and my fighting style and Emina's are very similar. Wealthai's enemy is similar to Emina. I realized the true nature of my discomfort. Memories of Emina came to mind, and even more vividly her last moments. The anger that poured out of me was reflected in my fighting. In a fit of rage, I attacked selflessly and hunted down my opponent. The next thing I knew, the enemy magicraft could no longer move. As your companion had done to her, so will I. Just as I was about to unleash my rapier with all my strength, the enemy magicraft and Emina's figure overlapped. Was it because the enemy's fighting style was similar to Emina's? I don't know if Emina is trying to stop me or not, but one thing is for sure. I can't pierce the cockpit of this enemy magicraft with my rapier anymore. I slowly released my stance and lowered my rapier. Chapter 445 C 445. Aerial battle. Having avoided the attack of the magic optical weapon, the enemy flying squadron decided to surround us, in order to make sure that we would be killed in the next attack. It is indeed difficult to avoid attacks from all directions. Farmer, I'll draw their attention from you, so just keep shooting at them from above.
Take it easy, Yura.
It would certainly be dangerous to overreach too much with the controlled Arleo 2. The most important thing to do is to concentrate and think about moving efficiently. I super accelerated instantaneously, closing the gap with the target in an instant. The enemy rider was surprised to see the super acceleration of Arleo 2, which seemed to be the first time he had experienced such speed. He tried to fire his magic optical weapon in a panic, but my sword cut the target in two with a single horizontal flash before he could do so. Perhaps because the counterattack was so sudden and unexpected, the entire enemy squadron was shaken up, and their unrest created a huge opening. There was no way that the skilled sniper above would have missed such an opportunity, so Farmer quickly took a stance, aimed and fired an arrow. Unlike the arrow rain, this powerful, single-pointed, concentrated blow pierced the enemy's magicraft like a ray of light. Without a moment's pause, Farmer then takes aim at the next enemy magicraft and releases another arrow. It would be difficult to aim while flying, but it penetrated the next target as well with such stability that it was impossible to imagine it missing. Two magicrafts were hit by the attack from above, and the enemy also turned their attention upward. Aiming for that opening, I approached the nearest enemy and slashed down. In addition, I fired a series of magic light bombs to stop the ones that tried to aim their magic optical weapons at Garuda Roman 2. The enemy may have thought Arleo 2 was a threat, so they returned their aim from the farmer to me. However, since I repeatedly approached the enemy using super acceleration, the enemy was unable to fire their magic optical weapons for fear of hitting their allies. In the meantime, I was destroying the approaching enemy magicrafts one after another. While the enemy was being tossed around by the mobility of the Arleo Roman 2, Garuda Roman 2 arrow attacks continued from above. A few enemy magicrafts rose toward Garuda Roman 2 in an attempt to do something about it, but Farmer fires a barrage of arrows as it rises further away from the approaching enemy magicrafts. The enemy magicrafts also tried to counterattack with their magic optical weapons, but it seems that the disadvantage of the magic optical weapon is its slow firing speed, and they are shot down without being given a chance to counterattack by the arrows quickly fired from Garuda Roman 2. It is hard to say after killing them instantly with a single blow, but the enemy's flying squad's individual abilities are not low by any means. The result was that they were unable to prevent the attack and fell, but they were reacting properly to the attack, and if they had been equipped with melee weapons, the situation might have been different. Even against such a strong squad, Farmer is responding properly. I was a little surprised to see how much more powerful she had become in the little time I had not seen her.